Well, a beautiful morning coming here from Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. And of course, we are here on Election Day, and this is Zimpaper's television network. This is Elections 2023. At 7 a.m., potentially 6.6 million Zimbabweans will cast their ballot as we mark Election Day in this Southern African city. And within 5 days, all will know their leaders for the next 5 years. This is Election 2023. 10 candidates are vying for the top job in the country. 10 candidates are vying for the presidency of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Amongst them is the incumbent, Emmerson Mnangagwa. And of course, last time around, he battled it out, and right at the finishing line with Nelson Chamisa, then of the MDC Alliance, the Movement for Democratic Change Alliance. He came onto the scene in 1999 as a young legislator, and now, for the first time around, he was, in 2018, a presidential candidate, as was Emmerson Mnangagwa. This time around, President Emmerson Mnangagwa leaves State House and goes back to the people to ask for a second term. And at the same time, Nelson Chamisa comes back yet again, but he's not under those stripes of the MDC Alliance. He comes to us, of course, with a new outfit called the Citizens Coalition for Change, the CCC. And we shall be seeing on the ballot paper some familiar names like Lovemore Maduku. They shall also be in the fray. And around the country, strewn around the country, are our teams who are also going to be in the country, seeing the people as they go to cast their vote all around. And over the next couple of days, indeed, certainly over today until 7 o'clock when the ballots close in earnest, we shall be giving you up-to-date reports regarding what will be going on around the country. Why? Because even though there are 10 people on the ballot who want the country's top job, there are 210 seats of the lower house that are up for grabs. And of course, there are a further 60 seats in the upper house that also are up for grabs. And so our teams shall be giving you up-to-date coverage from around the country in order to make sure that you get all the best information and more. Now, the presidency will be decided via the single-member majority system. This means the winner must garner an absolute majority of votes. The minimum considered for absolute majority is 50% plus 1. That is 50% plus 1. A runoff election between the highest scoring candidates will be conducted in the absence of a clear winner. The runoff election will be held on a date proclaimed by the president, should there be the need for this. Now, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has designated 12,370 polling stations, and this is where it counts. The National Assembly vote is decided by the first-past-the-post system. 210 members are directly elected, while 60 others are women chosen on proportional representation. 10 more are youth selected under proportional representation. In the Senate, 60 members come through under proportional representation and 18 via the Chiefs Council. 2 members represent special interests. With correspondence, as I said, at the heart of all, ZTN Prime brings you all the contests and more from across the 210 electoral constituencies. Shortly, we shall be crossing over live to key centers across the country. But first, here's a brief guide on the journey so far. And as I said, we've got our personnel strewn all across the country. And in Mashonaland East, for example, in Wedza, we have Mugowe Chigada, who will be covering there for us. And we shall be having him join us soon to just give us an update, rather, really, of where we stand in that province. And of course, as you know, we do not have, as it were, a president, a vice president, that sort of thing. They've gone to the country. But for all intents and purposes, he who was the vice president of the Republic of Zimbabwe in this outgoing administration hails from Wedza, and that is where Mugowe Chigada will be giving us an update and following proceedings. Of course, we do have word that after casting his vote there, the retired General Constantino Chiwenga will then be flying out for a BRICS summit in our back garden in neighboring South Africa. But we do hope before he does, we shall be getting a bit of coverage there around him, and his casting his ballot in Mashonaland East there in Wedza. Soon we shall be hearing whether we can connect with Mugowe and hear what the preparations are looking like on the ground. Of course, the polls haven't opened. They haven't opened, but I'm sure we now have. We also have Sharon. Sharon is in. Sharon is on standby, as is Mugowe Chigada, and we shall be connecting to them right now. And if you can hear me, good morning, and would you just start by telling us what the atmosphere is looking like where you are, and perhaps just tell us where exactly you are, because those provinces are very, very large provinces. Where are you covering from at the moment, and what is the atmosphere looking like where you are?
Good morning, Robert. We're here at Sherwood Primary School. It's just on the outskirts of Kwekwe, and the constituency is Chirumanzu, Zimbabwe. As you can see behind me, where my colleague Tichaona Chikono is showing you, voters have already started trickling into the polling station, but it's not yet open. And we're also expecting that the incumbent president, Emmerson Mnangagwa, will be coming here to cast his vote. We're expecting him anytime this morning. But so far, it looks as if the preparations are going on well. All the polling agents are here, and even members of the media are also here, and we're just waiting for the polling station to open so that people can go in and cast their vote.
Well, it's pretty interesting, as I can see there, Sharon. Look, it's looking like a pleasant morning there in Sherwood. I will tell you, according to the weather pundits, the sun came out gloriously today at 11 minutes past 6 a.m. And that's one of the most interesting things, that shot that we saw that Tich ably gave us of people waiting patiently. And that's a mark of especially peri-urban and rural voters. They tend to wake up early. They listen, they heed that instruction to go early and vote early. And look, it's sometimes I think they arrive an hour, 30 minutes before polling opens. Did you manage to talk to any of these? Did you manage to at least even read into the mood? Are they excited? And fine, we saw that they are patient, but are they excited to be there? Are they excited to be, at least casting their vote in this very, very important vote? And of course, knowing that they're coming from the constituency of the incumbent.
We just got here a few minutes ago, Robert, so we can only do the interviews with the people. We can only speak to them after they have cast their vote. That will be about a few meters away from the polling station, as is required by the regulations of conduct on a polling station. But a lot of people are coming in, a lot of people are trickling in, and it looks like everything is going on well from what we can see so far. But of course, we will be giving you more updates as we get them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And as she said, people are trickling in. But when people trickle in before even the floodgates open, that shows you that they're really, really raring to go and they're excited to be there. Thank you so much, Sharon and Titch, for giving us those glorious images quite early on in the morning, in what shall be an historic day, no doubt. And as I said, elsewhere we've got Mugove, got it there. They are the two of them. And Mugove, we've just heard that in Sherwood, on the opposite end of the spectrum from where you are right now, people have already started arriving. We're seeing these beautiful visuals of a patient queue of people. Can you tell us what's happening where you are and what the mood is? Does there seem to be some turnout already reflecting right now, this early, before even the polls open?
Yes, a very good morning, Robert. I can confirm that people are trickling in. We're at Chairman's Primary School, as you can see behind me. When we arrived about 30 minutes ago, there were about 20 people that were here, but right now we can count up to about 100 people. People are generally very excited. So this is Weza North, one of 23 constituencies in Mashonaland East, massive province in as far as Zimbabwe elections are concerned.
While you are in Weza, as you're in Weza, and yet on the other end of that particular neck of the woods, where I know you're very familiar, because I believe that is where you were born as well, and where you come from, the other side in Murewa, we've got those three. They should essentially be three constituencies. Now there are two, used to be one, that always get people talking. There's Uzumba on one end, and then there's now Maramba and Fungwe as another constituency, always bringing in these very, very high numbers. They almost breached the 30,000 and perhaps did 30,000 mark in terms of voter registration alone. And people tend to always come out in their numbers there. Of course, there's going to be a lot of interest there, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Uzumba, Maramba, Fungwe always was very topical. But of course, after the delimitation report, you understand now Uzumba Stadium.
Oh, well, we've lost Mugabe there. And as I say, that is his home constituency. And perhaps while we have this glitch, he's definitely got somewhere where he can get a warm cup of tea, because he definitely is home. But here in the capital, in Harare, we shall be keeping an eye on the most important pulse. And you know that while everybody is everywhere, strewn across the country, across those vast 12,000 plus polling stations that we mentioned, all the results come to one nerve center. That nerve center is the results command center here in Harare, stationed at the Harare International Conference Center. Now we've got our man there, the man who always asks the tough questions and always goes for the nitty-gritties, and he's going to be giving us everything we need to know and more with regards what's happening there. And remember, that's also where the presidential electoral results are going to be coming from. So that's going to be where the eyes are going to be. And good morning, Andy Hodges, our man at the command center. Good morning, Commander Andy Hodges.
Good morning, Robert. And of course, this is your vote is your right. Zimbabwe Vote 2023. Now we're here at the National Command Center. It's situated at the Harare International Conference Center, which is next to a 5-star hotel. It's a bit early still, so there isn't a lot of people around, but I can imagine in the next hour or so, it's going to be hectic. Now, we've just been here for a while, and we've actually seen the SADC and Commonwealth observers who are staying at the hotel next to the command center have just left, and they're off on their various observer missions all around the country to observe the polling. just over 6.5 million voters will cast their vote in a free and fair democratic election here in Zimbabwe today. And I must say, you know, just walking around, you asked a question earlier, Robert, to our reporters out in the field. There's definitely excitement. People want to vote. In fact, when I left home, just to give you an antidote, I have a maid at home, and she said to me, "But where are you going, boss? I need to go and vote." So it shows you how many people want to vote. Now, we'll be entering into this is the way we get into the command center. This is exactly where all the votes will be correlated and announced. What you have is 150,000 poll observers are out there, poll agents are out there. The security forces are on the ground. All the ballot papers and everything is ready to go. In fact, talking to some of the ZEC officials who are here, they say that it's all systems go. There may be a little hiccups here and there, but in essence, 99% of everything that's happening. So what actually happens is we come up here, and you get into security. Now, of course, you can imagine the security is quite tight here at the command center. This is the security checkpoint that you have to go through, and of course, you leave all of your stuff there, so you don't get pinged here in the metal detector.
But you will be pinged
then you go through into the command center. This is the lobby of the command center. We'll take you through into the command center just now. Now, what will happen is that all the votes will be correlated. Of course, people will go to the polling stations. They'll cast their vote. It will be a whole process over the course of the day. And, of course, all those results will then be correlated and sent to the command center. And physical ballots will eventually arrive at the command center over the next few days. Now, the TV is not on yet, but this will be where the parliamentary and urban and rural council votes will be displayed for everyone to see, because apparently this year is a bit different. Zimbabwe Electoral Commission will not be announcing the results as they used to do in the past. They'll only be announcing the presidential results, and they will be showing on the television screens the results for the members of parliament and urban and rural district councils. So we're looking forward to that. And of course, once it comes up, we will be analyzing all the numbers. We'll be telling you all the winners and losers, of course. It's just like any election. There has to be winners and losers. Let's look at the numbers. As I said, 150,000 polling agents. Of course, every polling station should have an agent of the political party who is in the election. Okay. Now just look at the security situation. Even if you just have 2 policemen per polling station, which is obviously a minimum, a requirement, you're talking at least 25,000 policemen are out there ensuring the security and safety of the voters at the polling booths. Now, don't forget, of course, the police still have to do their work. There's still work. There's still crime going on in the country. So, on top of the police looking after the voters to make sure that the vote is free and fair, and also to ensure that the voters are not intimidated at the polling station. Now, what is important, of course, is to remember that once you vote at the polling station, you have to leave, you must go. You're not allowed to hang around. That's actually breaking the Electoral Act. So whoever votes, the moment that you vote and you've got your little pinky here with your indelible ink on it, you should go home and, of course, enjoy the holiday and wait for the results. Right, let's take you through to the command center. As I said,
yeah, you told us about the parliamentary results, and you showed us that screen. I've got 2 questions for you, really. First of all, if they don't announce, what happens to those people, for example, who are visually impaired? Because I believe there needs to be, some audio to accompany whatever results will be coming, because certainly if something's on a screen and I'm visually impaired and I cannot see, then I'm disadvantaged. That's one. That's on the parliamentary side. And also, then after that, take us through to the presidential side. Is it still the same system where we've got the results coming on some screen, or do they have a different screen, different system for the presidential election, as it were?
Talking to the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission officials, they say that this election is really going to be looking after people with disabilities. So whether you're sight impaired or you're hearing impaired, they say that they're prepared for it. But you're right, Robert, it is an issue because we used to have in the past, of course, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission chairperson announcing the results of each constituency, giving each vote of each candidate. And I think in a way that sort of brought a lot more excitement to the process. But you're right. I think that the visually impaired in particular, it's not adequate and it's not ideal. And this is one of the issues I think in the future elections Zimbabwe needs to look at, because with 10% of our population of people with disabilities, it's very, very clear that that we need to accommodate and look after our citizens in that area. Now, when it comes to the presidential vote, now, this is why it takes so long to actually announce the results, particularly for the president. And the simple reason is that you have to win the vote by 50% plus one vote. So every vote matters. So the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission tell us that they may even count those votes, even though they get the results, they may recount them, because it's that one vote that could actually win you the presidency. So it's important. But they will be announcing the presidential election vote. Obviously, it will go up on the screen once they've announced it, but they will be announcing it from the podium, which I will be showing you just now.
Okay, so could you take us through the auditorium, Andy, so that we get a bit of a feel of what's going on in that auditorium and the life, because as you said, and as we heard from Gove and Sharon, there's life that's already started reflecting everywhere else. So can you take us to the auditorium? But as you take us to the auditorium, perhaps you and I would want to hear what the rest of Mgove's report, and also hear what life he's got there, and then we'll come back to you, Andy, as you and I listen up to what's happening to our colleagues on the field, as it were. Mugove?
People registered
Visuals there, but the audio just won't come to the party. The voters have come to the party. Our teams have come to the party. But it's not supersonic as it seems. So, Mugove, if you can hear me, what is going on at the moment? I think I'm getting a bit more sound from your end.
Yeah, about 45 minutes ago, there were about 20 people. Now we can count up to 100 people that have gathered here at Chairman's primary school, ready to vote. And the people are very excited. And we talked to some of them just last night. What has really been exciting about this area is that it has generally been peaceful, and the people that we talked to, they said they had not registered any incidences of violence, which is plus in as far as the Zimbabwe elections are concerned.
Well, thank you so much, Mgowe, for giving us the tail end of your report. Of course, we shall be coming back to you and Sharon and the massive teams that are sprawled all over the country for and on behalf of us here on ZTN Prime, as we give our viewers the best, because this is definitely a front row seat to what is an important plebiscite around this country, and certainly important for the region and greater dynamics of the rest of the world. We've got the former Mozambican president, Joaquim Chissano, who, of course, we're going to be seeing visuals of right now. He's at David Livingstone Primary School. So he's there of course, he's an observer. He's there to witness. He's going to be. The polling stations obviously are opening at 7, and he's there to witness that first vote being cast. We don't know who that person is. They're going to be lucky to have the eyes of a former head of state seeing them as they cast their vote. So that's former president of Mozambique, Joaquim Chissano, who is going to be witnessing the opening of polls at David Livingstone Primary School. That's in the Avenues. Along 9th Avenue. So there we go. So a ZEC official, Zimbabwe Electoral Commission official, is taking us and certainly the former president through the paces of the voting. So let's have a bit of a listen to what's going on at David Livingstone Primary School.
Right, we are now seeing
Yeah, well, we got a bit of a listen in that area where we were seeing the former president, Joaquim Chissano, who was being taken through the paces. And just before we go back to Andy, let me tell you that that man will certainly understand what's going on. That's President Chissano, because he's a polyglot. He speaks Portuguese, French, Swahili, English, perfectly well. He also speaks Shangaan. So whatever language that gentleman had chosen to use, I'm pretty sure President Chissano would have been able to understand. Going back to Andy. Andy, in the auditorium, tell us what you're seeing. What's going on? Tell us, Commander Andy.
Robert, this is the command center. This is the National Command Center for Zim Vote 2023. It is right here where you will hear any announcement from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, from any of the other stakeholders, and also, of course, more importantly, this is where the results will be announced, particularly the presidential one, which people are waiting with interest. Let's talk about that vote. Now, don't forget, every polling station only has 1,000 voters. That is the law. So there's only 1,000. When the voter gets to the polling station, of course, their name is outside the polling booth without a picture. You can verify you're allowed to vote there and so forth. When you then enter into the polling station, that is when your picture is there, so they can verify not just your ID particulars, but also that physically this is the voter. Okay, you're then given 3 ballot papers. Presidential ballot paper, you're given the Member of Parliament ballot paper, and of course the Rural and Urban Council, depending on what ward you are in. Now there are some wards, of course, for example, in 91 seats were won uncontested by ZANU-PF already. So those citizens who are voting in those wards will obviously only get 2 ballot papers, the presidential one and the Member of Parliament one. Now, once all the process is done during the course of the day, everyone votes and so forth. At the end of the period, when everyone has finally voted, that's when the bit of a time is taken by the polling agents and political parties' agents, because they now have to verify each individual vote. They have to count all those votes. They've got to look at postal votes, spoiled votes, and actually proper voting. That's when they count. They make sure that all the numbers tally. When they tally and everyone's satisfied, every political agent, including ZEC, signs off on it, and those are then posted outside the polling station. It's that correlation now, all of those numbers, that eventually find their way right here to the National Command Center. Let's take you to exactly where the action actually happens. So as you can see, it's very empty. It's just past 7 a.m. And of course, you won't expect a lot of activity now because the polling stations have only just opened. And as you said, Robert, the voters have only started voting. So this is really where the command center comes in, which will probably be starting in full force tomorrow. Now, behind me, you can see the podium. This is where the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission commissioners, Justice Chugumba, I understand, will be sitting in the middle. And this is where the announcements will be made by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to obviously just to tell Zimbabweans who they've selected for their leadership. Now, as I said, just to repeat, they will not be announcing the members of parliament or urban and rural district council winners. They will be going up on the screen. However, this is the nerve center of Zimbabwe's election. This is where the numbers will be checked. They'll be rechecked. There'll be any issues that are happening out there in the country will come right here for them to be discussed and resolved. So in a way, I can say that in terms of our election, this is probably one of the most important places to manage and run the election that you'll have to be in the country, Robert.
This at the moment, Andy, people will see that inanimate auditorium. They will see things looking very quiet and cold in that room. It's because the action at the moment is right where the people are casting their votes. But I will tell you, you're going to be worn out to the ground because when the action moves to where you are, I promise you, you are going to be in serious trouble. We have seen in other elections that when the nerve center starts working and when that place starts pumping, nobody even blinks. And certainly you're in for a rough ride, Commander Andy Hodges at the command center.
Robert, you're right. This is the calm before the storm.
Absolutely.
In a way, we're taking advantage of it because we appreciate that. During the course of the day, of course, we'll be interviewing a lot of officials that we can find here at the command center. But you're right, Robert. Starting tomorrow onwards, this is going to be probably the busiest place in Zimbabwe because the voting will end at 7 p.m. tonight. Of course, the polling agents and the political agents will continue, obviously, tallying up the votes for the rest of the evening. That may even go as long as 1, 2, 3 a.m. tomorrow morning if you take 2018 for anything to go by. And then the fun starts right here at the National Command Center because this is when now all the information is coming in, all the tallying, all the voting is coming in from all the over 12,000 odd polling stations around the country. This is where we will find out who exactly the people of Zimbabwe have elected their leadership in a free and fair election. But Robert, one thing I want to get back at you, and one thing the reporters, which is heartening news, is the lack of violence. And it's important that the message is clear, that even though before in the campaign period and now on the voting day, we normally don't experience violence. But we just need to send a message still to all citizens. And the president said it the other day. He said it's up to citizens to either involve themselves in violence or not. And I think the point is this. We want a free and fair election without any form of intimidation and to ensure that there's no violence that hits even after the results are announced, because that normally is the danger spot. So we're really appealing to all Zimbabwean citizens to shun violence, go and cast your vote, go home, enjoy your holiday, and of course tomorrow it's business as usual, and while you wait for the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to announce results. And it's important for Zimbabweans to understand that only Zimbabwe Electoral Commission here who will be sitting at the podium in the command center behind me, they're the only legal body that can announce the election results. So please ignore any election results issued by anybody else except for the Zimbabwe Election Commission, which you will be hearing right here live on ZTN Prime.
Certainly. Well, you couldn't have said it better from the command center, Commander Andy Hodges. You are watching Elections 2023 from here on ZTN Prime. Now, we are here on ZTN Prime, and this is Elections 2023. And of course, just a few minutes ago, the polling stations were opened across the country. We shall know for certain whether all of them opened on cue at 7 o'clock, but we did show you David Livingstone Primary School, where former Mozambican President Joaquim Chissano was there witnessing the casting of the first vote. We also showed you Sherwood Primary School there in Kwekwe, where the outgoing and incumbent President of the Republic, Emmerson Mnangagwa, is due to then cast his vote. And we also showed you with North and Mashonaland East, where Mgowe Chigada is standing in to wait for retired General Constantine Chiwenga, who's going to be casting his vote from there. So those are the images we're receiving live from Kwekwe. That's Sherwood Primary School, and we're waiting for ZANU-PF candidate Emmerson Mnangagwa. That is where he's going to be casting his vote. He is, of course, an ordinary civilian today, but he's coming back to the country. He's going to the country and saying he wants another term so that he can assume the mantle of first citizen of the country. Let's see one of the first voters who cast their vote, because, of course, as you know, polling opened at 7 o'clock. Well, it appears there's a bit of a freeze, but that is one of our first voters in Sherwood there in Kwekwe, and that's Midlands Province, the province from where Emmerson Mnangagwa hails. He is the candidate for ZANU-PF, outgoing president, hoping to come back. So there, we're back to those images where Joaquim Chissano, former president of the Republic of Mozambique, our neighbor, is really going through the paces at David Livingstone Primary School in the avenues in Harare. Let's listen in. Seems they've probably finished. We're probably late to the party, or technology has done us a number. Regardless, Zimbabwe and Mozambique share a very rich and intimate history, and that is why somebody of the nature of Joaquim Chissano, such a towering statesman, the 83-year-old being recommended to come to Zimbabwe and at least observe the elections for and on behalf of a number of bodies. You will know that he is, on behalf of the United Nations, he is an envoy. And that is because of his strong will to see nations, especially in his neck of the woods, get the freedom that they deserve. He was one of the founding members of the Front for the Liberation of Mozambique, of Frelimo, and he is obviously now retired at 83 and going round as he served 2 terms straight after, of course, the untimely death, the assassination of the then President Samora Moises Machel. Then came this gentleman who is at David Livingstone Primary School, Joaquim Chissano. He left office after 2 terms in 2005. And speaking of terms, we had an interview just before, on the eve of this election, with the incumbent, outgoing president, that president who is seeking another term, Emmerson Mnangagwa at State House. And he stated categorically that he's coming to the country and he's asking for a second term. And according to the Constitution, that will be his last term. And he's absolutely happy to leave after this term. And he's fighting for that legacy to make sure that he does not become a one-term president. And that's why you've seen him go the length and breadth of the country to ensure that he at least speaks to the country and asks for that vote. And we've got, on the other end of the spectrum, fine, we've got 8 other people who are vying, but the second gentleman who really wants that and seems to be very hungry from going certainly almost toe-to-toe with Emmerson Mnangagwa with regards to the campaign trail was Nelson Chamisa of the Citizens Coalition for Change. He also wants the top job. He wants to be the real McCoy, the big kahuna, and he wants to be the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Zimbabwe. And some people have thought this is a 2-horse race. Certainly, exit polls are showing that all or most of the interest, the highest interest, is concentrated around those 2 men. And one who's seeking a final term and saying, I want to bid adieu, but I want another 5 years. And another who's saying, I want to come in, let me in, and let me bring my policies. And so this is where we stand. And as we told you, we've got eyes around the constituencies, and we've got Mugowe Gada, who we spoke to earlier on. He is in Wedza North and Mashonaland East. And there we've got a couple of visuals coming from Wedza. We can see Mugowe there. And Mugowe, if you will, and if you can hear me, I'm sure the last time we talked, there was a bit of static. People were coming and they were standing in these queues. And the last time there was the 100-odd people who were there and were waiting patiently to cast their vote. It must be now a couple of minutes, perhaps 10, 15 minutes since voting opened there. Tell us about the queues. Are the people starting to go in, trickle into the polling station proper? And have you spoken to anybody who's come out? What's the mood like now since those queues have started moving?
Well, thank you very much, Robert. I can confirm what is happening at the same as primary school, and very shortly we'll be talking to some of the people that have already voted. As I said before, the mood is quite good. We talked to some people earlier on our way here, and they were quite excited to be voting. As we said earlier on, this is a province that's known for the interest. There are a lot of people that come really to the numbers. If you're looking at 20,000, maybe the constituency, you're looking at those big numbers actually coming to vote. So we can actually rule out voter apathy even as far as this province is concerned.
Certainly. And Mugowe, I don't know if you can hear me perfectly. We know at Sherwood Primary School, Titch and Sharon are eagerly awaiting. Everybody's an important voter. But of course, it's certainly going to be very interesting when the ZANU-PF candidate, Emmerson Mnangagwa, the outgoing president, the incumbent as well, goes to cast his vote there. Do we know at the moment whether the vice president Chiwenga is going to be casting his vote where you are? Do you know where he's going to be casting his vote? Is it anywhere nearby? Tell us about that. And will you be having an eye on him as it were?
Yeah, this is the area where the vice president hails from, which is something that's significant as well. So we are keeping tabs as to whether he will be casting his vote here. Perhaps it will be Wedza South. So from here we'll be moving to Wedza South, just to give you everything that's happening, giving you all the details concerning what's significant.
Hello, Mugo. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I was saying from here we will be moving to Wedza South just to find out who are some of the names casting there. Of course, we will be keeping tabs on the vice president to find out if he is casting here or
So from Mugowe, let's cross over to Sherwood in Kwekwe, Midlands Province, where we shall be speaking to the first voters and getting to hear what their perspectives are. And of course, they shall be having their little pinkies happy to have voted and happy to go home to rest, relax and wait for the results, as Andy has said, from Command Center. Well, as Sharon prepares there, we're going to Miko's Park, and let's just quickly hear what's happening there.
Area Inoi Sherwood Primary School area yatiri Inoi ndo
kumuzinda wapresident ndo kumusha kwake. Polling station yatinayo inoiti ndo imwe chete inovhota president wedu.
Zvanga zvakamira sei nasi process yekuvhota tichikompare ne-last time pamakazomboya kuzovhota?
Inini handioni kushanduka kwazvo zvakanaka zvese kubva chero last time kusvika pari zvino uno kana iri area inoi zvinhu zvese zviri kufamba zvakanaka sezvandakamboona last time nezvandaona nhasi takamuchirika zvakanaka hatina kana problem. Alright.
Nei makasira kuuya naye baba?
Kuitira nguva todzokera katonomwa tii. Ika ndo zvinoda. Kamunozopedzisira moita dutu saka kungoti muite muchipana nguva chinhu chinenge chakanaka.
Well, you heard it, and these are the little snippets that tell you that certainly when political parties, when political players, and certainly political bodies like the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission encourage people certain things, there are people who listen. We've heard that gentleman speak, and clearly he's not a first-time voter because he was even comparing 2018, the last election, and the processes he went through to these processes that he went through today. And he's saying, not much difference, it's flowing perfectly. And, you know, he's absolutely happy. But now, after this second time or returning voter, Sharon has stumbled upon a first-time voter. Let's hear him speak. So they're having a bit of a prep chit-chat, and we're hearing Sharon using her magic there and encouraging a first-time voter to relax on camera and just give us their natural perspective. Of course, because we do not feed people with emotions and what to say. We just ask them to relax and give us their word. I think they're done with their prep. And let's hear what this first-time voter has to say about the experience. First-time voter there. What's the gentleman's name, and can we hear his experiences of voting for the first time?
Yes, Robert, from the last time that we spoke, the polling station has opened and people have started to vote, and we're just joined here by a first-time voter. That is his first time to actually vote. His name is Arnold, and we're just going to be talking to him to hear what his experiences are and how he feels to be able to make a decision to choose leaders for the first time. Hello, Arnold. Well, how has been the experience of voting for the first time?
Kufara kwazvo. Kufara kwazvo nekuti zvinhu zvandaingoshira kuti titewo but haana sazowana kugana kuti azviita. So ndaiswa kuti zviri kufadza kwazvo zvatatichiita mukati imomo.
And how did you see the process of queuing? Did you take a long time in the queue to get into the polling station?
Adapotora time yakawanda nguva diki ndatopedza ndatobuda. Kuti ndatongosvikawo izvezvi ndatosvika ndatopinda ndatopedza nazvo hapana process yandingamboti hombe notogwa. Ndokuta process diki yatopedza.
Okay, thank you so much, Arnold. That was Arnold, a first-time voter who has just cast his vote, and we will be giving you more updates as people are coming in to cast their vote.
Thank you, Sharon. And that was Arnold, a first-time voter. He says, of course, no glitches, no hassle. It was quite a breeze for him, and that should be something that if you are a potential voter, if you didn't register, if you thought it was going to be hectic and said, you know what, I don't have time for this, well, hear testimonies coming from your fellow age mates perhaps and fellow first-time voters, and you missed out. If you didn't register to vote And if you didn't vote this time around thinking it's going to be hectic, Arnold tells us it's an actual breeze. And so going forward into any other plebiscite, if you didn't register this time, register next time. It is your right, and it is a right that certainly has been fought for over time. Universal suffrage is a very, very special gift indeed in any democracy. You are here on Zim Paper's television network, ZTN Prime, and this is Elections 2023. welcome back to ZTN Prime, where we have this special exclusive coverage and giving you the front row seat to election 2023. My name is Robert Nkondiwa. If you're just joining us, you missed out on a lot of great information that could have set you into election mood on election day proper. We've got people all across the country. We've spoke to Mgowechi Chigada in Mashonaland East, and he gave us a perspective of what's going on there straight after the break of day. And in Midlands Province, we spoke to Sharon in Sherwood, and she gave us a word of what's going on there. We have Andy Hodges for us at the National Command Center at the Harare International Conference Center. He took us through right from the outside into the inside, gave us a picture, a clear picture of what voting is going to be like, what the tabulation is going to be like. And of course, we even went over the other end of the capital to David Livingstone School, where we saw former president of Mozambique, Joaquim Chissano, witnessing the first vote that was being cast there, and of course being given a bit of background by Zimbabwe Electoral Commission members who were on the ground to assist. But of course, it's never too late. As long as you're on ZTN Prime, you're at the right place, you're in prime company. We'll be going back to that nerve center here in Harare, where the man I have termed our commander at the command center, Andy Hodges, will also be giving us a fresh understanding of how things stand right now. We talked to him just before polls opened and just after polls opened, but I'm pretty sure right now as it stands, he's talked to a number of people. They've heard from him, and he's very, very exuberant. He asks all the questions that you want answered, and certainly I know he's got fresh information that is certainly going to give us a bit more perspective. So Andy, if you will, and if you can hear me, where do we stand now at the moment? We know it is still early days yet within the election life of election day, but certainly at the command center, you've heard a thing or two that can inform our viewers greater of what is transpiring or what is to transpire as we go forward.
Thanks, Robert. I managed to speak to some of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission officials. They're not yet here in the command center. We had to actually go into the hotel because a lot of them are staying at the five-star hotel, which is connected, of course, to the Harare International Conference Center, which is where the National Command Center is based. And they basically say that preliminary reports indicate that everything is going extremely smoothly all around the country. Most polling stations are not witnessing any problems whatsoever. In fact, I think from our reporters on the ground, it's clear that the Zimbabwean voters are finding it very easy to vote. And I think that's a key requirement of any election, is that voters should be able to go in. I think the standard time that Zimbabwe Electoral Commission gives is about 5 minutes. From the time that you get into the door and you start checking your name to voting and walk out the other end should be about 5 minutes. And again, Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has urged all citizens, once you have cast your vote, please go home or to go wherever you'd like to go, but away from the polling station. Because obviously once you've casted your vote, the only way that it will ever be counted, it will only be counted later in the day, correlated later, and only then will the results be given. But Robert, you know, when you look at the logistics of an election like Zimbabwe, you really start to understand how huge it is. Over the weekend, ZTN Prime spoke to Ambassador Kiwa. He is the vice chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and we had an extensive conversation with him about what is required to actually run an election. And to be honest, you'll be quite shocked by what is required. First of all, of course, 150,000 polling agents. Now, don't worry about just the agents themselves, but you have to train them. So there's a whole training process that's been happening over the last few months to train polling agents so that they understand how to help citizens vote, the way to vote, how everything is done properly. So that's important. Obviously, security service, particularly the police, they're critical in any election. They're there also to guarantee the sanctity of the vote, but also, of course, to look after voters who are voting voting at the polls, because safety and security should be the concern of every Zimbabwean. I'm not even getting to the amount of cars and lunches and dinners and so forth that have been created. I mean, this is why when you look at the numbers in terms of how much an election costs, you're talking about billions and billions of dollars. And of course, you know, this is all coming from the fiscus, but of course it's a constitutional requirement to have an election. Zimbabwe always has every 5 years a free and democratic election. So it's important that, of course, the money should be no object. It's about Zimbabwean citizens choosing their leadership for the next 5 years. Now, it's interesting again here at the command center, because as you said, Robert, you know, it's the storm, it's the calm before the storm. Nothing is really happening here yet, but as you said, things will be livening up during the day. And of course, you saw the amount of seats. I think our graphics were very clear about what's happening out there. And again, just to reiterate, each voter should expect to get 3 voting slips. One will be the presidential one. The second one will be their member of parliament or constituency one, and the third one, of course, will be their council seat. So if you're a voter and you're going into the polling booth and you haven't gone in yet, you should be getting three ballot papers, except for those constituencies where either unfortunately some of the candidates have passed away, which has happened in some of them, or the 91 constituencies that ZANU-PF has already won in the urban areas, and of course any things like that, then you would only get 2. So be prepared to do that. And of course, make sure that you get the ink on your little finger, because that's critical. That will signify that you have voted, and that's important, because obviously double counting is something that you don't want to have in any election, and something, I must be honest, that Zimbabwe hasn't yet experienced. I tell you what, Robert, though, you know, when you sit with Zek and you really understand the logistics of an election, it's quite mind-blowing, if I can say that. So anyway, just to continue going on, you know, so what will happen is, of course, is that out there, the voters will vote, as I said, just to repeat, and it's important that when you get to the polling station as a voter, you check outside to make sure that your name is there. Then you know you're at the right polling station, because there does appear to be either what I can call it misinformation about polling stations. I think it's important as well to reiterate, please do not read social media and believe it. There's a lot of fake news going on. I think ZTN Prime will give it to you as it is. We'll tell you exactly what's happening. But because a lot of people are being told your polling stations have moved, there are no polling stations where you're going. There are even sort of fake news saying that one of the candidates have been disqualified. Please do not look at social media and think that it's the truth. Social media is exactly that, social media. So you need to verify the facts that you're reading on social media, and not to take it as gospel fact. But the fact is this, the polling booths, the polling stations are out there. There are a couple of contentious issues as we enter into the election, particularly between the opposition party and Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. One thing which, of course, the opposition keeps talking about is they talk about the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission not being a level referee. But again, whenever you ask them, where's the proof of this, you're not really getting any feedback on proof to prove that this is the issue. It's just a belief that they have. But talking to the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, you know, we asked them directly. I asked Ambassador Kiwa directly, can this election be rigged? And he was like, how, Andy? You know, the votes that you know it's 1,000 voters per polling station, okay? All the polling agents are there from political parties. Once all the votes is done, each polling agent and each political party agent goes through those. You can see exactly what spoiled ballots are there. You can see exactly what postal ballots are there. You can even see, remember, the one thing the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has done, and this is legal, is that they have to print for the parliamentary vote. I think it's about 3.6%.
And
yes,
thank you. You gave us an important point about fact checking, but we've now got President Chisano. We're rushing to him. He's just going to give us a bit of an address very soon. Oh, unfortunately, we have lost him. But you did say something important, and especially, you know, when these elections are contentious by their very nature, and it is a duel, it is a fight. It may not be physical, but there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of people who feel hard done by. For every one winner, sometimes there are 2, 3, or 4 people who have not made it. And of course, they're not going to be smiling, and they're going to look at the nitty-gritties. And of course, it is their absolute right to question processes. And that's why situations like this are open to observers. And as we heard earlier on when Andy was taking us through the paces, the observers where he is actually currently stationed, they're all over the length and breadth of our country, and we shall be getting some preliminary reports as early as the 25th from some of these observers, and we shall always also be keeping an eye on the processes to make sure that they're free, fair, impartial. And that is why even as we go through our paces here at ZTN Prime, we're opening the space to each and everybody who has something to say, because we want to give an equal platform to everybody across the board, that they may have access to the media. And that is something for which we're known and for which we are celebrated and celebrate ourselves. I will also say, for example, that going forward, Andy said, social media, you need to verify, you need to fact check certain things, and that's exactly important. And that's why we've got teams in the background, behind the scenes, who go through the nitty-gritties of everything, all the bits of information, to make sure that if the truth were a religion, we are the Pope, we are the cathedral, and we oversee to make sure that you get only the best, the real truth, because Veritas is our middle name. If you're just joining us, well, of course, we've been here since 6:30 as we've been tracking the beginning of that day, D-Day, the beginning of voting day here in Zimbabwe. It's got implications in the country, in our region, and certainly in dynamics across the globe. Because as you know, we've been in the eye of international interest, perhaps especially since the turn of the millennium. And if we're supposed to do certain things, especially in our democracy, the only way to do them is to do them right. And if we're to do things in the media, the only way to do them is to do them the ZTN Prime way. You are on ZTN Prime, and this is Election 2023.
Welcome back. You're watching ZTN Prime, and this, of course, is 2023 election coverage right here on ZTN Prime in our exclusive and exhaustive coverage of the 2023 elections. We have reporters pretty much situated all around the country. I'm Andy Hodges, and I'm based here at the National Command Center. This is the nerve center of the Zimbabwean election. It will be here that votes will be tabulated, votes will be confirmed, and votes will be announced. Remember, in Zimbabwe, the only organization that is allowed to issue the vote officially is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. So anybody who tells you who the winners are, who the voters are, which is not the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, one, they're not allowed to, it's illegal, but two, you cannot take their word for it, because only the results that will be issued from where I am sitting, the command center, will be valid results, and the results that Zimbabweans can say, that is our vote. Polls opened at 7 a.m. We're getting reports here from ZEC that some polling booths have opened a little bit late. I think that was more logistical. There was some paperwork apparently that was waiting in some of the polling stations. We're going to give you more on that as we find out the information. But I would say that probably over 90%, if not more than that, of the polling stations have already opened. Queues started. In some cases, the reports we're getting, queues started as early as 5 a.m. Citizens who are eager and keen to cast their vote. And I must say, I even felt it yesterday. There's a palpable excitement in the air. There's no doubt Zimbabweans are keen to go and vote. They want to exercise their democratic right. In essence, to coin a phrase from the incumbent president, and who's also the ruling party candidate, ZANU-PF, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, he said, we fought a war for our democracy. We fought a war for the right to vote. So we must guard it jealously. So, of course, your vote is your right. So everybody, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, all the political parties, in fact, any stakeholder in Zimbabwe is encouraging the over 6.5 million Zimbabwean registered voters to go and vote. Let's have a look at some of the numbers. You got over 12,200 polling stations, or around there, 6,000, over 6.5 million registered voters. Robert will be giving us the exact numbers from the studio, and we cross back to him. We're also talking about 150,000 polling agents being deployed by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. You're talking about the paperwork, the ballot paper printing, the ink that's required, the stationery, the transportation, the logistics is incredible. Holding an election is no joke. And of course, right now in the command center, there literally is just us, the crew, covering the beginning of what's happening, because of course, it's polling day, it's voting day. So you can expect in the command center there's not a lot happening. In fact, even the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission officials and anyone else who's here at the command center would like to go and vote as well today. I think the action really will start later on during the day. What the command center will probably be doing during the course of today is they'll be dealing with any issues, any hiccups, any logistic problems that are happening out there, both from here and also from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, which is just up the road. In essence, a stone's throw away from us is where the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission offices are. So most of the ZEC officials are there at the moment, obviously making sure logistically things are working, making sure the polling stations are open, making sure all the polling agents are in place, that every polling booth has the necessary supplies and equipment, just to make sure that the Zimbabwean voter can walk in to the polling booth, vote without any hindrances. It's a smooth process. And in fact, you can see from our reports that we're getting initially from our reporters on the ground, it appears talking to voters that they're finding the process hassle-free. They're not really having any issues with it. It's a smooth process because in essence, when you get to the polling station, you'll see your name and ID particulars there. When you walk into the polling station, you'll actually see the same particulars, and then you'll have a picture of yourself. There'll be a picture there. Now there is a lot of it. Now, we talked earlier about social media and fake news. So one of the issues that came out was, well, if you don't wear a mask, the COVID-19 mask, if you don't wear a mask, you won't be able to vote. Now, that's just fake. That's just false news, because, of course, there's no requirement for anyone everyone to wear a mask. That was removed some time ago. So do not take that. And this is why we keep urging citizens to be careful about what you read on social media. You can always check on the Zimbabwe Election Commission official website. That would be a good source of information for you. And also the website will also signify whether as I said before, previously, you could go onto the website and see whether you registered to vote, the polling station that you're supposed to vote at. All that information is available to you, and it has been for some time. Now, there is one issue that we have noticed that's come up in previous elections, and that's the issue where voters go and they say we registered to vote, but when we get to the polling station, our name was not there. Now, it's important to note that 2 days after the president proclaims the date of the election, okay, the voter's roll is closed. So therefore, it means that you cannot then, even if you register 3 days afterwards, you cannot then vote. So you may see your name is not there, but you say, I have registered. Yes, you have registered. However, voting roll has to close at some point. In terms of new voters. Obviously, the voters' roll is fluid in terms of weeding out double the same names. You may have the same name as me, for example, the same particulars. That has to be checked. So it is a fluctuating up and down. Now then, as I said, we do have reporters in the field. Let's cross over to Sharon. Sharon, so as we said, we talked to you earlier. It looked like the queues were building up. People were there early. The excitement was there. Talk us through exactly what's happening on the ground. This way? Oh, okay. Well, so unfortunately, with there. But when we did speak to her earlier, she did say the queues were there. They had started happening. The citizens were already waiting to cast their vote in anticipation, eager anticipation. In fact, all of our reporters across the country, ZTN Prime has extensive coverage of the election 2023, and we have reporters basically in all areas of Zimbabwe to bring you exactly what's happening on the ground. And I think initial reports are very clear. Voting has started smoothly. Most polling stations have opened on time. Voters are finding it that it takes just a few minutes. Once they get into the tent or into the polling booth, it's just taking a few minutes for the process to happen. Now remember, for all you voters, when you go into your polling booth, you should be given 3 ballot papers. The first paper, of course, is for the big one, the main office, the President of the Republic of the great nation of Zimbabwe. That's 1 voting ballot you'll get. Second ballot you'll get, of course, will be for your member of parliament or constituency vote. That will be, of course, for you to select the person who you want to represent in the parliament of Zimbabwe. The third ballot you'll receive will be for the urban and rural council, depending on where you are. That will be for your councillor of your specific ward. So please make sure that you get the 3 ballots when you get into the polling booth, except for those constituencies where already they've already won. For example, I believe it's 91 constituencies in urban councils have already been won by ZANU-PF. In those polling booths, you will not get that voting slip because, of course, the candidate has already won. And there's also, unfortunately, some candidates who have passed away since nomination date, which is very sad, and they, of course, are still on the ballot, but, of course, you have to have a by-election later on. So in some of those constituencies, you also will not get that ballot, and you'll only receive 2. So make sure that you do. The process is very simple. Don't be, if those of you sitting at home thinking, well, I am a registered voter, should I go vote or not? Your vote is your right. You should go and vote. And trust me, from the reports we're getting from all around the country, from our reporters, this is an easy process. Now, when we arrived here early this morning, about 6:30, we're actually sitting in the command center. The command center is at the Harare International Conference Center. It's adjacent to the 5-star hotel here in the capital city, of course. And a lot of observers are staying at the hotel. When we arrived, we saw the convoy of SADC observers leaving the hotel. They were closely followed by some from the Commonwealth and the African Union. And what's interesting about observers is that for the first time, really, there are groupings of observers who have come to monitor the elections who we haven't really seen or been here before. And that's excellent news. Because in essence, every election has observers. Doesn't matter what election it is and in what country. Please don't think that observers are only peculiar to Zimbabwe. This happens all around the world. And in fact, if I recall, in previous elections in our sister countries around us, I think Zimbabwe actually also sent some observers to go there. So what you have is a combination of observers who are groupings of observers like the African Union, SADC, European Union, the Commonwealth. Those are groupings of observers. And then you have, for example, we heard earlier that the Pakistan Electoral Commission is also accredited and has come to Zimbabwe to to monitor and have a look at how the election is being run. And then obviously different embassies here, their ambassadors and their staff have also accredited to the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission because, of course, you need accreditation. Without this, you cannot enter this building. And you can appreciate the security here because this is the nerve center. It is where I am sitting right now is where the results will be announced. Now, it's a little bit different from previous years. In previous elections, we've had the commissioners. I will probably later on take you once more through the auditorium to show you exactly where the command center is and how it looks at the moment. But there is a podium where the commissioners will be sitting. Now, in previous elections, they have announced the votes, the results for the members of parliament and, of course, the council votes. This year will be a bit different. Because the numbers will be posted outside the polling booth, they believe that they won't have to announce those results, but they will, of course, be announced in the presidential election results. That is important. Why? Because you need 50% plus one. The Zimbabwe Electoral Commission wants to ensure that that vote is correct and that the will of the people is respected. I'm Andy Hodges right here at the command center. I'll take you back to the studio.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
New Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Welcome back. You're watching ZTN Prime, and this is our exclusive and extensive coverage of Zimbabwe's election 2023. I'm Andy Hodges. Good morning. I'm based here at the National Command Center. We have Robert Mukondiwa in the main studio, and we will be joined later on by Candice Wagalele. She'll also be interviewing, and also I believe Marissa will also be joining us in terms of our coverage here in our head office in Harare. However, on the streets, in all the capitals, in the rural areas of Zimbabwe, we have an extensive reporting crew out there who will be giving us feedback on what is happening, case by case, blow by blow, really giving us an update on what's happening. Now, just to recap, polling stations opened at 7 a.m. this morning on the dot. Reports we're receiving that over 95% of all polling stations opened on time. There were a few here and there that didn't open due to various issues. Logistically, we understand from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, however, 95%, if not more, of the polling stations have opened. Now, we also have reporters on the ground who are speaking to voters outside the polling stations, and I tell you, the excitement is there. Zimbabweans are excited to go and cast their vote, to be able to choose the leader of their choice, the leadership of their choice. And of course, we did also spoke to one of the very first voters. I think countrywide, he was probably number 3 or 4 of the voters that managed to cast their vote. He said the whole process was incredibly smooth. He walked in, it just took him about 3 to 4 minutes to cast his vote, to get verified, to cast his vote, to get the ink on his finger. He said it was a smooth process. So those of you who are sitting at home wondering, should we go to the polling booth or not, the answer is a big resounding yes. Your vote is your right. This is exactly why Zimbabwe is independent, and this is why we voted. So now we have voting. Gwinyai Muzewe was actually voting in Kwekwe as well. There's voting going on, and we obviously will be following the major candidates, particularly the presidential candidates, as Dr. Mnangagwa. But now let's move over to Kwekwe and let's see what's happening in Kwekwe. Cross over to our reporter there on the ground. So maybe you could fill us in. What's happening there? Who's voting? Who's voting right now at the moment? The incumbent president and the party candidate was only here for voting, and his wife are voting in Kwekwe. Of course, as you know, Kwekwe is where the sun, of course the sun. It's early in the morning, we've still got a long way to go. But Everson Jr., the son of the incumbent president, and of course the candidate was only here is voting in Kwekwe with his wife. That, of course, is the area where Dr. Edie Mnangagwa comes from. He has a huge farm out there. He's a very successful commercial farmer in his own right and has been for many years. We, of course, will be following the major players in the election. We'll be obviously following Nelson Chamisa, who is the leader of CCC, Citizens Coalition for Change. We'll also, of course, be following some of the other candidates. There's Elizabeth Valerio. There's also, of course, you've got Gwinyai Muzewe. They'll all be voting, and we should be obviously, hopefully, following them wherever they are to capture them voting. But getting back to the voting options, now let's just step back a bit and understand the process of the election in Zimbabwe. Because really, as far as we're concerned, the election really starts in earnest when the nomination court sits. Of course, parties may have done their internal party selection for their candidates, but that's internally, and that happened prior to the nomination court. But once the nomination court sits, that is when Zimbabweans found out exactly who was vetted, was approved by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and who would be standing as candidates. Now, that unfortunately the day of the nomination went very smoothly. But what was unprecedented in Zimbabwe, particularly after that, was the amount of court cases that was raised by it. We had different court cases brought by the MDC, for example, because 87 of their candidates were disqualified for not paying on time or paying the security on time or not getting nominated on time. In fact, those 87 candidates, because they were disqualified, the leader of the MDC, Douglas Monzora, had decided to boycott the election. He withdrew from the election and he asked his supporters not to vote for anyone. It should be a complete boycott. Unfortunately, however, according to the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, he applied to pull out of the race without due time. Apparently, there was 21 days you have to give notice for the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to withdraw your name from the ballot. They say that it wasn't 21 days. He said it was, but that's a discussion for another day. Having said that, Douglas Monzora's name is still on the presidential ballot, we understand. However, he has withdrawn. It'll be interesting to see how many people still vote for him because his name is there. So to potential voters or voters going into polling stations, as far as they're concerned, they are voting for him. It'll be interesting to see that. There were other issues, of course, surrounding 12 CCC candidates in Bulawayo, as well as some candidates from ZANU-PF who were also disqualified again for late registration. However, that was overturned by the higher courts because they found that there was no evidence of that, and in fact these candidates could stand again. So, and this was particularly in Bulawayo, so they went back on the ballot, and they in fact are competing today for those positions, particularly as members of parliament. Now, why is it critical? Well, because as you can appreciate, Zimbabwe has a parliamentary system of government. You have the president, which is the executive, so he basically is the president and he has his cabinet, and then you, of course, you have members of parliament or parliament, and then you have the Senate. So parliament is critical because it's parliament who passes the laws, who have oversight of the executive and also to a certain degree over the judiciary and of course over councils. So the parliament is sort of, I can say, the nerve center of government. But rural district councils and urban district councils are seriously important. Just have to go to any of the major cities, Harare, Bulawayo, Mutare, Masvingo, Gweru, Kadoma, Kwekwe, you name it. Any city in Harare is run by local authorities. It isn't run by central government. It's run by councillors. So sometimes your vote for councillor is critical because those are the people who will of course be running the cities on a day-to-day basis. So this is why, of course, then of course you have your rural district councils as well. So what happens is, after nomination court is done, unfortunately, as I said, we had numerous court cases, unprecedented, I must be honest. You've never seen so many court cases, to be frank, covering all sorts of issues. Most of them raised by the opposition parties. ZANU-PF didn't seem to have too much of an issue because they did manage to field candidates in every single constituency, every single electorate, as did to a certain degree CCC. However, CCC did miss out on 91 council seats, which they didn't put any candidates up. In fact, those were uncontested and immediately went to the winner, the ZANU-PF. Of course, that will be announced by Zimbabwe Electoral Commission in a few days, because legally Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has 5 days to announce the results of the election. But those 91 are uncontested, so they've already won, so there's no election happening in that one, which is important for those of you who are voting in those areas, because you will not receive a ballot for the council seat because it's already been won, because the candidate stood unopposed. So once the nomination court is done, okay, and Zimbabwe Electoral Commission then announces who the candidates are, well, then campaigning began in earnest. And of course, we've witnessed over the last month and a half, we witnessed numerous rallies being held all around the country as political parties went out to meet the electorate. Now, what's important about that is that you have to look at what makes a democracy, what makes a free and fair election. And one of the issues, of course, is that political parties must have easy access to the electorate. They must be able to go and spread their message to them. And by all accounts, in fact, don't take my word for it. We've spoken to most of the political parties, with the exception of Triple C and, of course, MDC, that is pulled out because of the disqualification of their members of parliament, 87 members of parliament candidates. All the other political parties, all the other presidential candidates I spoke to stated that they had no problems going and talking to their supporters. They had no problems accessing any area of Zimbabwe. They had no problems with the police. And even if the police did disqualify their rallies, I was told directly that they understood why the police were doing it, because the police explained to them. So in that case, however, Triple C, on the other hand, are not saying that. They're saying that there's possibly issues. But again, you know what? They always say that these things are the past. What we're talking about today is polling stations open at 7 a.m. They should close officially at 7 p.m. However, if previous elections are anything to go by, if you're in the queue at that time, if you're in the queue before 7 a.m. or 20 seconds to 7 p.m. this evening, your vote, they will wait for you to cast your vote. And we found, actually, if you look at 2018 as a good example, there were some polling stations in Harare and in Bulawayo that closed well past midnight. So you can expect ZTN Prime reporters and ourselves in the command center and all through Zimbabwe to be here with you throughout the whole day, because of course you're watching ZTN Prime with exclusive, deep and meaningful coverage of Zimbabwe's elections 2023. Now, the process is very simple, and I think for those of you who are still at home watching ZTN Prime, and you may be going to your polling stations during the course of the day, the process is simple. First of all, if you have access to computer or internet, you can go onto the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission website and search your name, see if you are registered voter and where your polling station is. That you can do. If you already know that information, well, go to your polling station. And when you get to the polling station, they post the names of the voters who can vote at that polling station. And the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission states that there's only 1,000 voters per polling station. This is what they say. So your name will be there. There will be no picture, but just your name. Okay. Then you obviously wait in the queue for your turn. Once you walk in to the polling station, you'll then obviously have to carry ID. You have a national ID. You have a passport. And of course, then you can go in, and then they'll see your name, they'll check your particulars, and there'll be a poster. But before I continue telling you exactly what's happening, let's cross over to our reporter on the ground in Mashonaland East. What's happening there? Is there excitement? Are voters queuing? Have the numbers increased since 7 a.m. polling opened? Obviously, as you can appreciate, with so many reporters on the ground all around the country, communication does become a challenge. However, we will, of course, it's early days. It's only coming up to probably close to 9 a.m. So it's still early days. Polling stations have been open for just over an hour and a half. So it's still early days. However, we, of course, will be crossing to all our team on the ground throughout the country to give you up-to-date information. So let me reiterate, polling stations opened. Over 6.5 million voters are eligible to cast their vote today. This is Vote 2023, Zimbabwe's national harmonized election. This is a day when Zimbabweans, without fear, without favor, without intimidation, are able to go and cast their democratic right to elect their leaders for the next 5 years. Of course, the incumbent government was under ZANU-PF, and his leader was Dr. Edi Mnangagwa. He is the candidate for ZANU-PF, and in an exclusive interview that we had with him 2 days ago, he stated that this would be his last term if he won that's if he won the election. And I say if because no one can say who's going to win the election or who hasn't, except the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission and, of course, you, the people of Zimbabwe, when you cast your ballot. So getting back to what happens, you then walk into the polling station. There is a list now with your name, all your details, and there's a picture. Okay, so the polling agent will verify that it's you. Okay, then once that's done, you'll receive 3 ballot papers, the presidential one, the candidacy, the member of parliament, and of course council. Okay, there'll be 3 ballot papers, all different colors. If I'm not mistaken, I think the council one is gray, member of parliament is blue, is mauve, and the presidential could be blue. Anyway, we'll verify that later. But there are 3 ballot papers which you then can cast your vote on. So it's an easy process. Once you're in there, it takes you between 3 to 4 minutes to be able to cast your vote, walk out of the site, and then go about your business. It's a holiday. You then go and enjoy yourself. But please do not stay around polling stations, polling areas. It is not right. Anyway, we, of course, are continuing our coverage right here on ZTN Prime. Don't go away. We will be back with you, not just now, but for the next 3 to 4 days.
President coming to the country, asking for that crucial second term so that he, in his own words, wraps up his ideas for this beautiful Southern African country. He's casting his vote in all parliamentary and, of course, presidential and council elections as we get those crucial visuals from Sherwood. The ZANU-PF candidate, Emerson Mnangagwa, has definitely made his mark, as it were, alongside his wife. Now let's get a bit of sound from our men on the ground.
Your Excellency, how do you feel after casting your vote?
I've done my duty as a citizen of the country to decide who should be president of this country. I made the decision.
Well, of course, as we're trying to get to hear what the ZANU-PF candidate the incumbent Emerson Mnangagwa had to say there after casting his vote at Sherwood Primary School in the Midlands there. And I am not a prophet, nor a prophet's son, but I will tell you, I'm pretty sure that gentleman, when he made his crucial X for president, he must have voted for himself. And certainly we've got that jostling. You've seen that there's a great number of interest there coming from people in the media who want to get to hear what he has to say. And he's saying, of course, he's also given us, he's contributed to his mandate as a voter. He's using that crucial vote to make sure that he tries to influence the way that his democracy goes. And that is why everyone, whoever you support across the political spectrum, it is important to register to vote, and it is even more important to go on the actual day and vote. And we've also been giving you other visuals from other people who also woke up early. And see, now this is where it gets interesting. Whether you're that gentleman, the elderly gentleman who said, I got here early to vote so that I go back home and have my warm cup of tea. Or if you are a president hoping to get a second term, you get there early in the morning.
It's very strong here. No one is just willing to lose their money for nothing when you know you will lose. So this is where I stay. It's principally ZANU-PF. Those who want have money to lose or to waste, they actually come forward. But those who are careful, they don't.
Thank you very
much. The reason why they do.
Thank you very much.
Wish you the best. Okay,
well, there we have it. Members of the Fourth Estate jostling for that all-important shot. And as always, we always give you that vantage point here on ZTN Prime to make sure that you're on the front row when we get those crucial moments. Of course, we'll be going round to see other aspirants, hopefully the presidential aspirants, as they go about casting their votes in the various other places where they are. Don't forget that much as we tout the ZANU-PF candidate Emerson Mnangagwa and the Triple C candidate Nelson Chamisa, there are other runners and riders, as it were, in this crucial race. We've even got a first-time runner in the form of Elizabeth Valerio, and she is the sole female candidate, which is remarkably unfortunate, of course. But, of course, now back to those visuals. We're seeing a bit of light moments there at Sherwood Primary School as that man in the colorful scarf leaves. He seems content. He's happy. He's used his 5 minutes and he's used his one man, one vote. And he hopes that as he's come to the country asking for that crucial second term, that he may get it. But he's by no means going to get it easy, because there are 9 other people breathing down his neck and hoping to wrest that position away. They also want to be the head of state and government of this beautiful country. They also want to make sure that they speak to the political direction of our nation. And we shall indeed, as we go forward, be giving you some of those statistics, mashing it up for you, giving you all the other runners and riders and the crucial little nitty-gritties of this election, so that you get the picture, the entire picture, here on ZTN Prime. We hit the ground running. We, of course, as soon as day broke here in Zimbabwe, today the sun started shining. Sun rose at 11 minutes past 6. We were already up and about. Our teams were already up and about. And certainly, as you would know, we were the first to start this live broadcast of what shall be indeed an interesting day. Starting at 6:30, we were giving you information from across the length and breadth of our country, from the various men and women we have stationed, so that we get first-hand information from across the provinces, from across constituencies, because while certain events are important, the voting of people like these candidates, the voting by the incumbent Emerson Mnangagwa, the voting by Elizabeth Valerio, Love Momaduku, Nelson Chamisa, those are important. But for us, every little bit is important. That's why we started early in the day, and that's why way after the polls close, we shall make sure that we will be the last to switch off the light and say, let's sleep and let's wake up tomorrow morning, and of course, let's do it again then. But going forward, I'll tell you, we shall have very, very interesting analysis. We shall be having a lot of mashup. As I said, a lot of information is coming through within the next 5 to 10 minutes. When we switch the ante, up the ante, switch to other levels and other gears to make sure that you sit wherever you are, in your living room, at work, because some of you are not enjoying this bank holiday that we have. We are seeing a lot of you who are in the region, of course. So we hope that you shall be getting information from us. And but these people who are waiting anxiously in Kwekwe to cast their votes, this very early period, these people are enjoying a bank holiday. Today is a holiday in Zimbabwe, declared to make sure everybody uses the time between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. to choose a time of their liking, the time they're comfortable with, in order to go and exercise that crucial right to vote. And of course, we know we've got several people, hundreds, thousands even, who are strewn across the country, who would also want to have a front row seat to what's happening really at the nerve center of it all, wherever the news breaks. And we're there for you so that you can go about your lives. There are other people who are just observing this election, your neighbors of ours in this great Southern Africa, your even allies, or you just have a certain interest. We are going to be broadcasting to you and giving you all the facts, and no fact is too small or too big. So this is Election 2023. I'm your host, Robin Kondiwa, and of course at the command center is Andy Hodges, and we shall then be trickling down to the constituencies to speak to our men and women on the ground, the foot soldiers. But until perhaps the next 5 minutes, when we'll just be upping the ante, this is Election 2023.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. 2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Well, it's just before 9 o'clock over an hour and a half into Zimbabwe's general election, and the voter turnout is staggering. 6.6 million people are registered to vote in this election, a record in this southern African country. We have 10 presidential candidates, 1 card to occupy a state house, 1 vote per person, who will be the next head of state and government, and the most powerful man or woman between the Zambezi and the Limpopo. Who shall be the next president of the Republic of Zimbabwe? This is election 2023. Now, any of the 10 runners and riders in this election will emerge with that important card. But what is at stake? What are they trying to get? And this aspiration between these men and women, what motivates them? Well, I'll show you what it is. It is this beautiful country. This is what is at stake. This beautiful country called Zimbabwe. They are trying to make sure that they win this beautiful country. Dissected into 10 provinces, as you will see, and in these 10 provinces we shall have other plebiscites, but it seems that, of course, the greatest attraction there is that main card, which is the presidential election. But before we get into our runners and riders, let us look at another thing that is at stake. We've got other races that are happening, where the Senate and the lower house, and these seats are what people are vying for. They want the upper house, they want the lower house. I gave you a bit of a mashup of what is at stake in terms of the numbers, and certainly we've got 210. We talked about direct representation, direct voting for the lower house, and Zimbabwe, don't forget, is a bicameral system, so we've got an upper house and a lower house, and you shall know that we will be moving in this particular session of Parliament from what used to be the House of Parliament here in the Central Business District, just a stone's throw away from where I am, and they'll be going to Mount Hampton, and they want to be those first tenants, and they want these seats, and they want to record history. And so we shall also be following those proceedings at Senate and, of course, the lower house. And elsewhere, there's going to be the council elections, local government elections, and this, of course, is a very, very varied and wide election. A lot of people want to occupy spaces, and there's a lot at stake. However, back to that key card, the presidency. Who are the runners and riders? Let's start with the 2 men that everybody is talking about. These 2, they currently stand at 0.0%. As you can see, they have nothing to their names as yet recorded. But these 2 are not new to each other. They came head to head. They were right at the edge last time in 2018. And what happened in 2018 is that incumbent, Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front, just got it by 50.8%. Contrast that to Nelson Chamisa, who then was with the Movement for Democratic Change Alliance, the MDC Alliance. This is not a newcomer. He came in 1999 as a greenhorn in Kwadzana as a legislator. But these 2 ran for presidency for the first time at the same time in 2018. So they were both freshmen to this very grand race. And of course, while the percentages seem to have been very wide, you will remember that the numbers were not too wide, and it was exciting. It went right down to the wire. And so these 2 are the people that people are talking about a lot. But when you hear that, you would think they're the only runners and riders. By far, they're not. There are other runners and riders here. Some names you will find familiar, some you will find as new. Of course, we've got Lovemo Maduku, the National Constitutional Assembly. It started, of course, as a pressure group and a lobby team that were asking for a new constitution. But of course, that morphed into a political party. So we've got Love Maduku. He's back again. He didn't do too well last time around. Doesn't faze him. He doesn't care. He's been going around and he's been running these his very intimate affairs of rallies, and he's not been intimidated by seeing these large numbers at ZANU-PF rallies and these large numbers at the CCC rallies. He and his Orange Revolution, you find him with 4, 5, 6, 10 people, but he seems very, very content. He's back again. We've got Wilson. Wilson's back again. He was there last time around, and he seems really hell-bent on getting this. You will remember he was with Mavambo Kusile Dawn, and that is the Simba Makoni outfit that was really a juggernaut in the year 2008. But of course, they pushed that runoff. They were strong. And then he says, you know what, I'd rather go it alone. Simba Makoni is sitting somewhere. He's probably resting and says he's out of the game. But Wilson says, you know what, I'm still in this game. And we have Our Lady. We have Elizabeth Valerio. She had been frozen out, indeed, at the nomination process. But she fought it and said, you know what, I want in. And she fought the system. And Elizabeth Valerio, after being outside, she has been let in. And this is her first jab at the top job. Also running is Love Maduku, as I said. He's a constitutional lawyer who barely inflicted a chink in Emerson and Nelson's armor last time around, but he's back again. They're not the only ones. We've got another batch coming through. And they also want the top job. You may see somebody who looks a bit familiar. And because he is familiar, half familiar. The name Muzorewa does not sound new to those who know Zimbabwe's electoral history. After the Prime Minister of the short-lived Zimbabwe Rhodesia was the Bishop Abel Tendekai Muzorewa. He's late, of course, but now his younger brother, Gunyai Muzorewa, has thrown his hat into the fray. And under his brother's United African National Council, UANC, he is here to take a jab. Blessing Kasiamuru is another name that comes back for a second bite of the cherry. Blessing Kasiamuru, he was here the last time. He attempted. He was dismally far last time around, but he's still here. He's still determined and defiant, and regardless of what happened the last time. But then we have these two. We've got this particular gentleman known as Douglas Monzora. He, after wrestling this very important party that we were talking about, a party called the Movement for Democratic Change Alliance, he snatched it from under the nose of one Nelson Chamisa. And then he says, in footage that has gone viral, he had said that in this particular election, he was going to win. And there was going to be so much monotony when the results were going to be announced that, guess what? Those who will be calling out the results will start sounding like a broken record. And there was that talk that in the end, they won't be saying Monzora. They'll just be saying Ra, 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 Ra. But what happened? Well, he suddenly announced, after having filed his papers successfully, he developed cold feet and tried to withdraw from this hot race. But it was too late, and his name is already on the ballot paper today. So as a result, he will have to get a report card from the electorate regardless of wanting out. While some people want out, there's some people who want in. And one person out in the cold who shall be deeply unhappy is this gentleman, Xavier Kasukuwere. While others are afraid of the process and want out, Xavier Kasukuwere, the former Minister of Youth, desperately wanted in. He's living in self-imposed exile, of course, in South Africa since the change of guard in 2017. But Kasukuwere successfully filed his papers, but his candidacy was challenged in the courts of law on several legal platforms. And he fought tooth and nail, hoping to win, but the courts ruled that an absentee voter and candidate was an absentee aspirant. he is not happy, and is not a happy man. And there are questions, really, that viewers, we know you would want to ask of him, including whether he's going to run again or he's been phased and does not want to come back again. And of course, here at ZTN Prime, we shall be asking all the important questions, and we shall indeed be asking him whether in future plebiscites he wants to run. And of course, it is our job to unpack what is definitely going to be a tight-fought race. Talking about tight-fought, take Bulawayo province, for example. Bulawayo province, that beautiful, clean city. The second, it actually is the industrial hub of our country. So there was a battle that spilled into the courts when the two main contenders, the CCC and ZANU-PF, waged a duel with an allegation that the CCC candidates had registered candidature outside of the time frame that was given. And of course, with the 12 seats in the balance for this area, this fight was very intense. So like the 12 parliamentary seats had gone, that's what the people had thought, only for the decision to be rescinded, and the candidature of these so-called Bulawayo 12 has been reconfirmed. So today, they're up for grabs on the ballot. So this is going to be hard fought, and obviously interest is going to be high on who the electorate shall decide to give the mantle of leadership, you see, because here there's a lot of interest. Now, one key constituency of interest is Cowdrey Park, where Mthuli Ncube, he's the finance minister, of course, in the recently dissolved cabinet. Well, he's aspiring to run for MP in Cowdrey Park against a youthful greenhorn from the CCC who is called Pasho Sibanda. So Mthuli has promised El Dorado, better roads, infrastructure, modernized habitat, and even free Wi-Fi. Sibanda, on the other hand, promises that his youth is a gift that should be embraced, a gift that keeps on giving. And so our eyes shall be on that constituency. And as I had said earlier on, we've got a slew of people who are on the ground who are going to be making sure that you get all the information that you want. And we're going to be giving you this information. We've got Andile Chuma in Bulawayo province, and he's going to be keeping a close eye on the goings-on in that place. And elsewhere in the province, CCC aspiring parliamentary freshman and deputy national spokesperson Gift Ostalos Siziba locks horns with ZANU-PF's Judith Ncube Mukwana in Pelandaba, Chabalala, with CCC knowing that a deputy spokesperson without parliamentary presence is seriously hamstrung, and so they will be hoping to win that. And in Harare province, let's take Harare province for example. Now, we know what Harare province is. This is indeed the seat of government, the seat of power, and several seats are being battled for here, which raise interest. For example, in Mavuku Tafara, ZANU-PF aspiring MP is the young and well-known businessman Scott Sakupwanya, who has his sights set on political office with promises of free transport and better roads. And he even got his campaign underway by drawing from his popular connections, bringing boxing legend and great Floyd Money Mayweather to the dirty, dusty townships where he grew up. We're proud of that dust. And once in a lifetime, opportunities were given to the young people there and the young constituents to meet this boxing royalty. And of course, now will the electorate be happy to say, show me the money, as they did when Floyd Money Mayweather landed? Or will the CCC candidate, Febioni Munyaradzi, manage to clinch a seat that had started turning traditionally opposition since the turn of the millennium? And of course, in St. Mary's, that is in Chitungwiza. Chitungwiza, of course, that beautiful metropolitan satellite town, rather. legislator for the constituency, Job Sikhala, is currently incarcerated and facing a slew of violence-related charges. But this has not stopped things happening at Triple C, you see. So this is the first time that since the birth of the then Movement for Democratic Change in 1999, that he's not either on the ballot or a major influence on goings-on there. Now, instead, there's a bit of dissension in the House and in the ranks at Triple C, because St. Mary's is one of a number of constituencies where Triple C has fielded more than one candidate for one seat. Now, popular early contender and lawyer Freddy Masarirevu, who jumped over hoops to get new voters to register, was kicked where it hurt the most in the final minute with the emergence of another name that certain names in the leadership presumably preferred above him. Now, two names are on the ballot with the Triple C logo, and the voters prefer will the voters prefer the anointed of the leadership, or will they want the workhorse that did the donkey work, as it were? And will ZANU-PF candidate, the ZANU-PF candidate there, not benefit from the split votes and anarchy and snatch the parliament seat here? We don't know, and that's why we're going to keep our eyes there, certainly, and we know there's great interest there. Remember last time it happened, and it usually happens that when this one party fields two candidates, it's the opposition or their opposition that wins. Remember the erstwhile Deputy Minister of Information, Energy Mutodi, well, he charged his political batteries and got energy last time around, thanks to a similar situation in his constituency in Goromonzi, I presume, when the then main opposition MDC alliance, also under Nelson Chamisa, suffered from similar nomination court chaos. And Mugowich Gada, as I said earlier, is our man on the ground in Mashonaland East, and he shall be keeping a bird's eye view on goings-on in that province, which was traditionally been a stronghold of the ruling ZANU-PF. Now, he is perched in Wedza, where ZANU-PF Vice President and Second Secretary Constantino Chiwenga hails from, and shall be ramping support for the party in his home garden. Now, there are names that create opposition party trepidation, namely Uzumba, Maramba, and Fungwe, Uzumba and Maramba Fungwe constituency, a constituency that shakes every ZANU-PF supporter from the tree and encourages them to head to the polls. Now, ZANU-PF will be looking to make sure that the people come out in their numbers again if they're to gain a comfortable cushion in their safe provinces. Now, let's just stop there and see. This is it. This is Mashonaland East I'm talking about. Mashonaland East, this is where Mgoethe Gada is going to be. And while there's always been a lot of talk about, oh, how does Uzumba Maramba Fungwe get this? Now, after the delimitation exercise, you will know that they now have that as two different constituencies. But to be fair, that unfairness was actually on the people in Uzumba Maramba Fungwe. Uzumba Maramba Fungwe is not a place, it is places. It is Uzumba, Maramba, and Fungwe. And which is no surprise that the numbers would always be that great, because technically they are three different constituencies and would deserve to have three different legislators, but they had just been clustered together, and as a result, they would always have these massive figures. But also take places like Mzarabani North constituency, for example, where the ZANU-PF candidate there is the Minister of Energy, Jemu Soda. He hopes to encourage the voters to maintain their tradition of making a beeline for the voting booth, and we saw that happening elsewhere. Now, this is a constituency that anyone can call the opposition candidate and also ran, because nobody can seem to wrestle this seat away from ZANU-PF, you see. Now, let's stop here at Mzarabani, and I'll give you a bit of trivia. Now, ever since back in the day, even in the day when it was just Mzarabani constituency, we didn't have North, we didn't have South, it was all one constituency. A lot of these seats would be contested. 1995, for example, all contested, 2,000 contested, but people did not want to contest against in this particular constituency because we have got big names that hail from there, names that will send trepidation, names like Bodagezi. Yes, he was one of the people who was a legislator from Zarabani. So it is traditionally one of the strongest places where ZANU-PF has a showing. It is very brave for Triple C to go there because every vote counts. Remember, we are talking about the presidential election being won by 50% plus one. If you do not go to Mzarabani, if you do not go and campaign there and say, oh, but it's a given that we've lost, perhaps that plus one will come from Mzarabani. And I think that's why Triple C has been brave to say we are going everywhere and we want to field everywhere because they don't know where their plus one can come from. But I will tell you, ZANU-PF is going to be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that that bastion is untouched. Another person was Joyce Mjuru, Teurairo Panungo, Runaida, whatever you will call it. She then came up as the parliamentary person after Bodagezi was made a governor back in the day. And she also is a former Mzarabani constituency member of parliament. On to Bindura, where ZANU-PF had their weakest showing since the opposition as we know it came to being. Yes, this is one of the places where, even though it's Mashonaland Central, ZANU-PF was given a run for their money. And I know Triple C are looking at this and saying, we want to give ZANU-PF a run for their money. Why? It is peri and semi-urban and urban. And as you know, traditionally, the MDC in 1999 and the MDC alliance in 2018 have always traditionally had a great love affair with urbanites. And of course, that's why ZANU-PF will have to fight very, very hard to make sure that they keep this. Now, a look at the incumbent president's home, Midlands Province. We've been there. We saw Sharon Manjima take us there, Midlands Province. Now, the one thing that is going for him, and that is the incumbent, is the fact that this is his hometown. Now, the undeniable, internationally acknowledged power of incumbency is strong. Now, this is something those leading the campaign in his home province are keen to live up to. Now, following proceedings in that province, as you saw, we've got Sharon. She even gave us beautiful snippets of the ZANU-PF candidate, the incumbent president, voting. And of course, but that province also has its own urban pressure points like Kwekwe Central, and ZANU-PF will also be seeing to it that they try and get that back. And I will tell you, Triple C will want to claw back there because that's one of the areas that got an independent as a legislator who, of course, is now late. They used to call him Blackman. He was really, really loved there. God rest his precious soul. Now, because they're peri-urban seats, this is an area that, of course, CCC will want to, in essence, claim to be theirs, you see. So now, talk about going forward to perhaps the past 2 decades. What has happened in the past 2 decades is the cities have seen the Triple C in its erstwhile form, maintaining a strong grip on these urban areas. And if they're to make Emerson Mnangagwa and his ZANU-PF party work hard in his home province, they certainly have to ensure that they widen the margins and make the contest as tight as it can be. And of course, I will return to the rest of these, to the rest of the nation, and we shall unpack these statistics going forward. But at the moment now, let's take a look at statistics around this election in relation to past elections and put some certain things into perspective, for example, especially around delimitation, which we were talking about when I said, oh, we've changed certain things and some places have been mashed up, some have been cut. Manicaland, for example. In Manicaland, Berengwa South constituency was collapsed and 3 constituencies now remain, and that is Berengwa East, Mberengwa West, and Mberengwa Central. Now, this collapsed constituency was replaced by the creation of a new Mkoba North constituency. And that's what delimitation did in Manicaland. But delimitation didn't stop there. Delimitation went to other areas, of course. We've got, for example, we've got Harare province. Changes were made to Harare province as well in the delimitation process. Now, 3 constituencies were created from Harare South constituency, namely Churu, Harare South, and Hunyani. An additional constituency was created in Epworth, resulting in Epworth North and Epworth South constituencies. Harare North was reconfigured and renamed to Hatcliffe constituency. And of course, other changes were rolled out by this delimitation exercise that we were talking about. And these changes also were seen in Bulawayo province. Beautiful province, land, my hometown, Bulawayo. 7 constituencies were reconfigured and renamed as follows. Bulawayo North, Cowdrey Park with Mtulingwe, which I talked about extensively. Emakhandeni Luveve, Entumbani Njube, Lobengula Magwegwe, Mpopo Mamzilikazi, and Pelandaba Chabalala. Those are the changes that were brought down into the second largest city by the delimitation exercise. Elsewhere, Wemgobe is Mashonaland East, changes went there as well. They're rolling everywhere through this delimitation. 3 constituencies, namely Chikomba Central, Chikomba East, Chikomba West, were reconfigured due to low registered voter population. And as a result, Chikomba Central was collapsed and 2 constituencies remain, namely Chikomba East and Chikomba West. So, changes, collapses, things are happening everywhere. We've actually got changes that we'll speak to, changes that we'll be telling you as well. Changes like in Mashingo, for example, Gutu North was collapsed and merged with other existing constituencies due to low registered voter population, which failed to meet the minimum threshold for a constituency. However, the collapsed constituency was replaced by the creation of a new Chirezi Central constituency. In the same vein, Zaka East and Zaka West were collapsed and reconfigured to form a new Zaka South constituency. Now, one of the collapsed constituencies was replaced by the creation of a new Mwenezi North constituency. Now, in effect, the province retained its previously allocated 26 constituencies. 26 constituencies still remain after the delimitation exercise, but of course there are different demarcations. Let's go to the land of the incumbent of Emerson Mnangagwa. Let's go to Midlands province. Now, Mberengwa South constituency was collapsed and 3 constituencies now remain, and that is Mberengwa East, Mberengwa West, and Mberengwa Central. Now, this collapsed constituency was replaced by the creation of, as we said, of Mkoba North constituency. Changes also came to places including Matabeleland South, of course, and we shall be taking walks through these changes as we go so that you get an appreciation of how things are looking, of course. And as we continue going bit by bit, let's go to the next areas that we will see, perhaps even Masvingo province, for example, as I give you another bit of a rundown with regards some of the changes that are coming. Now, Nelson Chamisa knows that if he is to become the next occupant of State House, he has to take the House of Stone, claim Zimbabwe Mawe from the source, or at least making an incredibly strong showing there in Masvingo province and Masvingo town. Now, of course, he has to make a great showing. Now, that is not an easy task, but it is not impossible. Now, George Maponga shall be watching that province for us, and he is going to be giving us up-to-date information as it breaks in that area. Matabeleland South province sees activity in the provincial capital, Gwanda. Matabeleland South, also another place very close to my heart. Beautiful. This is the land of gold, as it were. Now, of course, the story is the same largely from the last time. The urban heart of the province has been a ZANU-PF headache, while the peri-urban and the rural seats around Gwanda have been a breeze for the ruling party. Now, it is the home of gold mining communities, including Vubachikwe and Blanket Mines, as well as a myriad of entrepreneurs. Now, it is a capital that sees new names emerge, while the sun sets on dons, most notably outgoing provincial minister Abed Nikongube, who is not on the ballot this time around. Now, further down the province to the gateway to Zimbabwe is Beitbridge. Now, it anchors the province with swathes that the opposition can only eke out some numbers, but that shall be a bit of an uphill task for the Triple C. But ZANU-PF cannot sleep nor slumber. They need to make sure that the Triple C is not breathing down their necks because there is an urban patch there. And as we have seen from his going around, we've seen that their yellow movement going against the movement of ZANU-PF and fighting in the campaign trail. And it was jostling for numbers. And we have seen that they managed to wrest some good numbers in Beitbridge. So ZANU-PF are alive to that fact, and they will make sure that they try and make sure that there's a bit of a decent gap, because Nelson Chamisa was hell-bent on turning that patch of Matabeleland South yellow. Now, of course, it is anybody's game. We've got Tupeo Mulea there, a decent mate of mine. He's going to be keeping tabs on that, and his eyes are going to be literally on the ground. Now, in Matabeleland North Province, Cholocho is an interesting province. Now, the sun has set on old names that had etched their names there, and erstwhile legislators like, for example, Jonathan Moyo have started being, eroded from rocks on which they had chiseled their names. Enter new names like Libion Sibanda, who shall be fighting for the ticket to go up the hill to Mount Hamden and lead the way, hopefully, to further development. In Mashonaland West, now that's another province with interesting dynamics. And I know you will say I love every province and I have links with every province. First, this Mashonaland West is also known as Mashonaland Best. And I've also got personal, lovely links with the place, great schools. It's actually the breadbasket of our country, the wheat, the barley. Lovely, lovely, bounteous land that is. Now, they have their dynamics there. They are what Midlands are today, because the former president, the late Robert Mugabe, hailed from there, and they had that pressure, the pressure to please their son. Now that pressure has shifted to Midlands, but fresh pressure shall be to ensure a continuation in heavy hitting and big results. They need to have big results. Now, the opposition have slim pickings here. They always have. And they have had them, but this time there are a myriad of silver lines in which the opposition can look, because they are urban patches. Think Chinoi, for example. And further down in the province is another key place of interest, Northern Province. And now this has been a thorn in the flesh for ZANU-PF recently, because it is one of only 2 seats to be claimed by independent legislators in the last election. Now, this is the one that went to Themba Mliswa. He is, of course, the outgoing member of parliament, and he's running because he wants to retain the seat. In fact, he's a beloved son, former beloved son of ZANU-PF. And the real dynamics were inter-party disagreements. And of course, he seemed to be cruising in this particular campaign season to another term. But when he just thought he had it, enter Richard Tsvangirai, son of the late opposition stalwart Morgan Richard Tsvangirai, after whom, needless to say, he was named. Now, Richard seems to be the Lionheart that has given the race a 3-horse race type of face. Now, the stakes are very high. Will Richard prove to be the Lionheart? Will the bullish Themba Buru Mliswa go the opposition? Or will he be slayed by his foes? Now, or also, remember I talked about splitting. Will ZANU-PF capitalize on this mayhem and reclaim a seat that is important to their standing. You know where to get those answers. You know where we shall be giving you these answers. But certainly it's going to be an exciting race. We're going to be on it all day, throughout the day, giving you all the information that you may need. And let's look at perhaps the beauty of the country that we're talking about. We'll give you a couple of shots so that you see what is at stake, the beauty of Zimbabwe, and we know for an absolute fact that there is a lot at stake. There is a lot at stake, and we shall be giving you live crossovers to the voices of candidates across all political parties without fear or favor. And of course, that sunrise, you see, we've got a beautiful sunrise that we've got here. That sunrise was captured this morning by our sharpshooter. That was 11 minutes past 6. Wilson Kakurira, the sharpshooter. He woke up early in the morning. In Shona they say, Kubata jongwe mromo, to make sure you see the sunrise, because that sunrise spells a new dawn, a new future for a slew of new people who are trying to get into the governance of their country. That is the capital, that is Harare, that is where we're broadcasting from, and those are beautiful images that were given to us, that were gifted to us by our own Wilson Kakurira. We're certainly thankful for having a team that is this dedicated to the cause. And in the meantime, we shall be going onto the ground, talking to people, hearing what they have to say. But of course, we shall make sure that you guys should also have your say. So keep those comments coming. Keep them coming. Ask us for whatever you want. We shall give you whatever you want, because we are at your service. This is Zim Papers Television Network. My name is Robert Mukandiwa, and this is Election 2023.
Welcome back. This is Andy Hodges reporting to you for ZTN Prime from the National Command Center. This is Vote 2023 Zimbabwe's elections. Now, of course, one of the major barometers, one of the major things that any coverage of any election does is to look to see where are the main players, where are they voting, when are they voting, and we try and capture them because it's important to understand from leaders of political parties exactly what their views are on the election and also to really gauge whether they look confident or not, because that's also an interesting aspect when you look at anybody who's cast their vote. Now, we managed to catch up with the incumbent president and the leader of ZANU-PF. He's the presidential candidate for ZANU-PF in the 2023 elections, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. He actually voted at Sherwood, which is in Kwekwe, a suburb of Kwekwe. Let's cross over and hear what he had to say.
I've done my duty as a citizen of the country to decide who should be president of this country. I made the decision that I know him.
President, did you vote for yourself?
I did.
Your message
of course, I didn't see your picture. But I voted for you.
When you compared with 1980, when you came for the first democratic election, how do you compare?
Well, I think this time around there's been more awareness than in the past. I think we shall have a higher turnout this time around. And besides, we now have more than 6 million people registered as voters. Last time we had only about 5 million. So there's 1.5 million more. And I think this time around there was quite publicity. And most of our people, even the younger generation, are very interested to cast their vote, because I've seen in the media that, for the first time we wanted to show that we also have rights to make our decisions. It's very good.
President, do you think you're going to take this?
Pardon?
Do you think you're going to take this vote?
If I think I'm not going to take it, then I'll be foolish. And everyone who contests, if you're going to rest to win. And precisely is what I'm doing.
Your key message to the nation?
Peace, 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 non-violence. During, before, and after. Peace, peace.
Your Excellency, there were only 2 boxes inside. The other one, the councillor is already.
Yeah, because ZANU-PF is very strong here. No one is just willing to lose their money for nothing when you know you will lose. So this is where I stay. It's principally ZANU-PF. Those who want money, have money to lose or to waste, they actually come forward. But those who are careful, they don't.
right, you heard there from the ZANU-PF presidential candidate, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. Of course, I would call him the incumbent president, and he still, of course, is the president until one is selected by the people of Zimbabwe, whether it's him or whether it's the opposition or someone from another party. But you heard the question there to him. He said, the question was, are you confident that you'll win the election? His answer was quite straightforward. He says, well, I'll be silly not to be, because anyone who enters into any election, of course they must be confident of winning. You don't go into election thinking you're going to lose. But he appears to be full of confidence. You can see a very jovial president there, very relaxed. And in fact, talking to his party prior to the polls, when we had different discussions with them, they estimated that they would get 5 million votes. In fact, that number kept going up to 6 million. Now, when you think there's only 6.5 million votes, then you can imagine one political party getting over 80% of the vote. It's unheard of, except possibly in Rwanda currently, when Kagame won around 93-94% of the vote. But I'm not sure they'll get 6 million, but he seemed very confident there. Of course, we will be, during the course of the day, interviewing or meeting up with all the other candidates for president, or as many as we possibly can, particularly Nelson Chamisa, leader of the Citizens Coalition for Change, Triple C. Hopefully we'll actually try and catch up with Elizabeth Valerio as well. We'll see how many candidates we can get just to hear their views and what they think. But there was one important message there from the ZANU-PF presidential candidate, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. Peace, peace, peace. And I think that's something that's echoed not just from him as both the incumbent president and of course the leader of ZANU-PF, but also the opposition parties, because we have noticed that during the campaigning, the pre-election period, hate speech, rhetoric to incite supporters was way down. In fact, I can't even recall a case, if you even compare this to 2018, even go back 2013, for example, 2008, then you understand the levels of violence that Zimbabwe has seen and how this time it's very different. Also, one thing we noticed as well during campaigning was the freedom of access. Parties could access the supporters. The police, actually, their statistics showed that the ruling party, ZANU-PF, had more rallies banned. Just over 1,800 rallies were denied, compared to around 800 for the opposition Triple C. Those are the official statistics from the police. And in fact, all party members said that, we have been able to access our supporters. I spoke to NCA presidential candidate Professor Maduku. He said, we have no problem campaigning. We went anywhere we wanted. No one stopped us. I spoke to Bishop Gwinyai Muzarewa. He said exactly the same thing. And I also spoke to Elizabeth Valerio. She was doing a roadshow recently, and she said that she had no problem whatsoever as well. So it appears, but of course, Triple C did say that they did find pockets of resistance and pockets of places where they were stopped from campaigning. And of course, the MDC pulled out of the election, boycotting the election based on the fact that 87 of the MPs, were disqualified from standing, which effectively meant that even if Douglas Monzo had stood for president, he would have had pretty much 0 members of parliament because they were all disqualified, and he even went to court to try and sort that out. And I think that's one area that is important in future elections Zimbabwe looks at. Because after the nomination court sat, Zimbabwe saw an unprecedented wave of legal challenges, challenging all sorts of issues, whether it be the 12 candidates for Triple C, and I believe 2 or 3 from ZANU-PF that were disqualified for late payment. There were issues about payment using the swipe machine. Of course, everyone forgot that swipe at that time only took $4 million per month, and you were supposed to be paying $126 million. So even though you had the money in your account, you couldn't actually transfer the money because the law stated that you couldn't. These are issues that were overlooked. I think there were also issues that ZEC themselves have admitted that they need to look at in the Electoral Act and make recommendations to the new government on some of the changes that can be made to the electoral law and the Electoral Act. I think this is important. But then again, an election is a moving animal. It's not something that's static and is perfect. Every election can be better than the last. I think it's down to the new government that will be voted in by the people of Zimbabwe today. And of course, results will come out legally within 5 days. days. Zimbabwe Electoral Commission must announce within 5 days. It's down to them now to re-examine the electoral laws to close up these loopholes. I'll give you an example. One of the party, Triple C, the opposition party, complained about the voters' roll. Okay, they weren't complaining that they didn't get it. No, they got the voters' roll. They were complaining that it wasn't in the format whereby they could analyze it. Okay, but when you go and look at the Electoral Act, for example, it never states anything about giving the voters' roll in a certain format. It just says candidates must be availed of the voters' roll. So if you were a council candidate, you got the council, your ward voters' roll. If you're an MP, you got your constituency voters' roll, and of course, if you're president, you got the national voters' roll. But basically, it's a list of names and IDs and so on. It isn't something that you can then drill down and analyze. And ZEC was saying, well, look, the Electoral Act says that we must give you the voters' roll. We've given you the voters' roll, but it's not analyzable. So whether that's something to change or not, I'm not commenting on that. However, it's these little things that have created some sort of issues. And another one, for example, is the postal vote. The Triple C were complaining that the postal vote could be irregular, particularly because it dealt with the security services and they may be coerced to vote a certain way. Of course, this is all allegations. There's no proof of this because, of course, I would believe that any Zimbabwean would fight for their right to vote for the person or a person that they want. But anyway, having said that, ZEC itself said, they admitted that, you know what, if we're going to have postal votes for large groups of, say, security personnel who are deployed during the election, it may be a good idea to have observers there or to have polling agents there, so that it is done in a proper format in the camps, whoever they may be, and so on. So I'm just making a few comments on some of the issues that could be raised, and possibly after the election. I think they probably, ZEC has said that there's always a continuous review of the Electoral Act, and that will be done in conjunction with the new parliament, to come up with things that make it simplified. Because what you don't want in any electoral act is ambiguity. You don't want something that can be read either or. It should be clear cut, and then because no one can complain. Because one of the issues, of course, is that you don't want anyone to contest an election based on a technicality or triviality. You just want people to really go. You want Zimbabweans to go and vote for the candidates and parties of their choice, and winner wins, loser loses. And the point there, of course, is simple, is that why this message of peace resonates so strongly and so importantly is a simple argument. Today you are voting. 6.5 million of you, over that, are voting today. Possibly that may be, if you look at other previous elections, it could be probably 50, even 60% will be fantastic. So you're talking about maybe 4 million people will actually eventually go to the polls. The other ones may stay at home. I'm hoping, of course, that the whole 6.5 million people vote, because it is your right. Your vote is your right. But if you look at that, for example, you'll see that's a huge number of people who are out there voting. So it's important that the electoral process is always looked at. It's always considered. It's always improved, so that it makes it easier and easier and easier to vote, and citizens can obviously exercise their right to vote in future elections. So as we said, the polling starts at 7 a.m. It closes at 7 p.m. And the point about violence I wanted to raise actually was that tomorrow, when polling ends tonight at 7 p.m., okay, and you've managed to cast your vote for whoever, your party, your candidate of your choice, without fear, favor, or intimidation or coercion, you're able to cast your vote. Tomorrow morning, your neighbor is still your neighbor. Tomorrow morning, the person across the road is still a Zimbabwean. Tomorrow morning, the person on the other side of the country is still our brother, our sister. And that we must remember. This is why peace is so important. Because this is a vote for leadership. This isn't a vote about Zimbabwean fighting Zimbabwean or Zimbabwean against Zimbabwean. This is a vote that we fought for to get independence. We fought for one man, one vote. We fought for democracy. And this is what today millions of Zimbabweans are exhibiting, and they're exhibiting it with enthusiasm. They're doing it peacefully. They're standing in line waiting for their turn to vote. And I tell you what, watching democracy in action is an incredible sight. And to be fair, up to now, I was lucky enough to interview the president of, the incumbent president, let me call him that, because today he's actually a candidate for ZANU-PF. I interviewed him on Monday. And when I got there, we spoke to some of the election observers, and we wanted to know about free and fair, what they thought of the process. I managed to speak to the head of the Commonwealth Observer Mission. I spoke to the EU head of the Observer Mission, and they were like, you know what, up to now, it's okay. It seems as if things are free and fair. They've been out in the country and so forth. And obviously we're waiting for the reports from observers because that's one of the hurdles. The president said, the incumbent president said it himself. If we can do a free and fair election, that will obviously open up international engagement. Well, I'm Andy Hodge from National Command Center. I, of course, will be with you not just today, but over the next 3 days, because today is quite quiet. Nothing is happening here because everyone is voting. But I tell you what, I can say that tomorrow I will either be very tired or very busy, or both of them. But don't worry, ZTN Prime has got your back. So our election coverage continues. It's back to the studio.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. 2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
.2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Welcome to ZTN Prime, where we are in election mode proper. I'm Robert Mkondiwa, and I've been taking you through the paces, and we have been talking to our men and women on the ground, making sure that we give you up-to-date information with regards the elections. And of course, we showed you earlier on one of the key candidates, ZANU-PF's candidate Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, voting from his constituency in Kwekwe, and that was at Sherwood Primary School. And some of you asked pertinent questions. And I remember just when we closed the last time, I said, ask of us whatever you will, whatever you want, because your wish is our command. And we've got Sia Dluayo, who asked, did you cover the voting proceedings of the CCC President Nelson Chamisa? No, we didn't. And we haven't. Why? Because we anticipate that in perhaps exactly 1 hour's time, he shall be voting in, I presume, Kwazana West constituency. I shall confirm that as we go. But we've got actually a man on the ground who is waiting for Nelson Chamisa to come. And we've got our cameras right on the ground, trailing to make sure that when the gentleman rolls in, we shall be keeping an eye out. He's easy to spot. He's probably going to be in yellow. So we've got Ibn Mabunda. He is there at that constituency, and he certainly is keeping an eye out for us. Ibn, thank you for patiently waiting. You've got certainly perhaps an hour before Nelson Chamisa arrives there and his yellow army. And some people who perhaps are interested or have allegiance to him have been asking, has he voted? Where is he voting? And we have told them that that answer is in the precious and capable hands of one Ibn Mabunda. Give us an update and make sure these viewers are less and less worried about the candidate they want to trail.
Good day, Rob. Yes, indeed, the presidential candidate for the CCC, the Citizens Coalition for Change, is expected to be coming through at about 11 a.m. To cast his ballot right here at Kwazana 2 Primary School in
Well, of course, that was Ibn. We've had these glitches, I think, because everybody is on the internet, everybody on a bank holiday is watching these proceedings. And perhaps, of course, there's always going to be these technical glitches. But what I'm happy about is we've got Ibn there. He's on the ground. He's stationed. His cameras are there. His crew is there. And they're really waiting to make sure they make it happen for those who want to know what's happening on the CCC side of things. And certainly we shall also be keeping track. As I said, no fear, no favor. This is an even playing field. When you're playing on the ZTN Prime field, you are playing on equal field. Whether you're Triple C, you're ZANU PF, or whether you're Elizabeth Valerio, who's coming with her own brand of a yellow army, whosoever you are, Love Mo Maduku, whether it's a large crew that you've got or it's those intimate settings, we shall be keeping an eye on all 10 people that have put their name into the hat and say that they want to become the next commander-in-chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, the next person sitting at the helm of power in State House. So we've got our crew out there. Eben is certainly going to be looking around. There's a lot to look at. We also want to interrogate whether everything has happened perfectly. Did the polls all open on time? Are all the ballot papers there on time? Are ballot papers across the board available for each of the contesting seats, for example, presidential, parliamentary, is the council? Is everything spick and span? And at the tail end of today, because you're going to be on this ride with us right until the end, 7 o'clock p.m. is when, of course, polls close. When 7 o'clock comes, we're going to be keeping an eye to make sure that if there are any who are closing late, because some may close a little bit late. You know what happens is whenever there's a queue at the polling station, they do not turn someone who were there at a particular time are all cleared, and so you don't get that. It's not clockwork, really. So we're also going to be working like that. We're going to make sure that as soon as every polling station all over Zimbabwe, as it closes and as they put on the cold lock, we are going to be the last people to shut that door. We are going to be the last people to switch off the light. And as we did today, we're going to be the first people to switch on the light tomorrow morning as we continue keeping an eye on this election to make sure that you're well informed and you have all the information at your fingertips. And as I said, this is Kuadzana, 2 primary school that Eben Mabunda is watching and learning what's going on there for us. But we've got other people elsewhere. We've got people in, for example, the Midlands. We saw Sharon Manjenje. She was at Sherwood. We've got Mugowech Gada, who we said is in Mashonaland East. Mashonaland East, as I said, is also an interesting place because that is where we have one gentleman registered, a gentleman known as retired General Constantino Gouveia Chiwenga. General Chiwenga is going to be voting from there. So we're also keeping an eye on the Vice President. And guess what? Mgove is actually telling me that anytime soon, the voting there is going to be happening. So I presume we will be getting visuals from Mgove. And after Mgove, we'll still be here keeping an eye on whether the gentleman in yellow will have arrived where he is set to be in Kuadzana. A little bit of trivia, really. I'm very interested. Fine, we always vote and the result comes from voting. But is it entirely voting that determines who leads? Well, this piece of information will sound pretty interesting to you. The name Emerson means courageous. It means courageous. So it is from a German name. It means brave, and that sort of thing. Brave and courageous. And also, the name Nelson means the son of Nell, but it also means champion. So, where will it go? Will it go to the brave guy, the courageous guy, or will it go to the champion? Because those names have very, very interesting dynamics in them. And in case you're also wondering whilst we wait, my name is Robert Mkondiwa, and Robert means of bright and shining fame, or intelligent and famous, which of course I probably am not. We shall keep looking at Eben. I'll probably find out from Eben what the name Eben means. And this is election trivia as we keep looking at this election. It's election 2023 here on ZTN Prime. And we shall be giving you the hard stats and the not so tough little trivia. In case you're joining us right now, it seems from everything that we're getting from across the country that polling across Zimbabwe opened without much incident all across the Zimbabwean frontiers, and we are absolutely happy with what we got there. We also then got a bit of a walkabout at what shall become the new nerve center of attraction. You see, right now we've got foot soldiers that are in the various provinces. We've got these gentlemen and ladies who've been giving us information from their various postings. But when all is said and done, and when all the polling is done, the energy will move to the command center. And the command center is where the erstwhile gentleman who was giving you information is stationed. We are keeping him there. We don't care that at the moment there doesn't seem to be anything really hot and happening there. What we care about is that we should keep an eye on each and every single area for you so that you don't miss a thing at all. Another interesting issue, of course, we lost Eben there, but Eben was telling me earlier on that Neves Mumba, the former Zambian deputy president, was there and made an address. He's a head of mission for SADC, and he made an address there at Kuwadzana 2 primary school. So there's interest across the board because great statesmen and great leaders passed from within our region are making themselves available and at all those points that you're interested in. So certainly, while we've got Joaquim Chissano, the former president of Mozambique, at David Livingstone School, where he saw the opening of polling there, we also have on the other spectrum, we have Neves Mumba, where he was also looking at goings on at Kuwadzana 2 primary before, obviously, the advent of Nelson Chamisa, who's going to be voting there, and that is where he's registered. So there's a lot that's really happening behind the scenes, and we're capturing this with our teams who are willing and able and really raring to make sure that you get all the information at your fingertips and you don't miss a thing. Of course, this is ZTN Prime, and this is Election 2023. Welcome back. Of course, this is election 2023. I'm your host, Robin Kondiwa, here at ZTN Prime, where we are following this election on this great election day. And as I said, we're keeping an eye in real time. And sometimes, of course, we're going to be having interviews with some of the presidential candidates. Some will have voted in various places. But of course, we've got a platform where we're going to be talking to them live or in recorded form, because some of them have really very hectic schedules, and but they have all promised that they will lend a voice to their people via us as ZTN Prime. Now, Mgovichi Gada is in Mashonaland East, as I told you, and as I said, the Vice President and Second Secretary of ZANU PF is in Wedza, where he is due to cast his vote, and we'll also be getting a bit of a soundbite to hear his thoughts on election 2023. Let's cross over there to Mgove in Mashonaland East and see what is going on.
You know, this is a perfect experience which I have had. 23rd is an important day for all Zimbabweans. In that 23rd, we are celebrating the 60th anniversary, the Diamond Jubilee of our party. Remember, it was formed in 1963 in August. And the 23rd, August is a very important day. August again is an important day in that is the month we have celebrated, or we celebrate our national heroes. It is also important that it's a month we celebrate our defense forces. And it is a day when Zimbabweans all have to come up and make themselves part of the entire world body. Some will say international community, but no, it's a community of nations. Saka tiri what we now see, the peaceful lining up of people going to show, to express their will is very important. It must start as it is and must continue to the end. And tomorrow we must start building the Zimbabwe that we want.
Well, that, of course, is a soundbite from Vice President Chiwenga, giving his views in general, of course, linked to election 2023 after casting his vote. And of course, we know from various places that you're joining us, and some of you have joined us since early in the morning when we started broadcasting, the only broadcaster to go live at the break of dawn, ahead of all else. And what we love is the fact that you have been with us all along. Gamuchirai Mushavi, thank you so much. Valerie Mashoko, we've been getting your requests and we've been getting your love. Moby Taps, thank you so much for following us. And Sky Steve, who's very appreciative of the fact that we're trying to go the extra mile to make sure that this coverage is as best as they come. And of course, Siat Luayo, thank you for those prying words. And of course, as you heard, we're going to satisfy that with Ibn Mabunda, who's also on the trail of other, perhaps runners and riders, if you will, in this particular race. So we're ever so grateful for all your contributions. Tadiwa Tlavanoza, thank you so much. And Tafadzwa Nyamziwa, thank you so much. We're getting that feedback. And certainly when we've got these concerns, we've got a team. We've got a huge team that's making sure that we give you all that you want to hear. And you shall absolutely be happy with what we'll give you. We'll give you everything because we've got foot soldiers everywhere. And as I said, we've got the command center where, of course, starting tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of shuffling of legs. The adrenaline, you're going to be smelling all the adrenaline there, because even through the screen, even through your tablets, even through your phones, there's going to be a lot of adrenaline. So we shall be crossing over soon. I'm going to be talking to our man there, our man Andy Hodges. Some of you have been following, if you've been following since the morning, and I presume, of course, you've been following since the morning because you want information on your fingertips. He's been giving you some information from across the city. He's at the Harare International Conference Center, and I'm not calling him Andy Hodges because he's at the command center. I'm calling him Commander Hodges. Commander Hodges, how are you so far? And give us an update. Come on, I hear you giggling. It is a great day indeed.
Well, no, it's nice to be called commander by someone like you, Robert. But it's actually an interesting thing. We are getting unconfirmed reports about some issues at polling stations, particularly in the capital city. Of course, these are unconfirmed reports. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to obviously contact ZEC, because who else in the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission can tell us what's actually happening? There's reports of no ballot boxes, no papers, no ink. But as I said, these are all unconfirmed. This is just reports that are going out there. So we want to hear it directly from ZEC, just to understand what's going on. Because our understanding earlier in the day was that most, if not all, of the polling stations were fully equipped, particularly outside of the capital. The rural areas seem to be all fine. Out in some of the provincial towns, everything seems to be okay. There just seems to be some issues. But then again, it always must be said, nothing can be 100%. There's always going to be logistical problems in any election. Doesn't matter what country you're in. And it looks like these are logistical issues. And people, if they are real, of course, people shouldn't read things into them. But we, of course, here at the command center, will be trying to track down the ZEC official. We're actually trying to get hold of the vice chairperson of ZEC, Ambassador Kiwa. I know he'll be coming in later on to talk directly to me, and we'll be having an interview here at the command center. But we just want to get verification. What is the actual situation on the ground? Because it's important that we inform the voters what the situation is, so people stay calm, they just wait their turn, they understand things are going to be happening, and they will have an opportunity to cast their vote. One thing I do know, Robert, is that possibly if this does cause huge delays in some polling stations, the Electoral Act does have provision for the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to actually keep that polling station a little bit longer, just to make sure that all voters are captured.
I was about to say, Commander,
and then just go away because they're frustrated. So don't worry, as far as the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is concerned, their mandate is for all of the 6.5 million plus voters should be able to cast their vote. And I believe that that's what they would like to do. And of course, that's exactly what we should be doing out there as voters. It's important that we cast our vote. Your vote is your right, to quote the slogan, and it's important that we exercise it. So I think to those voters who are out there watching ZTN Prime, and there may be a little bit of hold-ups, just be patient, because it is your right to vote, and I think just a couple of hours is okay to wait, particularly when, if you think that we fought an independence war for exactly this. So, it's just a couple more hours, and then you can cast your ballot. I think it's okay to do that.
Yeah. So another thing I want to say, and this goes to what our dear Commander Andy Hodges was saying there. What it is we are ZTN Prime, no fear, no favor. And while this has not been confirmed yet, what we do is we get truth to power, and we ask questions. We will ask questions. If you guys raise issues and say, well, there's certain things that don't seem right, we will send our teams on the ground and make sure that they ask. They ask the questions, and we get the answers for you. And that's what the Fourth Estate is supposed to do. We are supposed to at least interrogate all those questions, because if we do not ask questions of the leadership, especially the leadership for example, ZEC, we won't be doing our job. So we are going to put it out there when it's unconfirmed, and when it's confirmed, we will be the first to confirm it. And if it's dispelled, we will also be the first to fact check and verify it. But we will by no means sweep things under the carpet. We'll keep them out there until everybody's satisfied and happy. And let's tell you this, sometimes even the gatekeepers, those in power, are happier the most if we raise issues, because what we're doing at the end of the day is tightening our systems and making the systems work, because we want to build big, great systems and institutions that will live on years after we retire and years after we walk into the sunset. And of course, we're going to be giving you more and more coverage as we go. We're going to be going back to Andy Hodges. We're going to be going to Sharon. We're going to be going to Mgove. We're going to be activating the people elsewhere, Tupeo Mulea in Matebelen South. We're going to be activating George Maponga in Masvingo. We've got Mnyara Chamalimba. He's taking the best visuals of Manicaland, and of course getting snippets of what's happening there in Manicaland. So there's quite a lot that's going to be going on there. And if you're just joining us, of course, this is election 2023, and this is ZTN Prime. So this is election 2023. This is ZTN Prime broadcasting from Harare here in the Herald House. And of course, we're going into the rest of the country, the region, and certainly the rest of the world, where interest is focused here on the election in Zimbabwe. And this election, of course, kicked off today in earnest as Election Day. But of course, as you know, an election is a marathon, not a sprint. It is not an event. It is a process. And speaking of processes, Andy Hodges, my commander, I'm asking of, he is at the command center. And I want him to tell us if, for example, Andy, if you can hear me, what's going on there with regards the interface with the election managers, because they're important and we would want to hear word from them, what they think, what they're saying. Do you have any indication on when we'll be able to speak to them and what we'll have to hear from them? And also going forward, what do you also, what is it looking like on the ground from a command center perspective and point of view?
Thanks, Robert. Now, if you look at HICC, there's actually the bottom floor where the main auditorium is, and there are also offices upstairs on the mezzanine and first floor. And there are numerous Zimbabwe Election Commission officials here. I haven't yet seen some of the top brass, like the Vice Chair and the Chair, Justice Chigumba, and of course Ambassador Kiwa is the Vice Chairperson. However, we have arranged to speak to Ambassador Kiwa later on in the day, possibly around 3 p.m. He's agreed to come in here to have an interview with us. But we are in contact, of course, with other of the senior ZEC officials who may be here trying to just get a handle of what's happening. In the auditorium itself, where you would expect the results to be announced, it's completely empty. There literally is nobody in there at all. And I believe that most of the logistical issues or most of the issues that are being dealt with are being dealt with at ZEC offices, which is literally just less than half a kilometer away from us where we're sitting now. Because of course the issue today is more about logistics. It's more about making sure that ballot papers are there, making sure the ink is delivered, making sure the polling agents and so forth. Because today is election day. This is the day that people go and cast their vote. I think when we'll start seeing more and more people trickling in here, and more senior election officials coming here, will probably be starting tomorrow morning. Because if we look at anything to go by in the last elections, you found that polling day in some areas and some polling stations, the polling booth only closed at around 1 a.m. in the morning. Because of course, if you're in the queue at 7 p.m. tonight, you are allowed to vote. It's just that after 7 p.m., of course, at 7 p.m. and 1 second, you're not allowed to join that queue. You'll be stopped from joining the queue. But if you're in the queue at 1 second to 7 p.m., you have the right to vote. And of course, that can take as long as it takes, because of course there is no time limit to when someone votes, as long as you're legally voting in the queue. But we will be obviously contacting Zimbabwe Electoral Commission senior management, top brass, because obviously there are these unconfirmed reports, Robert. I'm sure you're hearing them there in the studio about ballot papers and boxes. In some constituency we heard that there was one ballot missing, but the other two were there and so forth. But of course, I must stress, these are all unconfirmed reports, and the only people that can really tell us exactly what's happening on the ground is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. So we'll keep endeavoring to get a proper comment from them in due course.
Absolutely. And as I said, we speak truth to power. We have to ask the important questions. We have to ask the trying questions. And if you are by any means watching us and you've encountered any of these problems, of course, you're free to get in touch with us on our handle on Twitter, which is at ZTN Prime, and share with us some of your experiences. If there are frustrations, share those with us. If you've got questions that you would want us to lodge to Andy, that he may use them when he has these face-to-face interfaces at around 3 p.m. As he says, give us your questions, because we will take your questions via our commander to the right places and to the right people to demand the answers that we ought to get. And even if you're happy, if you've just voted and you voted happily, take a picture of your pinky. take a picture of you smiling with your pinky. Send those pictures, of course, as I said, to our Twitter handle at ZTN Prime. And we shall be using these pictures because what we want are your experiences. We want to share in your experiences, and we want to help you share your experiences with the rest of the country and, of course, the rest of the world. And that is the result of you having enjoyed the day, or you having gone through the day, and sadly for some of you, you having endured the day, because as Andy is alluding to, some things may not be perfect and they may be frustrating. Share those frustrations, because that is the only way we can fix our systems, the system, going forward. And speaking of systems, Andy, I hear, as you told me in the morning, that there are new systems of announcing the results, and these systems are different between the parliamentary way of answering, announcing results, I beg your pardon, and the presidential results. And tell us about these systems, Commander. Tell us, do.
I must be honest, Robert, I was a little bit disappointed because one part of an election is when the election, the ZEC chairperson announces and goes to, such and such, Andy Hodges, so many votes, Robert Mugadeva, so many votes. And, it's kind of exciting. But in this case, it's a little bit different. And I'll explain why. Well, first of all, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has decided that for the parliamentary and local authority votes, they won't be announcing them as they used to in the past. If you remember 2018, they would say Andy Hodges from X party so much, Robert from X party so much, and so on, and then such and such is declared the winner. That will no longer be the case, nor will it be the case for council seats. They will just be posting them up on a television screen, which is just here on my left. There's some large TV monitors on my left where they'll be posting them up, showing who's the winner, how many votes they got, and so forth. We, of course, will be doing the analysis for you here on ZTN Prime once we know the winners. So that will be for parliamentary and local authorities. The presidential vote, however, will be different. Because, of course, the presidential vote is seen as the one that really needs to have its numbers down pat. Because constitutionally, you cannot win the presidency in the first round without winning 50% plus one vote. If no candidate wins that 50% plus one vote, then there'll be a runoff in 2 weeks' time, which will be slated for the 2nd of October. Which is why they really want to make sure that every single vote counts. In fact, the presidential vote really goes to show how every single vote is important. Now, the reason why they talked about why parliamentary and local authority seats, they're not going to announce them, is that when I spoke to Ambassador Kiwa over the weekend, he said, look, Andy, at the end of the day, if you're voting for a council, you're voting in your ward. So you'll find that there isn't many polling stations there. There could, say, be 5 or 10, depending on how big the... And, of course, they post the results. Once they've counted all the votes, they've looked at the spoiled ballots, they've looked at the postal votes, everyone signs off, including the political agents of all the parties. They then post the results outside the polling booth. So it's pretty straightforward to be able to go around 10 polling stations and understand that such and such a person won, because it's clear. And the same thing with the constituency. You're having to deal with your constituency, which is a specific area. Whereas the national election, the presidential election, obviously is national. You have to get all those results from every polling station all across the country, wherever it may be. It could be deep in the rural areas. It could be right down the road from where we are right now. It makes no difference. All of those votes have to be counted, have to be brought to the command center, have to be verified, because that 50% plus one vote, imagine if one vote, Robert, if one vote got lost, that could be the difference between becoming president and running and going for a runoff. So you can anticipate how important it is. Now, you'd mentioned earlier about some of the issues, and you'd like to hear from voters what's going on, and please do. Let me reiterate what Robert said. Let us know what's happening to you out there on the ground. And if you want me to ask questions, let me just reiterate what Robert said. Please send through your comments and questions on our Facebook page, of course, our Zim Papers TV Network Facebook page, and our X. I'm sorry, whenever I say X, I laugh. Twitter. Now you can at ZTN Prime. I think the message is clear, though. Even if you are having issues, and I say even if, because it's an if, because we can't verify it yet. But if you are, you know what? Just be patient. I hope you have lots of water because it is quite hot today. So keep hydrated, please, because even last election we did have issues with some of the voters collapsing in the queues waiting because they didn't have enough hydration. Absolutely. So please do. And I do know that some agents do come around with water. So please be hydrated. But just be patient, because that is how important your vote is. And I'm not here talking about necessarily the nation. I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking to you. Your vote is important. It's your right, so you should be able to express it. Robert?
Absolutely. No, you know, you couldn't have said it better, because look, when we talked about the +1, that is the difference. You are the difference as an individual. You are the difference between a runoff and somebody, your political party of choice, actually taking it. So that's why we say every vote counts. And of course, as we heard, we shall be getting this feedback from you here and there. We've got even official government officials on the official X, I'll say, on their official Twitter handles, also speaking towards these issues of certain logistical issues. And we shall be interrogating this deeper as we go, because this is an absolute cause for concern. Certainly, we've got Ralph Ali Ashim, who's also saying, we have not voted. It's 10:30 in the morning and ballot papers have not arrived. And certainly you're speaking to exactly what we are trying to interrogate and what we are speaking to. And as we said, we are going to get to the bottom of this. And somebody just comes here and gives us this comment. It warmed my heart. Comment says, God bless the people of Zimbabwe. And let's run this election peacefully. I bet they meant to say, and it is what it is, and that's what is enshrined even in our national song, that national anthem, because what we want is peace, and that's why it's called "Blessed Be the Land of Zimbabwe." Ngaikomborerwe nyika yeZimbabwe, maibusiswe ilizwe leZimbabwe. Galibusiswe ilizwe leZimbabwe. Beg your pardon. Here we are. This is election 2023, and we have our man, who I've been chatting with at the command center, Andy Hodges. He's sitting pretty comfortably today, but as I said earlier on, he is going to be at the center of great heat tomorrow, because everything shifts to where you are, Andy. And one thing I will advise you, perhaps one commander to the other, is let's try and get these interviews going today, because you know some of these people, like even the deputy chairperson, the chairperson, tomorrow they'll be under immense, intense heat. You are going to be under fire. Imagine how they're going to be going through. You know, they're going to be literally walking in Hades. So all the best, and perhaps before we go, give us a bit of an outro of what you intend to do from now until we come back to you, at least for our viewers and for the sake of those who really want answers or who really just want a few anecdotes.
Well, first of all, you're completely correct, Robert. Today, it's all about you in the studio and, of course, our team of reporters, excellent reporters out there on the ground, bringing you, as it happens, news at polling stations all around the country, because that, of course, is what today is all about. Today is all about the vote. Today is polling day, is ballot day. Today is the day that you go and exercise your rights. Tomorrow, of course, becomes a separate day now. Tomorrow now, it's the process of correlating all of the numbers from all around the country, from them coming here to the command center for the Zimbabwe Election Commission to verify, to count it if necessary, and then to publish. So everything shifts to the command center possibly from tomorrow going onwards. Because remember, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission must announce the results within 5 days of polls closing. So 5 days from today, Zimbabwe Election Commission by law has to announce the results. Now, Robert, you're 100% correct. During the course of the day, we're going to be trying to get hold of organizations such as the MPRC, National Peace and Reconciliation Commission, because it's important that we reiterate the call for peace. Because you find that even in previous elections, even 2018, before and during elections was very peaceful. The issue came when announcement of the results came through, particularly the presidential results. And it's unfortunate that they are just a smattering of political leaders who seem to be implying before the vote that if we don't win, it's rigged. And you can say that because obviously it's a free country, but at the same time, you can't just say things without proof. So yes, if any leader believes that, they must prove it. And then of course there's a process of challenging whatever you want to challenge through the courts and through the election court and even the constitution. So the process is there. I think the issue is peace. So we are going to try and get the MPRC in. Hopefully as well, I'm trying to also get hold of Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, because it's also important to understand the security that's in place out there and exactly what's happening out there. But I think the critical discussion we need to have is with the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. In fact, I may even try and get hold of one of the senior officials on the phone. That may just do, because waiting until 3 p.m. could be too late. I need to get someone here from ZEC to understand exactly what's happening out there, to explain to us what's happening, the real facts on the ground about ballot papers, about boxes, about candidates. Because there's even reports that certain candidates aren't even on the ballot, yet they were nominated. So that's a fundamental issue. But again, we cannot confirm this, and the only person who must confirm it to us is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and we are going to find out from them exactly what's going on. So everything that you're reading on social media, everything that's happening, of course we want to know your experiences. At the end of the day, though, as ZTN Prime, we can't comment on them. Only ZEC can, and we're going to find out from them exactly what's going on, Robert.
Absolutely. Our job is to find out, and find out we will. If it means that we'll dig and reach rock bottom, we will reach rock bottom and we will dig again. And
before you lose me,
yes.
Actually, I think I actually have somebody lined up right now for an interview. Hang on, let me see. Hang on, let's have a look. I've got a press release issued by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and I'll read it out if you don't mind. It says, Zimbabwe Electoral Commission wishes to announce that polling has commenced for the harmonized elections. However, some polling stations did not open on time due to the late deployment of election material. Below is a summary of the current state of ongoing of polling stations per province. Masvingo, opening stages of polling stations at 7 a.m., 100%. So Masvingo, 100% of polling stations opened at 7 a.m. Midlands, 99% of polling stations opened at 7 a.m. Matabeleland North, 100%. Matabeleland South, 100%. Mashonaland Central, 95%. Mashonaland East, 95%. Mashonaland West, 99%. Manicaland, 85%. Bulawayo, they're saying 75% opened at 8:15 a.m., representing 21 wards out of 29. And Harare, now this is the number which is quite shocking, Robert. In Harare, only 23% of polling stations opened at 7 a.m., representing 18 wards out of 77. Now, they continue and they say, delays in the opening have largely been caused by delays in printing of the ballot paper arising from numerous court challenges. This has been the case with Harare and Bulawayo provinces. The public is advised that all polling stations that open late for reasons beyond the control of the presiding officer will remain open to cater for the period of the delay, keeping in mind that the polling station must remain open for a continuous period of at least 12 hours on polling day. So I think the message there, I'll continue what they said, but the message there is simple. If the polling station opens at 9 o'clock in the morning, 12 hours from there is when it will close. So it won't close at 7 p.m. It will close, obviously, at, say, 9 p.m. in the evening. Now, the press release continues. Zimbabwe Electoral Commission takes the opportunity to thank the people of Zimbabwe for the political tolerance and maturity that has been exhibited thus far. We urge all voters at polling stations where delays are being experienced to remain patient as we work together tirelessly to ensure delivery of the required material so that they exercise their right to vote. ZEC implores all citizens of all political persuasions to continue to exercise tolerance and respect for each other so that we can collectively deliver a free, fair and credible election. I thank you. That's Zimbabwe Electoral Commission press release opening poll. So, you notice that it's Bulawayo and Harare that's been affected. Bulawayo, let me repeat, 75% of polling stations opened at 8:15 a.m. That's 21 wards out of 29. But Harare, the figure is very, very low, Robert. 23%. That's only 18 wards out of 77.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty worrying. What they do say preliminarily seems to make sense as a prima facie case, because what they're saying is in those areas where there were a lot of court challenges, the green light to print came much later when those disputes had been settled. But perhaps they could have, and this is me thinking out loud, perhaps having seen that this is probably what's going to happen, if we had had an indication of this, because they probably knew this, that there may be a bit of a delay. If we had known when we hit the ground running, we would have known, for example, ahead of time that there's going to be this, because this was not unforeseen, certainly, and those are questions you would probably want to pose to them. You knew this was going to happen, perhaps, you know, and to ask all the prying questions, Andy. But of course,
don't worry. You know, Robert. You know ZTN Prime, Robert. We make sure we ask the questions and get the answers. I think one of the issues, it's almost like a rock and a hard place for the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. If, for example, they had announced that polling stations in Harare were going to open later, then you probably would have you could probably have a challenge, or you could have the opposition stating, oh, ZEC is unfair because Harare is our stronghold, they're trying to dilute our vote, because the argument is the later you open a polling station, the more people walk away, because they're like, well, we can't
certainly,
and
I actually wanted to interject and say that's the other argument, that that could fuel apathy. So you would rather have people arrive and then tell them, you know what, it's going to be a bit of a delay because A, B, C, and D. And as you say, well, it is uncharted territory. But certainly, Bulawayo province, that's stretching it a bit. But Harare, a lot of answers have to come from ZEC.
Robert, I mean,
20%,
you're
you said?
Mate. Yeah, you're right. 23%. I mean, if you think about it, that's nothing.
Exactly.
To be honest with you, particularly when this is the capital city, it's got the most urban population in the country. I mean, Chitungwiza alone is over 2 million.
Yeah.
So if you look at Harare Metropolitan, you're probably talking about 3.5 to 4 million people. Remembering that there's only 15 million people in Zimbabwe and there's 6.5 million voters. So Harare is a huge voting catchment. And don't forget that the opposition believes Harare is their stronghold. We'll see. We'll wait to see when we see the
But they've
results.
got the form line. They've got the form line to
20
claim that as well since the turn of the millennium. So they will feel hard done by. And you're absolutely right. And with Chitungwiza, Chitungwiza is a whole country on its own. You walk into Chitungwiza, you cross Manyame, and then you think, where are these people coming from? And trust me, because I spend a lot of my time in Chitungwiza. I love the place, love family there, but it's a whole different country, So the logistics are really it's gonna be tough, and we will even see whether 12 hours is adequate to cover for 23%. You said,
to be honest with you, Robert, to be honest, there's no way that the polling stations are going to, particularly if there's long queues, there's no way the polling stations will probably close. If I look at 2018, I mean, you probably find it can even go past 2 or 3 hours. That is for people who are in the queue at the time the polling station
with
closes.
100%
but I think our
opening,
message... Exactly, but our message must be clear. To all of you voters out there, ZEC are calling this a logistical issue, and one thing we must be concerned about, Robert, is I don't know what the word is, scallywags. Is that the word on social media? Trying to use this as something to incite people, because looking at it and looking at what the issues are, it does. If we had to take ZEC at face value, and of course I will drill them when I see them, it does look like these are logistical problems, and this whole conspiracy theories and so forth must be rejected. I think the fact is these things do happen. I must be honest though, 23% in Harare is just tremendously low. And so that's a figure that we are going to interrogate with, and we will ask, as you said, Robert, the difficult questions. But at the same time, there's no doubt that for all of you who are in the queue, all of you who are waiting and watching us on our Facebook page or on our YouTube page, Zim Papers TV Network or at ZTN Prime, be patient. just stay your course because, one, you will vote, and two, don't worry, apparently ZEC is on top of this and they're trying as quickly as they can to remedy the situation.
Well, we certainly hope so, and the key word there, as I said, is interrogate. You're right. We shall interrogate them. If it means we shall put them through Hades, we shall. If it means we shall put them through the furnace, we shall, because what we want are answers, solid answers, and we want solid answers that satisfy the electorate. Because if we are to continue encouraging people and letting them know that the electoral systems are strong and that the fundamentals are strong, we have to see this being reflected by situations and systems on the ground. And certainly, for example, that 20% surely is going to give them a bit of a hiding from the electorate. And that was Andy Hodges there, our commander at the command center. Thank you, Andy, for that update. We shall be going back to him time and time again, as we have been doing with all the others around the country. But stay tuned, because very soon I shall be having a political analyst that shall be coming to join us, Dr. Chakanyuka, who I'm going to be asking perhaps about these issues as well. Well, definitely not perhaps. And if you've got questions that you'd want a political analyst to really look at and answer and help, dissect, perhaps now is the time for you to just throw them in. As I said, our Twitter handle is ZTN Prime. You can throw those questions, and certainly our people in social media will make sure they mash those up, and then we bring them and ask all the experts, because we want answers, you want answers, and we shall demand answers of everybody. And we've got Mbonisin Leah, who's really looking at your social media, making sure that whatever comes in, whether you throw in a question, whether you throw in a picture or a comment, we shall be reading them one by one to make sure that you're satisfied, because we're here to satisfy you. I'm Robert Nkundiwa, and this is Election 2023.
Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota. Mwana wa mwari runyara rumusarutso iwe mukristu iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
ZTN Prime, I'm Andy Hodges. This is our continuing coverage. In fact, we will be covering this for the next 3 to 4 days of Vote 2023, Zimbabwe's election. Polls opened at 7 a.m., but we're going to talk about that with my guest just now. Some polls opened, some didn't. We'll give you more about that, and we'll get the perspective of one of the observers, a women's group, WIPSU, Women in Politics Support Unit. I'll be joined by Sakile Sifilani Ngoma just now. But, of course, 7 a.m. polls opened this morning, 6.5, just over 6.5 million registered voters in the country going out and exercising their democratic right to pick the leadership of their choice without fear, favor, intimidation. That is what we want. A free and fair election whereby the people's choice carries the day. I'm now joined by Sakile Sifilani Ngoma. She's with WIPSU, Women in Politics Support Unit. Sakile, welcome, of course, to ZTN Prime. We've obviously met each other many times before, but it's good to see you.
It's good to see you, Andy, and it's great to be here. Good morning to everybody else.
Now, I want to talk about something first. Before I get into some of the nitty-gritties of the poll, WIPSU is working with Women's Coalition of Zimbabwe, running a women's election situation group. Because, of course, it's critical that we've said this many times in our discussions, that we need more and more and more women involved, not just in the voting process, but in leadership and in positions of power, if I can call it that. So what is this sort of agreement, or this thing that you have with Women's Coalition of Zimbabwe?
So Women in Politics Support Unit, WIPSU, which is the organization that I serve, is accredited as an observer mission, and we've deployed an observer mission. But we are also a member of an organization called the Women's Coalition of Zimbabwe, which is an umbrella organization for a lot of the women's rights organizations in the country. And part of the work that we're doing collectively in the country towards around electoral processes and gender equality around electoral processes is that we have applied, and happy to say that collectively received accreditation for a massive observer group that has deployed successfully. I'm happy to report we are present in every single province.
What numbers are we looking at here?
Do you mind if I give you all the stats? The incredible. I'll feed you the numbers later on today.
Gender issues are important.
Indeed. Yeah. But we have a massive deployment of women's organizations on the ground, at polling stations, in provinces, at districts, and everywhere else, who are deployed, yes, to do the general work of observers, but with a specific view to try and see if ZEC is able to deliver that gender and inclusion policy that was, brand new. We want to see if that changes our country, but also to see if we do better around electoral processes, but specifically for women. We're out there on the ground, and I just want to take the opportunity to say hi to everybody and good luck wherever you are.
Now, one thing that you mentioned is we look at the numbers. I mean, even in the current census, it was, I think, 52% were women. Someone joked with me that Zimbabwe is running out of men. But anyway, 52% women. So they could be the difference between winning and losing. That is how critical the gender vote is, the women's vote is.
Indeed.
So how are you finding it from your initial observations through your, obviously, observer network? Are you finding women coming out in their numbers to vote? What's happening on the ground?
Well, I hope to see the numbers later on today, in the end of the day. But just from a cursory perspective, from the stats that we're getting in the field, it seems that women have gone out in their numbers. And in cases where we've actually seen, in some polling stations, separate queues. You've got a lot of long queues for the women, and that's an encouraging.
The men is shorter.
Yeah, the men is shorter. So fellas, you need to come out and vote. But I think the women are coming out to vote, and they've come out early, and that's a pretty good sign that they're organized to vote, and I hope that and it shows that also the voter education that we've been doing around getting the women to go out as a constituency to vote and choose whoever they want at the ballot. We hope that they're able to really maintain the momentum throughout the day and go out and vote.
Well, I was actually telling you a story that I have a helper at home this morning when I came to the command center. Of course, I came here early. I was here by about 6 o'clock. And as I was leaving, she came rushing up to me and said, what time are you home? And I was like going, well, I'm not really sure. It could be. And then she said, no. You need to come home because I need to go and vote.
That's fantastic.
And I was like, fantastic.
That's fantastic, yeah.
Now, one thing which I surprised you about was the public holiday issue.
Yeah.
You didn't know. Yeah, today is a public
took
holiday.
so long, and we kept, the command, our women's situation room kept receiving, calls throughout the day yesterday. Is it a public holiday? We need to be able to engage our employers as women and negotiate both for the time off at home, but also to be able to leave work and confidently go to the polls and plan our voting day. And the statutory instrument came out a little bit late, but we're hoping that I also take this opportunity to remind everybody that it is indeed a public holiday. If you're an employer, please let your staff members go out and vote. And if you are employed in a domestic situation, again, I remind everyone who has a domestic at home to please, let your domestic have some time to be able to go out and actually vote. It's their right, and it is not okay to deny them the right to go out and vote. So please, with a special mind for those who work in the households and who work in the informal sector, let's go out and vote.
100%. I think your vote is your right.
Your vote is your
and we're going to keep emphasizing that today, at least until polling closes. You need to get out and vote. And to be honest with you, I think personally I would regard it as a crime if you didn't let any of your workers not go and vote, because it is their right as much as it is your right to vote as an employer. Zekila, I want to turn to this press statement issued literally a couple of minutes ago by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, press release opening of polls. Now here they're really just giving an update on polling stations that did not open due to late deployment of election material, is how they put it. Now most of the provinces, there's 10 provinces in Zimbabwe, Masvingo, Matabeleland North, Mat South, 100%, Midlands 99%, Mashonaland Central 95%, Mashonaland East 95%, Mashonaland West 99%, Manicaland 85%. But the two which, of course, may raise concern and even contention is Bulawayo. Bulawayo, 75% opened at 8:15 a.m. That's 21 wards out of 29. But this is the shocker. Harare, 23% of polling stations opened at 7 a.m. That's only 18 wards out of 77. And the reason given by ZEC was largely caused by the court cases in which, particularly at the local authority level. So that was one of the issues at the local authority level. So there's a lot to unpack with this statement.
There's quite a lot to unpack, and it's going to take a while.
So first of all, good news that let's forget about the Harare and Bulawayo for a moment.
Right.
Good news, the rest of the provinces, the other 8 provinces opened up. Most people are voting, and that's the reports we've been getting, that out there is not a problem.
And can I say something? I think, considering the fact that, we've got 8 non-metropolitan provinces, these are essentially rural provinces, I think it's fantastic that we were able to open, polls, on time in rural communities. So that it means that logistically, there's been quite a lot of work done in the ground. And it's good news.
You have to give the credit to
you've got to give credit where credit's due, right?
You have to give credit.
Right.
Okay, so now we have just wrapping up a bit, but how about let's talk Harare. They did talk about the court cases, and what is concerning, of course, is this being used by nefarious people or other people to say this is trying to stifle the vote, when it could just be a logistical and an issue about ballots. What are your views on the 23%?
Well, Andy, to be honest, I'm quite concerned. Like I said, when I look at it from a women's perspective, I'm concerned that, we've got women in the metropolitan provinces, and if you look at the statistics, that's where they are higher, right, significantly. And if we've got late voting stations opening so late, it means they're going to close late. Which also means that women are in the queue. They got into the queue early. They are frustrated. They've been waiting there. Pregnant and nursing mothers, we've got reports in our situation room that some started walking away because they'd been at the polls already for quite some time. Hence, I was raising the discrepancy between the polls just A, late in opening, and B, voting starting late as well. Because some were open on time, but just didn't make the voting get started on time. But what does this mean in urban centers, both for Harare and it means public transport is going to have to run late, and it may not run very well for women. There's issues of public safety. There's issues of women's safety just moving around in the evenings. There's issues of congestion, and we know what happens when we're queues. We have a jambanja culture when it comes to queues, and queue management is now at risk. So really concerned about that, particularly in the metropolitan provinces, and particularly where women are working in the informal sector in metropolitan provinces, not being able to get out and vote. And remember, we've just negotiated to say, please don't release people to go and vote. What does this mean if you correlate it to other economic activities? And Andy, this time, for the first time, we're voting during the week. We're not voting on a weekend. So already you are, women's care, women's time pressure is exacerbated by just the day that we've chosen for voting. So a little bit concerned about that, but looking forward to ZEC, hoping that they're going to have a mass press conference.
Well, we're definitely going to ask them these questions.
Yeah,
and of course, another concern, which is something that just popped into my mind now, is because it is one a week, middle of the week, and two, it's a public holiday. You don't want the men as well. This is to you men sitting at home saying, "Where's my wife to come and cook?" She's voting.
She's
That's
voting.
where she is.
She's voting.
That's where
So
she is.
let's make that vote, as clean as possible and as safe as possible.
Now, Sakila, of course, we will be talking to you hopefully during the course of the next few days, because I'd like to get your impressions once the polls have closed about your observers and looking at the women's numbers and so forth. But that we can only do once everything's closed. Sakile, Sifalani and Goma, thank you so much for whipping. Thank you so much for talking to ZTN.
It's always great to see you.
It's always great to
Fantastic.
see you too.
All right.
All right. Give me a second, I'll be there. Well, that's it. That was Sakile Sifalani and Goma from WIPSU. She's obviously looking at women's groups, looking at the gender issues, seeing how women are voting, what the issues are at the polling stations. And of course, we'll be catching up with her over the next couple of days as she gives us more and more feedback on some of these gender issues, because it is important for all Zimbabwe to appreciate that gender equality, gender issues are important. When 52% of our population are women, you better believe it. I'm Andy Hodges. It's back to the studio.
Well, thank you, Andy Hodges, and that was certainly a very energetic discussion that you had there, and pretty interesting. Now we're seeing these images that some of you had asked for. That's Kwadzana 2 Primary School. That is Nelson Chamisa, currently now going to vote. We are getting these images, of course, as you know. We've been experiencing a couple of difficulties here and there, but our people are on the ground. We should track this, and we should certainly be giving you more and more visuals of that. You asked for those visuals. We've got our people on standby. We've got Ibn Mabunda there, and hopefully we should even be getting a soundbite or two out of Nelson Chamisa, the leader of the CCC, the Citizens Coalition for Change. Of course, some of you have known him since his early days in 1999, breaking into politics under the leadership of the late Morgan Richard Tsvangirai as the Movement for Democratic Change, as it were. He, of course, stuck by until the demise of the late Morgan Richard Tsvangirai on the 14th of February 2017, it must have been, and 2018, I beg your pardon. But then after that demise, we then saw him go and form an alliance that they called the Movement for Democratic Change Alliance, which was the MDC Alliance. And it is under those stripes and colors that he ran in the last election, and that was his first time to run for the big ticket, for the big office, for the highest office in the land. As we get the audio there, it seems, of course, as we were saying, his stronghold is the urban areas, and there seems to be a lot of pomp and fanfare. You can hear that. Look, you cannot deny him the fact that he is remarkably popular amongst urbanites. And of course, another thing that you ought to remember is he is not just coming to a constituency where he's registered. He's actually coming to his constituency. And when I say his constituency, I don't mean his constituency where he merely finds his name. These people saw him, some of them, as he emerged as a leader in 1999, because this was his constituency as a legislator. So this is truly a homecoming of sorts for him. And this is what we were saying when we were crunching the numbers. I did say, for example, that he needs to capitalize on all these people to make sure that these are not just people who have come to converge upon this place and celebrate him as a person and as a personality, but they too should not only be registered to vote, but they should be able to vote on this day. Because it is one thing making the numbers, it is totally another having those numbers registered to vote. And it seems this is something that they were driving at as the CCC. There isn't much that we know about their coming into this match, as it were, if you are going to look at this election in that sense. They had something that they employed that they called strategic ambiguity. But I will tell you this, there's nothing ambiguous about this crowd. It should, we do know, takes 5 minutes for one to vote. But I will tell you, I think we are going to be stuck here with Nelson Chamisa and his urban supporters for a bit of a while as he tries to worm his way out of those people. A substantial number being journalists that you see, members of the Fourth Estate. They want to ask all the prying questions. They want to ask questions beyond who he will have voted for. They want to ask questions of policy, of direction. They want questions of substance. So yeah, for those who are keenly asking us to provide this footage for them, we have patiently waited, and I'm glad that you have patiently waited, because we are ZTN Prime. We make sure that our eyes and ears are everywhere at the same time. We are ubiquitous. We want to make sure that wherever something breaks, whenever something breaks, we are there, and we will at least furnish you with information that will keep you up to date and totally informed, as it were, because it is our job. We are the Fourth Estate. We ask the prying questions, and we give all the information as is needed. And then another look perhaps at Triple C. Triple C comes here, and this is their first full-on election. I'm pretty sure some of you will remember that they came in through a by-election, and that's when they were unveiled. So in a way, this is their first major test under these colors. Some will argue that this is the movement for democratic change as in 1999 under different stripes. Some will say this is just the majority of the breakaways from the MDC alliance. But they will beg to say we are a yellow movement, we are new, and we are being tested for the first time. And it's basically it's definitely up to you to decide what we are going to test them as at this time of the day. If you're just joining us, my name is Robin Kondiwa, and this is Election 2023. Welcome back, and if you're only just joining us, you missed some of the key moments in this election. Of course, as the gates opened at 6:30, as God lifted the veil on the skies. 6:30, we were waiting, and we kicked off, and we waited for the opening of the ballot at 7 o'clock, and we were hot off the ballot, as it were. We arrived on time. We gave you the ZANU-PF candidate voting, and that's Emerson Dambuzo-Mnangagwa. We gave you the second secretary of ZANU-PF voting, and that is, of course, Constantino Chiwenga. We are giving you these snippets of the Triple C leader voting in Kwazana, and that is Nelson Chamisa. And of course, this is a heated time. But as we continue to see these images, I'm joined here in the studio by a political analyst, and we'll need to be discussing issues, for example, around, of course, this euphoria that we're seeing with Nelson Chamisa being mobbed and what it means, and the numbers and crunching the numbers. But we also will be talking about the issues around the ballot, because just before this we had, for example, questions that you were throwing in, questions about some places having the ballots and not having come through. Some actually haven't come through until now, and we've got some people either waiting patiently or impatiently for this to start casting their votes, as it were. So in the studio here, I've got Leopold Chakanyuka, a political analyst, who shall help us unpack some of these things. Welcome to election 2023, and thank you for joining us, Leo.
No, thank you, Robert.
You see, we've had a plethora of issues that have been going on this morning. We saw some places opening early on time. We saw some not opening in time. What has generally been your assessment of the voting process so far, from what you have gleaned?
But I think so far the process has been going pretty well. And from what we have heard from ZEC, a number of other provinces have actually 100% opened early on time. And we have some provinces such as Harare that was a little bit late in opening due to some technical issues. But I'm glad that ZEC has already assured the people that there's no need for anyone to worry, because they would make sure that everyone who is supposed to vote will have an opportunity to vote, and the polling stations will be afforded in equal time, even though they would have opened perhaps later than 7 a.m., there will still be an extension to allow, an equal time so that everyone is given an opportunity to vote.
I will just get you to hold a bit of the thoughts beyond this, because we're trying now to cross over to Kwazana to see how things stand, where the Triple C leader Nelson Chamisa is trying to get to cast his vote. And we've got our eyes and ears there. We've got a bit of sound issues coming from there, but we certainly are keeping our eye on that. And let's see perhaps if we can get some perhaps even images coming from that side, and to see how far along he has gone with regards casting his ballot. Well, it seems we are still well and truly trying to make sure that we re-establish connection. But yeah, I think we are getting a bit of ambience there. And of course, as our camera people are trying as best as they can to get the best vantage point, you can understand that, as you saw, everywhere we've gone, there are a number of cameras and people are jostling for a prime position. But this is ZTN Prime, and eventually we will get prime vantage position, and we certainly will get the sound bites that we're battling to get, as you're getting this ambience, of course, coming from Kwazana Primary School. But while we wait for that connection to be re-established, perhaps I want to bring you back to your general perception. What is at stake here in this particular election, just as you see it, perhaps from an academic point of view, but also from a lay point of view, vis-a-vis what was at stake in 2018, for example?
I think, the issue, we just talk about the election in general, what it means for people, because this is a constitutional requirement, or it's a democratic right for every individual, whether we're looking at it from the domestic law or from international law perspective. Every citizen has a right to participate in the governance of their country. But sometimes you might not have an opportunity to directly be the one to represent or to be the one to lead the people, but you are given an opportunity after every 5 years to say your voice on who you think should be your leader for the next 5 years. So basically, this is a constitutional process that we are undertaking as Zimbabweans to choose the people that we think would be our leader. Some of the people might be retained based on what they would have done for the people. Some of the people might not be. So that's the part of, democracy. So it's a democratic process that we have to undergo, and every Zimbabwean should be able to understand that this is one of the most important rights for any citizen of Zimbabwe, to to do, because when you choose the leader, you are participating in the building of your country, in the shaping of politics in your own country.
Okay, and speaking of participating, this is something that was really close to my heart that I've been harping on about. And the previous interviewee that Andy Hodges was speaking around the same issue. For example, so this year, the number of women participating in the election has gone down from previous polls. Now, we've only got 11% being women this year, down from 14% in 2018, and which is treacherous anyway, regardless. So what, in your view, could be the reason behind such a significant shift, and it's a negative shift?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that we actually, the numbers are reducing of women, because we would have thought that by now we would have more and more women understanding, the need to participate in politics. Because over the years, we have had programs that have been meant to promote women participation in politics. But unfortunately, our society, it's still, we still have those cultures, not only Zimbabwe per se, but it's generally, as the world, how it deals with issues of leadership and the position of women. Women tend to be looked at as people who are people who are supposed to be at the background, not at the forefront. That's how the society sees things. But I'm glad when you look at our society, Zimbabwe, by the manner in which we have been able to promote, but unfortunately, it hasn't been able to translate that to encouraging more and more women. Because we now have a number of women leaders who are leading some of the key state institutions, which I would have thought that by now, such women in those particular positions would act as inspiration to the girl child, so that they know that it's possible women can also be leaders. They can go for the contested position. But another thing that is also a major issue in our politics is the manner in which we have treated women. Absolutely. Basically, in terms of when you talk about issues of political violence and so forth, these issues tend to affect women more than it would affect men. So at the end, you end up having women taking a back seat because they don't want to be, involved in politics because of the dangers that sometimes comes with the being in politics. Not only women, sometimes you have had cases where people will be telling you, if you go into politics, or your life will actually will end and so forth. Absolutely. So that it's a limiting factor when it comes to the participation of women. But I'm hoping that moving forward we will have a society which is that will be promoting women participation, like some countries such as Rwanda has done so far.
Absolutely, and when we speak about participating, the irony is the greatest participants in the electoral processes are women, because the people who vote the most are women. But the greatest participants in terms of putting themselves forward are men. And you find, unfortunately, because of that patriarchy, and it's ingrained, and sometimes within our minds, you find women preferring to vote for a male candidate and not amongst their own. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But one thing you talked about, when you talked about political violence, now people seem to think political violence is just going up to these people and fighting them, slapping them, or doing whatsoever. But a lot of the violence looks subtle and it's very hurtful. The name calling, for example, if you're a woman, the derogatory terms that hurled your way. For example, you're called a person of loose morals. This happened with Thokozani Kupe the other year, I think pre-2018. And people start scrutinizing your marital status, and it's supposed to speak to who you are as a person and as a personality, morals, and that sort of thing. Perhaps we should do more as a society to deconstruct that and make this society a clean and loving society, and that of course looks at people's merit rather than speaks down to them. So thank you for at least acknowledging that we are a violent society, not in the sense that perhaps overtly, but covertly, and sometimes that violence is what makes people not want to participate.
I just want to respond. I wouldn't say we are a violent society per se. I don't think we are a violent society per se, but I'm just saying we have instances where we tend to have violence, and that sometimes limit the participation of women. Generally, we are a very peaceful society,
we are peaceful. Well, as a discussion,
Yeah.
we are peaceful when we talk about physical violence.
Yes.
But when you go into spheres like social media, if you go to Twitter, or the body shaming, that sort of thing, and the name calling, men are generally sometimes used to some of this name calling, but some of the hurtful things that are said about our public leaders who are women. Things that are very difficult to take, especially if you've got a daughter, a sister, a mother, and then you see that happening to somebody else. And perhaps that's where we need a bit of sensitization, perhaps.
Yes, I think also, institutions such as, the police and other, they also should come in, because that's actual abuse, some form of abuse.
Certainly.
And when someone is abused, they should be able to lodge a complaint either with the institutions. These institutions must be able to come and protect our women so that they will feel comfortable in joining and taking part in politics.
Absolutely. Now looking at the political parties, in 2018, Nelson Chamisa narrowly lost to the incumbent. Now since then, there's been a lot of infighting within opposition ranks, resulting in the formation of the Triple C, which I alluded to. Now, given that background, would you say Chamisa is stronger now than he was in 2018? Which is the stronger Chamisa that we have? 2018 Chamisa versus 2023 Chamisa.
Divisions, sometimes they always have an impact. It's a bit difficult to judge now because, like as you have said before, that this is their first major election to participate. So for us to see, if they are now stronger, we will only be able to see that after the results are announced. Because as it is, it's difficult to judge based on the numbers of people that attended the rally or statements that were made, because people could have attended rallies for different reasons. And when people go and vote, they have a different thinking altogether, because there are so many other issues that people will be considering when they go into the ballot box into the ballot box and make their decision. So it's a bit difficult to do so. But of course, I would think that division that happened with the likes of Vana Monzora and so forth would likely to have an impact on the outcome of the election or the numbers that they would get, because they actually lost some of their senior leaders, and those senior leaders had a following, and when they left, also part of their people left the bigger political party.
I mean, I would pose perhaps an equally the same sort of question. Not much has happened in ZANU-PF. In fact, they seem, and this is something that has been spoken about by a lot of people, even in social media, that they seem to have even closed ranks. Would you think that ZANU-PF under Emerson Mnangagwa 2018 and ZANU-PF under Emerson Mnangagwa 2023, which is the stronger ZANU-PF? Has it become stronger? How do you think they stand at the moment comparatively to the last election?
Yeah, the advantage that ZANU-PF might actually had is because it's the party in power. So it had an opportunity to do, a lot of things for the people to see. So it had ample time to, campaign and also to showcase what they can do and to deliver on their previous manifesto. And the issue that we have, when you go into the streets, when you hear what the party has been able to do in terms of infrastructure development, and people are excited over those things. But to know if what has been done is going to translate into votes, that's another, that's a different case altogether. But because of what they have done, people generally seemed to say, well, it's better to go for the things that we have been able to notice. We saw things that were done, and we would, rather do. But we would know if, people are going to change. And, ZANU-PF, of course, had, some of the biggest numbers. But again, we can't tell if those numbers would translate into vote, because we would know if those people, all of them were registered voters, or if they were going to vote. But I'm saying, if those people were all going to vote for ZANU-PF, then it would show that there's likelihood that it's now stronger than it was in 2018.
Absolutely. And elsewhere on the playing field, the MDC T leader who won the last time around when they were battling in the courts for names and assets. That's Douglas Monzora. He pulled out of the race last minute, raising a number of issues. And amongst that plethora of issues was him saying that in summation, that the playing field is not level. Now, are his claims, in your opinion, are his claims valid? Or, as some suggest, perhaps this is just him developing cold feet, and this is Douglas Monzora with frostbite?
You know, I don't really think they are valid, because when you look at the person, Douglas Monzora, he's one of the people who helped us to come up with the current constitution that we have, the constitution that we are currently using. He was one of the people at the COPAC, together with Paul Mangwana and so forth. They were the leaders who helped. And him also being a seasoned lawyer, he has a better understanding of the legal processes, of the legal procedures of our country, better than we would be able to understand. So he knows exactly what the law says and what should be done as a way of process. So for him to say in last minute the process is not fair, I don't think it's really only him. So the process has become unfair for one person. All the other people are willing to participate because they believe that the process is free, fair, and credible. But only one candidate who, if we go to the previous by-election, wasn't able to get any single parliamentary seat. For that person now to come and say the process is unfair, you know, it raises a lot of questions. It could be, you know, that perhaps he's, you know, afraid of, he just realized that maybe he's wasting his time getting into election that he knows, judging on the previous by-election, that he is unlikely to win, and then he decided to pull out.
Absolutely. Well, interesting stuff there. Now, we've been really focusing on presidential issues. We've been focusing on parliamentary issues here and there. But look, let's turn to local authorities, because there's a contest there. Now, particularly in urban areas where the opposition has been in control for quite some time. Now, do you feel that perhaps the service delivery, which people worry about, may be a hindrance to them holding on to these urban areas? Do you feel their poor service delivery by most urban authorities may tilt the vote against them? Or do you think people will say, as long as we hold on to the opposition in the urban area, regardless of whether service delivery is good or not, we will keep them?
You know, my belief is if people are going to look at service delivery as service delivery, I think the opposition might have a challenge, because, you know, when you look at Harare right now, the issues of, you know, refuse collection, water, potholes in the city, if people are going to look at those things and are going to vote based on those issues, I think they might be a problem for the opposition. But, you know, people of in the urban area sometimes, you know, they are, you know, different from, you know, what we might think that they'll be looking at. And we have had situations whereby certain people will be saying, well, for me, I will just simply vote for this political party. Whether you have brought a baboon to be the leader of that party, I will simply vote for this party. I will never vote for this party. We have people who are, you know, like that. But I'm not so sure if the people of Harare are going to judge these candidates based on what they have done. But it is my prayer that these are the real issues that affect us as a people. And when we are given an opportunity to select a leader, these are the issues that we are supposed to be looking at, to say, are you going to be able to provide for the better life that we want? Or you're just going there to go into office and get money, get paid, go to your home, leaving us, and you never come back to us. So my prayer is that opportunity that we get after every 5 years, we should use it consciously of our future, of the needs of our children, of the needs of our society, to say, this person that I am electing into office, either as a councillor, as an MP, as a president, will this person be able to deliver on the things that I want to see in my country?
Perhaps my penultimate question to you is that, and this is the numbers being crunched, there are 6,598,523 registered voters. Almost 6.6 million registered voters this year, up from 5.6 5,695,706 last time around in 2018, and that is a significant increase. What when we extrapolate from this increase, what can we read into those numbers and that increase?
I think it could be, a sign of political maturity. People getting to understand and to realize that, we have to participate in an election and therefore we have to register and vote. Also, another issue of, that generation where we had people who were not yet 18 when we voted in 2018. Some of them, they've reached that voting age. So that could also be another reason why we had an increase. And thirdly, the fact that also the issue of voter education. I think this time around, we had extensive voter education, especially from our institutions such as ZEC, to encourage people to go and register to vote. So I think these three factors and others would have had an impact in having the number, increasing.
And perhaps finally, Doc, the interesting, and you touched a bit on this when we were talking about urban and rural, urban councils, I beg your pardon, and the interesting point you made that in Zimbabwe, there are these weird or unique voting trends. Now, whether or not Zimbabweans vote for competency or personalities, what is your take on this sort of debate? Because the interesting debate is people say, do people vote for competency or do they vote for personalities? Just in general, what do you think people vote for?
I think what I think, because I wouldn't know what people would be thinking. Like I've said, that there are certain people who would think I'm just going to vote for this party because that's the party I want. But my belief or my thinking is people should be able to vote for competence, because the ultimate goal, or what we all want, is to see our country developing, because this is the only country that we have. Its failure means we have failed as a people. And there's one person who said, the leadership that sometimes we have is a true reflection of who we are as a people. So are we people who want to see competent people in leadership positions, or we are people who just want to see people with a certain personality? So what I think is, for us to have a developed country, for us to feel proud of ourselves, we have to look at the competence of those people that we elect into office, if they are able to make Zimbabwe a prosperous country.
Leopold Chaganyuka, thank you for joining me here on Election 2023, and thank you for helping us at least walk through some of these very difficult things to understand from your perspective.
Thank you, Robert.
And of course, we are also very proud as an institution, because we also try as best as we can to bring to you competent analysts to make sure that you get other views other than yours, ours. And certainly the more we hear from various and different people, the better we are as a society and the more that we learn. If you're just joining us, of course, we are also with Eben Mabunda, who is in Kwazana, where he is tracking Nelson Chamisa, who's supposed to be voting there. We are currently struggling there in order to get that feed. But from what I'm told, the situation is still a bit dodgy with regards connection, but we will get that for you, and activity is still there, so if we're absolutely fortunate, we will cross over back there live to get whatever we can to make sure that you are everywhere you want to be and get your questions answered. This is ZTN Pride. My name is Robin Mkondiwa, and this is Election 2023.
Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwenen vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Mwana wa mwari runyararo musarudzo iwe mukristu iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Mwana wa mwari runyara rumusarutso iwe mukristu iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
Welcome back to Zim Papers television network. This is ZTN Prime and this is Election 2023. My name is Robin Kundiwa, and if you're just joining us, where on earth have you been? Because you have not been informed, because all the best information with regards the election here in Zimbabwe comes from no other source than ZTN. Earlier on, we had a number of interviews that we held. We went the length and breadth of the country to make sure that we capture key people as they cast their votes, and also to get a couple of sound bites from them. Of course, if you were following from the get-go, we started with Sharon Manjenje. She was in Sherwood in the Midlands province, and she and Titch managed to get up close and personal with the incumbent and the ZANU-PF first secretary and the candidate, of course, for ZANU-PF, Emmerson Mnangagwa.
How do you feel after casting your vote?
I've done my duty as a citizen of the country to decide who should be president of this country. I made the decision that I know him.
President, did you vote for yourself?
I did.
Your message
of course, I didn't see your
sir.
picture.
When you compare it with 1980, when you came for the first democratic election, how do you compare?
Well, I think this time around there's been more awareness than in the past. I think we shall have a higher turnout this time around. And besides, we now have more than 6 million people registered as voters. Last time we had only about 5 million. So there's 1.5 million more. And I think this time around there was quite publicity. And most of our people, even the younger generation, are very interested to cast their vote, because I've seen in the media that, for the first time we wanted to show that we also have rights to make our decisions. It's very good.
President, do you think you're going to take this?
Pardon?
Do you think you're going to take this vote?
If I think I'm not going to take it, then I'll be foolish.
And
everyone who contests, if you're going to rest to win. And precisely is what I'm doing.
Your key message to the nation?
Peace, 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 non-violence. During, before, and after. Peace, peace.
Your Excellency, there were only 2 boxes inside. The other one, the councillor is already.
Yeah, because ZANU-PF is very strong here. No one is just willing to lose their money for nothing when you know you will lose. So this is where I stay. It's principally ZANU-PF. Those who want have money to lose or to waste, they actually come forward. But those who are careful, they don't.
Well, interesting answer there to the question, Mr. President, did you vote for yourself? He says he did because he didn't see the journalist's face on or picture on the ballot paper, which probably explains, and we shall know that in the next election, we certainly know that if that journalist runs, he definitely has President Mnangagwa's vote coming his way. Also, we managed to track down the leader of the main opposition, it would seem, according to polls, and certainly the previous poll that we had in 2018, we tracked in Kwadzana through Eben Mabunda. We went and had some time with Nelson Chamisa of the Citizens Coalition for Change.
There's not time as voting. We're supposed to start voting at 7. Up to this moment, people have not received their ballot papers for certain candidates, the councillors' candidates. That's a problem. We're worried about that. We've taken it up with ZEC. They have no intelligent answer.
Key issue that he's talking about there, and of course we have been talking about it here on ZTN Prime as well. Of course, there's been something issued by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission explaining why there seems to be that delay in full throttle opening and voting processes, particularly in Harare province, which only had 23% of the polling stations opening on time, and of course 75% 100% in Bulawayo. This is something that we're also tracking ongoing. We've got our man at the command center. We've got Andy Hodges. He's going to be asking questions, and we want to bring finality and understanding to that so that we get both or all sides of the story, because there are sometimes very, very, very many prisms that help us arrive to understanding what certainly will have transpired. And that there was the Citizens Coalition for Change leader earlier on. To Mashonaland East now, where Mugovech Gada managed to get us some great interview. Actually, we've got Mugo has Tino Machakaire, who is oh yes, sir. Mugo is thank you, Mugo. Let's cross over to Mugo and hear what he has to say. He's got his interview ready for us.
We're here at Makanda Primary School, which is in Wedza South, which is part of Mashonaland East province. We gather that by 6 a.m. a lot of people here had actually gathered ready to vote. Mashonaland East is quite a big province. We are also talking of Chikomba East, we are talking of Chikomba West, we are talking of Goromonzi North, we are talking of Goromonzi South, Goromonzi West, Marondera Central, Marondera East. Earlier on we were in Wedza North. There is also Maramba Pungwe, there is Uzumba. So a total of 23 all in all, in as far as constituencies are concerned here in Mashonaland East. From here we will be moving on to Chikomba to just find out what has been happening there. Generally it's been peaceful, and a lot of people, once they've cast their votes, they are immediately getting out of the area and going back.
Well, that's of course Mugoet Gada. They're giving us an update of what's been happening there, and I'm told that very soon we shall be getting the lining up of Tino Machakaire, I think, very soon, where Mugovech Gada is going to be giving us a few questions going that way, because as you know, that's the Deputy Minister, or of course this cabinet dissolved, but Deputy Minister for Youth, Arts, Sports and Culture, I suppose it is. So let's go back to Mashonaland East and see if that has been prepared and that is ready for us.
Thank you very much. Today we are in Wedza district at Makanda Secondary School. This is my polling station. As you can see, there's peace, everyone is smiling, there's no intimidation, there's no harassment. This is what we want as a nation. We're just praying that all the other constituencies, they have the same situation.
And as we promised, of course, we delivered. We delivered that interview that we had with the ZANU-PF candidate. We delivered the interview we had with the CCC candidate and another person who's vying for the top office is now in the tin, as it were, because we managed to track down Harry Peter. And Harry Peter is also one of the presidential aspirants this year, a presidential aspirant as well in the year 2018. And of course, as I said before that, he was in Mavambo Kusile Dawn in 2008 under the leadership of Simba Makoni. So we managed to get Harry Peter, and this is what he had to say.
First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for coming over today. My name is Harry Peter Wilson. I'm from the Democratic Official Party, and I voted for myself today, as I'm one of the candidates for the presidential, and I feel that Zimbabwe should rally behind me. It is very peaceful, and there's a very good atmosphere. The presentation by the officers was brilliant. Everything just went smoothly, and I'm proud of being a Zimbabwean. I'm proud that all Zimbabweans will come out and vote and be peaceful. I thank every Zimbabwean for the unity they're going to bring together today. And we ask every Zimbabwean to go out and vote and have your rights. I say everybody today, it is our opportunity to know and serve ourselves, that we tomorrow will be in a position to understand that we have voted and we have casted our vote knowingly that our vote will count. I thank you guys for coming here today, and I say to every Zimbabwean, let's have the peace and let's continue with this good relationship we have shared amongst ourselves. Thank you.
And of course, we had some intervention on social media. Somebody was saying Elizabeth Valerio of UNZA has already voted, and they were really asking us to track her down to hear what she has to say, because as she's our only female candidate in the runners and riders, and there was a lot of excitement here and there from people who were saying, give us a chance to hear what she has to say. Give her a platform. This is ZTN Prime. This is what we do, and this is Elizabeth Valerio.
I think everyone seemed very organized at my polling station. I was getting concerned because I had heard a lot of reports from across the country where some of the polling stations don't seem to be prepared and they're still missing ballots for local authorities. So I was worried that perhaps my home polling station might have similar issues, but it was very smooth. And I just would have hoped to see more people lining up to vote. It's an important day for Zimbabwe to be able to choose the leaders that will be representing them for the next 5 years. And so we are, optimistic that people are going to be able to successfully participate in this election and submit their votes. I would want to also just say that as I looked at the ballot paper, my own photo on the ballot paper was unrecognizable. I almost couldn't recognize myself. So I'm very disappointed to see the quality of other candidates, particularly candidates that are currently in government, being so perfectly clear, and my photo is completely smeared and smudged. So really disappointed by that.
And Elizabeth Valerio there making known her grievances, and certainly that's something we're going to take note of, and something we're going to give the next man who's coming. We're going to give that to our man at the command center who's got his fingers in it all, and he's going to be asking such prying questions of Zek. Why do we have Elizabeth Valerio's picture not clear enough? Certainly, that's something she is unhappy about, as we could hear from the tone of her voice. And somebody's has got to answer that. It's a public body, and public questions will be raised. And certainly, we want public answers. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Andy Hodges, Commander Andy Hodges at the command center, and he's going to be taking us through some of the paces so that we go through what has happened today so far as people around the country continue voting, and certainly we hope peace continues to prevail. Andy Hodges, if you can hear me, welcome back. And what is the situation there at the center, at the command center? And if you will, when you do come and kick in, please tell us a lot more about what's happening there at the command center. But of course, we're close to the top of time, and Andy will be coming on the other side of this particular rest that we'll have. So from me, Robin Kondiwa, I'll be back giving you more from the broadcasting center. But after this, it's Andy Hodges.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
Iwe mukristu, iwe mutende. Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene, vechidiki, vechikuru, gatichipindire, gatibate basa, rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe, asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Welcome back. You're watching ZTN Prime. My name is Andy Hodges, and I'm coming to you, of course, from the National Command Center based at the HICC, our International Conference Center in the capital, Harare. It is here that the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission will announce the results of the Vote 2023 Zimbabwe's elections. Polls opened at 7 a.m. this morning. They will close at 7 p.m. Of course, we have had a press announcement from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission talking about the late opening of some polling stations in the country. In fact, the worrying number is 23% only of polling stations in Harare opened. They blame that on the lengthy court cases that were put in place after the nomination court, particularly at local authority level. We, of course, will be interrogating ZEC, and I use that word not lightly. We will be interrogating ZEC to find out exactly what caused this, what are the reasons for it, and also what they are doing or what they did about that. So please stay tuned to those interviews coming up right here on ZTN Prime. Now, I had an interview, of course, with the ambassador of Palestine to Zimbabwe, His Excellency Tamir Al-Mazri, and he was invited, his country, Palestine, was invited by the government of Zimbabwe through the foreign ministry to send an observer mission, to come and observe what's happening here, what's happening in the elections, and they put together a reasonable team. Now, one of the members of that team gives me great privilege to welcome here on ZTN Prime is Hisham Kuhel. He's the Chief Electoral Officer of the Central Elections Commission of Palestine. I suppose that's like our Zimbabwe Electoral Commission.
More or less.
More or less. Anyway, welcome to ZTN Prime.
Thank you.
Now, interestingly, let's start about why you're here. How did you get here? I suppose is the way of putting it.
Good question. As you said, we received kind invitation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through our embassy in Zimbabwe to Palestine, which has the directives of His Excellency the President of the Central Election Commission of Palestine to participate. So we composed a team composed of two members of Central Election Commission, myself and my Director General of Gaza District Office. We have a colleague, she represents the Ministry of Women Affairs, and another colleague represents the Ministry of Local Governance. So we are 5 altogether, and another colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we are high-ranking officials from Palestine coming, responding to invitation, and as the ambassador said, expressing our solidarity with Zimbabwe.
Now, one thing that Ambassador said is that it's not monitoring, we'll call it that. It's more also coming to learn and experience and share experiences. Unlike some countries that say we're coming to monitor and observe, I think your mandate is a little bit different.
Our mandate is to look, note, share experience, report the good thing and the things that might go wrong, to look at the election environment, rather than the technical procedure as well. So all that, as you said rightly, we are here to observe and learn and share experiences.
Now, of course, I would assume, Hisham, that you as the Central Elections Commission's Chief Electoral Officer, you've had your fair share of elections and looking at elections all around the world, and obviously, so if I had to ask you point blank, how would you compare the electoral process that we're going through now in Zimbabwe compared to, say, best practice, if I can call it that?
We were keen to start early today, so we were at the first voting center at around 6:30 this morning to see the opening of the voting center. Apart from the delay of the ballot paper of local councils, everything was done perfectly according to international standards. So, and by the way, the delay was happening in some of the centers, not all of the centers, and the delay, ranging between half an hour to more than 1 hour. Yet we have to know why the delay happened, but again, it could happen in any given election in any country, regardless of status. So we consider it normal. We visited 4 centers so far after the opening. Elections or voting are running smoothly. The people are queuing in large numbers, and they smile, they are happy, peaceful. I congratulate you on this, and the Zimbabwean people for their keen to express their vote, to their candidates or whatever.
Now, one important issue, of course, which I suppose Zimbabweans were concerned and are concerned about was the level of violence that we witnessed in previous elections. This time around, it's way down, it's way better. In fact, the campaigning period and even polling day, violence is down. Now, I mean, that's a necessity, isn't it, for any free election, that this violence, you don't want people to be intimidated or not go to the polls.
Of course. Can I tell you a secret? we arrived Sunday morning. I can explain or describe this election as boring election. I mean, everything going just right. So no actions, which I hope it will continue this way
yes, we hope
until after results. So again, you should be proud.
But it's good to be boring, isn't
it? When it
comes to
course.
Elections?
No, I'm joking.
I'm just saying it's good because it means everything is going smoothly.
Yes.
So in general then, I mean, so you'll report back, you're supposed to go back, report back to your government and report back to your minister. How does that work? Are you giving a report mainly on your experiences, on what you shared?
Of course, we are invited as foreign observing mission, so we have to submit our report to the Election Commission here, as well as to our leadership back in the country.
And there's nothing, I mean, I know that some countries and some observers have come with this mandate of saying free and fair, but that isn't your mandate, is it? It's more to observe, really just say what happened, what you saw.
No, but you have to give your opinion at the end of the day, whether this was a fair and square election.
Okay, all right, so you will be doing that when you do your report.
Of course.
All right, brilliant. Hisham Kuhel, Chief Electoral Officer, Central Elections Commission, Palestine. I really do want to visit your beautiful country one of these days, and I'm sure I'll be there. If I do,
you are most welcome, anytime.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Well, that's it. This is one of the observer missions. Of course, there are so many groupings of observer missions. Palestine, a very good friend to Zimbabwe. We've been friends for, I think even before independence, if I recall. And here they sent a big delegation representing the chief of the Central Elections Commission from Palestine. The ambassador is involved, and a delegation from the various ministries from Palestine. And they will be looking and seeing, observing. It was great to talk to the chief election officer from the Central Elections Commission, giving us his view of what's happening. And it's nice to hear the echoing of peace and about, and I liked what he said, even though he was joking. He said, it's a boring election. And you know what? Boring is good. I'm Andy Hodges from the command center here in the capital city, Harare. It's back to the studio.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
Iwe mutende. Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene, vechidiki, vechikuru, gati chipindire, gati bate basa, rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe, asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Hi there. Of course, this is Andy Hodges here at the National Command Center. It's right here where Vote 2023. This is the nerve center of Zimbabwe's elections. The Zimbabwe Election Commission will be announcing all of the results from this where I'm sitting right now. That will include the presidential, the parliamentary, and of course local authority election results. It's here that Zimbabweans will find out who they voted for and who won the election 2023. I'm now joined, and it gives me great privilege to welcome here on ZTN Prime, His Excellency Tamer Al-Masri. He's the ambassador of Palestine to Zimbabwe. Ambassador, welcome to ZTN Prime, sir.
I thank you.
Now, it's interesting because it's good to see various groupings coming to monitor our election and observe the election. So how did you, as Palestine, as obviously the representing Palestine, how did you get an invitation? Were you invited to come and participate in observing the election? What happened?
Actually, as you know, that the government of Zimbabwe promised that they will invite all the world to monitor and to see this important election, and we are as a friendly country to Zimbabwe, and we have a great and historical relations with the Republic of Zimbabwe. Even it is not after 1980, it was during the Revolution War. We received official invitation from His Excellency the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Honorable Frederick Shava, to our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates, Dr. Riyad al-Malki. Then we consultate and we take a decision to send high-level mission observers from Palestine just to be part of this experience of democracy in Zimbabwe.
Now,
And
I noticed that you do have quite a large team here. I mean, what is it? Who is it made up of? I know later on I'll be talking to your elections commission from Palestine representative, but just maybe go through because it's quite a large team, isn't it? I mean, relatively.
we have, I think, a reasonable team that represent the government of Palestine and our civil society. Together, they are here just to interact and also not to monitor the elections, but also to learn from the Zimbabwean experience in democracy. And today, according to what we did see from the early morning, I think all the Zimbabwean people should be proud of your experience, and you should raise your heads up for what you achieve nowadays and to reach this very important day peacefully. I think it's something that can give messages everywhere.
I do like your comment, Ambassador. You know, the sense that Zimbabweans, it's up to Zimbabweans to vote, and it's up to us to be peaceful, us to maintain that peaceful, community that we have at the moment in voting. But what are your genuine impressions of that? Because that is what a very critical part of any election process is, ensuring that everybody can vote without fear. They can vote without the specter of violence over their head. So I've noticed the last couple of weeks, in fact the last month or so, during even the campaigning, it's been a very peaceful country, and people have been able to go about and express their political views freely and openly.
I will be frank with you. I think what Zimbabwe promised the world and the people here, I think it's doable at this moment. We receive the election day, 23rd of August, with very peaceful environment, and we thank Almighty Allah, Almighty God, that the pre-election time was very peaceful. It was in the media, as we notice, free spaces for every party, for every candidate. In the campaigning, we saw all the Zimbabwean political rainbow competing and announce themselves, their programs without any interfere. We saw the transparency from the early morning. Maybe I have noticed for a little bit late in some polling center, but except this point, I think everything was or is great, and I hope we will reach the end of the day with this spiritual and this will, and our people in Zimbabwe will celebrate the result of their democracy.
Ambassador, His Excellency Tamir Al-Mazri, the Ambassador of Palestine, Zimbabwe. Sir, thank you so much for talking to ZTN Prime. Now, don't go anywhere, because after the breather, I will be talking to Hisham Kuhail. He is the Chief Electoral Officer of the Central Election Commissions of Palestine. I would like to find out from him his impressions of the election, how it's run, how he can compare it to his home in Palestine and all around the world. I'm sure he's been around looking at different elections. So don't go anywhere. I, of course, will be right back from the command center, continuing our Vote 2023 Zimbabwe election.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
(2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. 2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
watching Election 2023 here, of course, on ZTN Prime. We're broadcasting to you live from our ZTN studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I'm Eben Mabunda. Now, we've got just about 5 hours, 45 minutes before the closing of the polls. According to the stipulated timeframes, it remains to be seen whether there will be an extension based on the outturn of the day. Now, as we make progress, I am joined in this studio by Dr. Victor Mapuire, who is a public policy expert, to discuss the proceedings in as far as the casting of the ballots by, of course, by the masses, the populace spread across the country. Hello, Dr. Victor, and welcome to Election 2023.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. What has been your experience? Where did you vote from? And how did you find it? And would want to hear more. If you would please just show your finger so that our viewers can get a glimpse into what it is that we're talking about.
Okay, so I just voted early on today, this morning, from Mashonaland West. I'm from Makonde District, Ward 5. That's where I cast my vote, and I'm just coming in from Chinoi. That's where Makonde District is. And my experience so far with voting is my polling station opened on time, 7. I think by 7:45, I was already done with exercising my constitutional right and my democratic right to vote for my preferred candidates. So my experience has been so smooth so far. I do not have any challenges or experience any hiccups during the process of me casting my vote.
Now, that was specific to your particular experience. Now, to sort of zoom out and look at the broader perspective, what is your assessment of the voting process thus far?
Well, I think the voting process so far is going so well. I think better than expected. But like any process that's done nationwide, it's quite a huge process, and we're looking at about 6 million over 6 million voters on the voters roll. So any process that has huge numbers of people coming into it, and it's supposed to be just a day, it's obviously it won't go without any hiccups. But so far, I'd say everything is going on so well, albeit a few glitches along the way, which are nothing really to cause concern or alarm about. So my assessment of what's been going on both in my constituency, my ward, and what I've been reading that's been going around across the country, I think everything is going on very well so far.
Now, there have been some reports of some delays in the electoral processes, and some reports coming from Harare and different parts of the country with regards to delays. Of course, the stipulated time is 7 a.m. But from some of the reports that we've been getting across the country, there were delays that were ranging anything from 5, 10, 15, an hour, and so forth and so on. The question then would be, would this have an impact on the entire electoral process? And, what would this really translate to at the end of the day?
I don't think such delays would be something to really talk about to begin with. I don't think there are delays that should be cause for alarm. Like I said, the logistics of planning a national harmonized election of this magnitude, I think this is going to be the highest voter turnout that we've had in Zimbabwe's history, basing on the current people on the voters roll. So it's our first time dealing with such numbers, and we are adjusting as we are going. But the delays and the hiccups that I'm reading and hearing from people, they are normal in any electoral process. You can't expect the process to be free from fault. You can't expect the process to be perfect. Perfection is something very difficult to attain. So I think so far what's really happening is within the margin of error, and it's to be expected. And I don't think that should have an effect or put a dent on the outcome of this election.
Now, in this election, you've got about 6.6 million registered voters. In the previous election, we had about 5.7 million voters that participated in the 2018 plebiscite. Now, given that significant jump, what can we extrapolate from this?
Oh, I think Zimbabweans are becoming more aware of their constitutional and rights, and it all comes together with what the second dispensation has been able to do. Remember, under President Mnangagwa, there's been the opening up of democratic space, and people have been able now to freely participate and exercise their constitutional rights with the aim of ensuring that Zimbabwe is shown as the democracy that it really is. So these numbers now, it's a way of showing faith that people actually have faith in the electoral process. People have faith in the democratic process, and people have faith in the constitutional processes that are supposed to occur in this country. So the huge voter turnout and the increase of almost 1 million plus, it's evident to say that, you know, people are willing to participate and to take part in democratic processes and to utilize and take advantage of their constitutional rights. So that huge upsurge in numbers from 5-point-something million to over 6 million is quite a positive mark that should be commended, to say we do not have voter apathy anymore. The population is now aware and the democratic space has been opened up so that people can now participate and take part in the democratic process and exercise their constitutional right to vote.
Now, on the flip side, you look at the extent of female participation in terms of contesting in these electoral processes. You'd find out that last year, in 2018 rather, in the last polls, we had a good 14% female participation, which has now come off to 11%. Question then would be, what has been the driver of this particular narrative at this point?
Well, I think in terms of female participation, like we said, women find it difficult to occupy some of these spaces that have been male-dominated for a very long time. I think that's why, if you notice, the Constitution is made sure, with the introduction of the quota system and even the introduction of the zebra system for the Senate and the House of Assembly, to ensure that females take up this democratic process. And 11%, from 14% to 11%, I do not really interpret it as being such a jump, because remember, there's been a jump in population since the last election, and these are some of the variables and factors that we should consider when we are looking at such factors. There's been even an increase, I think, in the number of candidates that are now taking up spaces in both the National Assembly, the Senate, and local authorities. So the 11 to 14% really, again, is not something that people should be alarmed with, to say that there's been a drastic increase. It's actually cognizant of really what's been going on, and I'd say there is not much that has changed, but we really do still need to improve women participation in these processes.
I want to zoom in on the presidential candidates. Last time we had 23 presidential candidates. 4 of those were women, representing 17% of that particular aggregate. This year, we have got 11 presidential candidates, and we've got 1 female participating, and that's a decrease from 17% to 9%. What can be done to improve this particular matrix?
Well, I think women naturally shy away from taking up some of these leadership positions in political parties. So I think more should be done on trying to stimulate women to not shy away and to seek some of these political offices. And I think it all boils down to how the political space really is male-dominated. But if you look at parties like ZANU-PF, they've ensured that there is women that take up and become part of the leadership positions. Like, for instance, in the ZANU-PF Presidium, we have the national chair, Comrade Opam Chinguru, who's a female. So with such, political parties should be able to now use their influence to ensure that they promote and uplift female candidates and ensure that they take up political spaces.
Once upon a time, we had a female vice president, and some contend that perhaps we have not perhaps lived up to the precedents that we set for ourselves as a democracy. Now, perhaps as a follow-up to an earlier indicated point, I would like to pose a question to you that hinges around the fact that various think tanks have predicted different outcomes for this year's election. Do you feel that these researches are well done and quite well represented? And are there anything to go by? We have not had such a culture in Zimbabwe, have we?
No, we've not. Like I said, the democratic space under the new dispensation has been opened up, and opinion polls, they are quite new to Zimbabwe and this part of the world. So we're now experiencing something that's unprecedented before, but that's why they're called opinions opinion polls. They're really based on opinion, and I'm sure the outcome, the final outcome, as would be announced by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, is the one that really settles it all at the end of the day. So people are entitled to have their opinions. There are different studies conducted in different parts of the country using different methodologies and using different demographies. So you're bound to come up with very different results across the board. But at the end of the day, I think it's just for us to wait and see what the final result will be.
Now, you mentioned the zebra process, you mentioned the quota system. Would you want to shed more light on that for the sake of our viewers, starting perhaps with the zebra?
Okay, the zebra system is the one that's mostly used within the Senate that ensures that with the first candidate or the first person who's supposed to occupy a senatorial post, regardless of which party they're coming from, they should be female. So it's always a female first and followed by a male to ensure that at the end of the day we have a 50-50 representation within the Senate. So the quota system, our constitution provides that they should be a certain number of women that should take up a post within the National Assembly, and some of these are not directly elected, but the parties give a list of their preferred candidates that they wish that they should take up positions to ensure that even though we have elected representatives, we still have those who are women and youth. Now, the quota system also extends to not just women, but youth as well.
So that's now for the Senate. Now, let's move to the lower house.
The lower house, that's where the quota system is more prevalent. So the zebra system is mostly for the upper house, the Senate, and the quota system is mostly for the National Assembly and the local authorities to ensure that there is women representation, regardless of whatever happens through the elected representatives. We still have to ensure that the women, the youth, and the disabled are still represented in the House of Assembly in local authorities.
At the local government?
The same system applies at the local government as well, similar to the National Assembly.
Right. Now, soon the conversation will change and shift from the participation in the voting process, and attention will now go toward the results. And you know, we're about 5 hours 30 minutes now before the official time designated for the polls to actually be conducted. Now, what would be your prediction of the outcome, judging from how the different political parties have fared so far in this campaign?
Well, this would be my own personal opinion as someone who's heavily invested in electoral processes and public policy and so forth. From what I've noticed so far, ZANU-PF, in terms of being well-structured and drawing crowds and having an actual well-communicated message to the electorate, I would predict that obviously ZANU-PF has an upper hand in this election, vis-a-vis comparing with the main opposition this time, which is the CCC. There are no structures. There are squabbles within that political outfit. There are issues to do with people feeling that some of the heavyweights, such as Tendai BT, have been excluded from the entire process. So I would predict, looking at the organization of ZANU-PF and how they've conducted all their star rallies as well as other rallies that they've conducted during this process, I would predict that ZANU-PF definitely has an upper hand in this election, based on the fact that they've been able to properly structure themselves and properly coordinate and communicate their message to the electorate, as compared to the opposition, the main opposition, that is CCC, that has struggled to put their house in order. No structures, nobody knows really who's who, and the message has not been well coordinated and well communicated to the populace. And elections, bearing in mind, elections are not a matter of goodwill. You do not bank on people's goodwill to say, people, I think they like me, I think people love me. Elections results come out after hard work, how you communicate, how you reach out to the electorate, and how you convince them to vote for you.
Are you saying that a preference for a candidate would not necessarily translate to the X on the ballot?
No, not necessarily. If you think that goodwill will translate to an X on the ballot, then that is a misconstruing of the entire situation. It's all about your ability to convince. Politics and elections are all about your ability to reach out to the electorate and convince them that you are the appropriate candidate for that.
Are you therefore saying that the CCC has not done enough to convince
the CCC has struggled to reach out to the populace. They have not been that visible as compared to ZANU-PF, how they've been able to reach out to the populace, their electorate, and how they've coordinated and structured themselves, how the structure of the party, the preferred candidate, President Mnangagwa, the presidential candidate, is how they've communicated the message from the president to the House of Assembly to even the local authority candidates to say this is our message, and their message has been one. As compared to CCC, with double allocation of candidates, we don't even know who some of the candidates in some of these constituencies and wards are. So I'd put my money right now on ZANU-PF being able to take the lead in this election.
In the 2018 presidential polls, the presidential candidate for ZANU-PF had about 50.8% of the electorate, and Nelson Chamisa, then of course of the MDC Alliance, and now we've got the CCC, an offshoot of that. He in that election had about 44% of the electorate. Would you cast any doubt perhaps on his campaign and his party perhaps having solidified and concretized over time to pose enough a threat to the ED Mnangagwa regime?
I don't think so. If you've noticed, if you've been following trends over the past 5 years since President Mnangagwa won the last election, ZANU-PF and him have gone from strength to strength. They've perfected their operations. They perfected the way that they reach out to the electorate. And mind you, CCC, it's fairly a new party, and they formed the party less than 1 year towards elections. And ZANU-PF has been preparing, I think, for this election since the last election. So you have a party well experienced that has been participating in elections for 43 years. Then you've got a new disjointed outfit that people do not even know if it's got an address, it's got a bank account, if it's got a proper logo. We have an outfit that is based around an individual, CCC. We even have some of the electorate saying CCC is not even Citizens Coalition for Change, it's actually Chamisa Chete Chete. And people don't even know now who comprises of that outfit, what does that outfit stand for. Vis-a-vis ZANU-PF, a party that has been taking part in elections for over 43 years, and they've perfected their game, and they continue to do so. And I think what we're now witnessing is actually a rebirth and a renewal of ZANU-PF, and ZANU-PF actually having a wider reach, because truly speaking, when we talk of opposition politics in this country as of now, it's been waning, because CCC, they struggle to even field candidates in some constituencies. Some constituencies, they double allocation, and they're an outfit that is really disjointed and not organized. And then here we have ZANU-PF, an outfit that's really been perfecting its game, really been having a proper structures in how to properly reach out to their electorate. So if you can see like 43 years vis-a-vis 1 year, you can tell that will work to the advantage of ZANU-PF.
But perhaps some would struggle, perhaps some would argue that this is a party that, as you pointed out, is built upon certain individuals who've been resilient perhaps over time, regardless of the infightings and some of the squabbles that they've had.
Yes, that's true, because ZANU-PF has seemed to be a united front as compared to CCC. I mean, we all know that CCC is probably another branch of MDC, and MDC has had several branches and several MDC-T, MDC-M, MDC Monzora, now CCC, but ZANU-PF has always remained steadfast and has remained as a single united front for the past 43 years. And I think that works really to that party's advantages. We're heading into the election to say, you know what, we can coordinate, we can move as one unit as compared to these other fragmented units.
They have been able to maintain dominance, especially in the urban areas, in the councils and so forth and so on. Would that perhaps not speak to the numbers that they command across the country?
Not necessarily. The larger population of Zimbabwe's voters, I think over 3/4 or 2/3 of the country's voters are within so-called ZANU-PF strongholds within the raw areas. That's where the majority of the country's population, if you look at the statistics from the last census, I think much of our population is still in raw areas, and raw areas really have always been ZANU-PF stronghold. And coming into this election, you can also tell, without getting much into detail, you can see that there's been a shift in change, because now people are arguing MDC, CCC, or whoever have been in charge of our local authorities for the past 20 some years, and nothing has really changed. So in this election, I predict that ZANU-PF is going to win a considerable number of seats from the traditional areas that the opposition has always had.
And yet, the Triple C has also been aggressively campaigning in the areas that have been strongholds for ZANU-PF. How do you justify that?
Yes, they are allowed to campaign. They can go on and campaign in as much as
and
they
in the
do,
process, don't you think that perhaps they would get...
Not necessarily. Look at the numbers. The numbers do not lie. Have you seen the voter turnouts? The turnouts in ZANU-PF rallies vis-a-vis Triple C rallies. You could have seen the last star rally that was done by Triple C in Harare. Would have expected that maybe since Harare is theirs, they would have commanded a large following. But you compare that with the numbers that ZANU-PF drew in Harare, that should be a sign to say, you know what, I think the tide is changing. The urban areas are no longer a preserve of the Triple C. You can also look at the numbers that ZANU-PF did in their star rally in Bulawayo. You can also see that
have you also considered
numbers are changing.
The rallies that the Triple C have been having across the country? You look at Bulawayo, you look at different other parts of the country. They've also been commanding considerable numbers.
They have, but if we look at the numbers, ZANU-PF looks to still be in the lead in terms of, because like I said, their ability to organize, their structures, their ability to reach out to each and every individual and each and every one of their supporters gives them a lead in this, because people know ZANU-PF. They know who the leader is. They know the leadership of ZANU-PF. They know the candidates of ZANU-PF. Then we have Triple C, where we have candidates that we do not really know who is the candidate for which specific...
some have argued that the busing of people at some of the ZANU-PF rallies perhaps would be a demerit in their campaign process?
Not necessarily. Like, basically, you can't bus what you don't have. If people are willing to show up and at your rallies, then it means they are your people. So if you're able to bus people and convince them to say, no, come and attend our rally, then that means they are your people. There's nothing preventing CCC from taking a similar approach to say, if we can hire buses and bring our people, then they can come. And to my understanding, ZANU-PF has not been busing people outside the province that they hold their provincial star rallies. They've used that modus operandi to show that, you know, we have people in this province, so our people should... They've just been facilitating for their supporters within that particular province to be able to attend the president's star rally. So this whole idea of passing people is really old
explain
news.
why, in your assumption, maybe there were more people at the ED star rally vis-a-vis what we saw at the Chamisa, if we had to go by what you said in this program?
Not necessarily. People come to rallies based on their free will. So if CCC had numbers, they would be able to equally bring their numbers to their rallies. ZANU-PF was able to organize and structure and bring its supporters to its rallies within each province as they conducted the star rallies. As opposed to CCC, if they are also, there's nothing preventing them from borrowing a leaf from that and also busing their people from wherever they prefer to. I don't know what their operations are in terms of bringing their people and logistics to their rallies, but there's nothing really stopping them from freely, you know, bringing their people to their rallies.
Now, according to the SADC protocol guidelines for elections, it is important that a member country runs its electoral processes in a manner that is free and fair, that is also inclusive to all the participants. That is also, of course, buttressed by the United Nations Human Rights Charter, specifically Article 21. Now, Douglas Monzora pulled out from this electoral process and from this electoral campaign, and he cites that there have been irregularities and perhaps that the playing field has not been level. What is your assessment of Douglas Monzora's sentiments?
Well, it's quite surprising that it has those sentiments. He's the only candidate, I think the only political outfit as of this stage that is pulled out of the election, and he's the only one singing that song. CCC, main opposition, is not pulled out, as well as the other 10 presidential candidates.
Just to jump in there, you also have other cases, Linda Masarira, Xavier Kasukwere. This has been perhaps one of the most contested elections in the courts of law, in the build-up towards the very election itself.
I think it's just panic by non-entities. Linda Masarira is a non-entity politically. Douglas Monzora is basically politically dead in this country. Kasukwere did not pull out. Kasukwere did not qualify as a candidate. The law is very clear. If you stay out of Zimbabwe for over 180 days consecutively, you lose your right to vote. And if you lose your right to vote, you cannot stand for any elected office. So the Kasukwere case, I'm sure the law is written in black and white on that, and it was very clear to say that the law states this, and the law cannot be convenient for a certain individual who wants to propagate their certain interest. The law applies as it is, and I don't think to say that the likes of Xavier Kazukwere were treated unfairly would be also fair, because really, based on the country's law, the country's electoral law, Xavier Kazukwere did not qualify to stand as a candidate in this election.
And I think some of that has received attention from the Constitutional Court. Now, we can then make reference to Linda Masarira. There were some issues with regards payments, and she could not appear.
If I could add, if you were following Linda Masarira, of which I was on social media, she was on a campaign to actually raise funds to finance a campaign. She did not even have adequate funds to begin with. She struggled to raise to raise funds for her nomination fee. So for Linda Masari, really, she was struggling throughout the entire process. And I think it's only fair that we should not have candidates that will actually waste time on the ballot. We should have serious candidates who are serious about being candidates for this upcoming election.
In the context of being having serious candidates, some have argued that perhaps $20,000 is a bit punitive.
That was a matter that was referred to Parliament and by the courts, and I think it was within, like I said, elections are not conducted randomly. There's the electoral law and there's Parliament. So elections are always conducted within the confines of what Zimbabwean law states. And if the law states that it was gazetted that the fee should be 20,000 for one to qualify to be president, we cannot break the law for it to be convenient for certain individuals. The law is the law. If you are unable to raise the nomination fee, then you are unable to stand as a candidate. So the law is very clear on that.
Right. Back again to Douglas Monzora, who of course at one point challenged the delimitation report that we are running within this particular plebiscite. And he, as I said earlier on, has said that the playing field has not been level. What are your sentiments with regards to that?
You know, I think people who complain that the playing field was never even, I think there are people who want it to be convenient towards them. You cannot say it's not even when you are not.
I will jump in there. We will cross over now to Cowdrey Park, where Finance Minister Professor Mthuli Ncube is expected to be casting his vote any moment now, with of course some proceedings taking place right there.
Currently there is a makeshift structure, and that should change. It will change. In the education sector, we'll make sure that there are more schools that are built over the next 5 years. It's a big population. This is the largest constituency in Bulawayo, the second largest in the entire country. So it's a big place. We need a lot.
Now, of course, to continue with our conversation, from time to time, we will be switching over to what is happening around the country, just to make sure that you get tidbits into how this election is progressing. Dr. Mapuvire, let's talk about the aspect of the playing field being level.
Like I said, elections in Zimbabwe are conducted based on the country's electoral law and the country's constitution, which is the supreme law of the country. So you cannot claim that the playing field is not level. If it's not level, as per your own perception and your own interpretation, then that's what the courts are there for. We have the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the Constitutional Court. You can take up any one of these issues to any one of these courts and seek remedy. So if people are making political pronouncements saying that the playing field was not even, but they have not taken up or challenged any one of the provisions or any one of the ways in which the elections are being conducted in a court of law, then I think their pronouncements are just political hearsay, and they're just trying to gain relevance and gain attention in that regard.
You know, also in this conversation, there have been some reports of one or two political parties that expressed that perhaps some of their rallies, they were not given the permission to do so by the police, and there were concerns around that area. Do you not think that perhaps fortifies the argument that the playing field has not been level?
I'm not quite sure with how people will always seek to say it's playing field is skewed towards a certain political party and so forth. The law is very clear. To conduct a rally, you need police clearance. If you do not partake in that and do not
we
make
will
applications...
get back to that question. Now we cross over again to Bulawayo at Kodri Park, where Professor Mthuli Ncube...
Any message to people that are at home who feel like they're undecided whether to come and vote or to stay at home?
Those who are at home who are undecided should decide and come and vote. After all, it's their constitutional right to vote. They should exercise it. This only happens once every 5 years. It is a wonderful moment. This is the first time that a government, a party that is ruling, has focused on development issues. This is a major, major shift. And this is a shift that everyone should try to support. I don't think anyone should fight development. Even those who are in other parties should welcome it. And that's a good thing.
What are your prospects in winning this election and in retaining your current position as finance minister?
Oh, you know what? It's the people who decide, the electorate who decide, and I think that they will vote wisely for a candidate such as myself, who's focused on improving their lives, who's focused on development. I genuinely want this place to change, and for me, I'm different because I do things first. And then I just promise. I actually deliver things and then ask if you want more. And that's what I'm going to do. You will see the place change completely. Hope people then will vote wisely for a candidate.
Looks like we just lost that feed there, but of course we got tidbits from what is actually taking place there at the Kodri constituency in Bulawayo. And of course the voting continues. We are now just 5 hours 15 minutes before we reach the 7 p.m. deadline. It remains to be seen whether there will be an extension on the pretext of the reports that have been coming through since the polling processes started in the course of the day. Again, I have Dr. Mapuvire, and we are discussing Zimbabwe's political landscape against the backdrop, of course, of the election 2023. This plebiscite, where it is that we are expecting in the next set of days to be receiving the results for the local government, the House of Assembly, the Senate, as of course the biggest and the highest job in the land, that of presidency. Dr. Mapunga, just before I interjected, you were explaining how you believe that the playing field has been level in Zimbabwe.
Like I said, elections are not conducted randomly. We don't just wake up and say, oh, we're having an election today. Elections are conducted based on the country's laws. And as long as that still remains, and as long as no one is really challenged and said we are conducting this process outside the confines of what the law states, then the playing field is indeed level. So anyone else who seeks to propagate such messages to say the playing field is not even, they can approach the courts, they can approach any one of the courts and seek remedy for any of their misgivings as to how the election is being conducted.
Right. Now let's turn to local authorities, particularly in the urban areas where the opposition has been in control for quite a while now. The question, we will come back, of course, to that very question, but we will get back to what's happening at Kodri Park. Our reporters, they give us this particular feed.
Power outages are gone. We no longer have blackouts. These are remarkable achievements for an economy that is under the albatross of debt arrears. Thank you very much.
Visuals there, of course, coming through from Kodri Park, where Professor Mthuli Ncube has been giving us insight into that particular campaign. And of course, the voting continues. We are now 5 hours 11 minutes before the 7 p.m. deadline is indicated. Dr. Mapuvire, I had indicated the element of the local authorities, which for a while now have been under the control in the urban areas by members of the opposition. What is your assessment of how the campaign into this election has played out, and what we could expect against the backdrop of service delivery issues perhaps in recent years?
Well, I'm pretty sure we're in Harare and we're all aware of the situation that's actually going on in Harare in terms of service delivery by the local authorities, and the opposition has been in charge of the capital city for over 20-some years now. So I expect this election to be a watershed moment where we're going to have a change, where we're actually going to see the ZANU-PF gaining quite a significant number of seats, not only in the Harare metropolitan area, in the Harare local authority, but also in areas such as Blawe, because for so many years, citizens have been suffering under the weight of poor service delivery. There's sewer in the streets, there's poor water provision, the roads are filled with potholes that have become the order of the day. So I think we now, like I mentioned earlier on, that our electorate has become more aware of the power that they hold and what they should expect from those that they elect. So we should expect now maybe a change, because people are now ready for a change in these urban areas to say, no, the opposition has been running the affairs of these cities and urban areas for so long. So they're willing now, I think from the sentiments from the streets, is that we are willing to now to try something new and see what ZANU-PF may be able to bring, and may be able to alleviate the blight of urbanites in this country.
Ready for change is a statement that you use to explain the state of the urban areas in the country that, of course, have been under the rulership or the control, should I say, leadership and guidance of the opposition. And yet that same statement is one that is also employed by the opposition in a bid to explain how Zimbabweans perhaps are looking for some of the economic issues that have dogged Zimbabwe for a while. How do you respond to that? You sound very bullish with regards to ZANU-PF's prospects. Now you look at some of the aggregates from an economic perspective. Some would argue that when you look at inflation, when you look at currency issues, perhaps Zimbabwe still has a long way to go. And given the fact that ZANU-PF has been at the helm of the administration of the country, do you not think that perhaps citizens could be in a position where they are ready for change?
Ready for change, like I said, that statement applies to when we're looking at local authorities. Mind you, ZANU-PF has been running the government for the past 23 years under sanctions, and I don't think any other outfit or any other political outfit could have done better. Zimbabwe is now finally food self-sufficient. We are now the only country in the region that's not experiencing crippling power outages. We've solved the power issue through Unit 7 and 8. We've been able to expand Kariba South. We've been able to actually construct new roads and rehabilitate the existing ones under the ERRP2 program spearheaded by the president, who has had a vision to transform Zimbabwe towards 2030. So I think in that regard, Zimbabweans would be very satisfied with how the incumbent has been running national affairs. What they really would want to change would be the same blueprint to be applied now to local authorities, where there's the footprint of the opposition party that's been at the leading these local authorities.
Now, still within that particular bracket, there would also be concerns, as I indicated, around corruption and perhaps issues to do with the current stability. Yes, indeed, the finance minister recently projected that the economy would grow by 5.3% in 2023, making it one of the fastest growing economies within the SADC region. And yet, critics would argue that when you then look at a GDP per capita, or when you try and look at the element of human development, perhaps these huge numbers have not translated too much in as far as the pockets of the ordinary Zimbabweans.
Well, economic growth and economic change is a very slow process. It doesn't happen overnight. But now, when you now start seeing those 5.2, 5.3% economic growth figures, that then shows that something has been done right up to this point. It then shows that the foundation has been laid. So going forward from now, I think we should be able now to see that translate into the individual pockets of individual Zimbabweans. Because what you need to do is to set out the foundation first. You cannot start reaping before what you've sowed is now ready and ripe. So I think now we're heading towards where we're going to experience that ripeness, and then Zimbabweans can then now start feeling that those effects in their pockets, and start feeling that really there is now a real change between where we were and where we are, because economic growth is a very slow process. But once we've set the foundation and the economic fundamentals are in place, it should be a smooth ride now towards where we want to get to.
Dr. Victor Mapuvire, a public policy expert. Sir, thank you for joining us on Election 2023.
Thank you for having me.
Now, of course, our coverage continues as we give you the tidbits as well as the teensy-weensys of what is happening across the country. We are 5 hours, 5 minutes before the 7 p.m. deadline as indicated by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. In just a moment, we are expecting to be joined by our correspondent Andy Hodges, who is at the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission Command Center, to give us a debrief in terms of what is the progress therefrom, and what is the report or the official position from those that are facilitating and leading us in this particular election. Of course, this very electoral process continues. We are looking at over 6.6 million registered voters spread across 12,370 polling stations, of course across the breadth and the width of the Zimbabwean teapot-shaped country. Time for us to take a break. We'll be back with you with more.
Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
New Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. 2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
'23's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
Thank you. Hello, you are watching Election 2023. We are broadcasting to you live from our ZTN studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I'm Eben Mabunda. Of course, the plebiscite continues. We are exactly 5 hours from the ZEC stipulated deadline with regards, of course, the closing of the polling stations. Now, we are joined from the ZEC command center here in Zimbabwe's capital at the HICC by ZTN correspondent Andy Hodges to give us an update in terms of what it is that is taking place at the command center. Good afternoon, Andy.
Good afternoon, Eben. You know, it's been quite an interesting morning. Obviously, with the polling taking place around the country, there's not a lot going on here at the command center because, of course, the command center really starts swinging into action tomorrow after the polls. However, I will say upstairs is what I can call the ZEC command center, where obviously we're not allowed into it. And that is where the ZEC officials are trying to deal with some of the issues that are being faced around the country when it comes to the polling problems. Now, I want to highlight 3 specific notices that ZEC have issued this morning. The first one is about vote counting, and I will read them out. It says, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, ZEC, would like to advise the public that after the close of polling at 7 p.m., votes will be counted at the polling station level. Voters in the queue at 7 p.m. will be allowed to vote. Now, we have been talking about this throughout the whole morning. The fact is, if you are in the queue waiting to vote and it gets to 7 p.m., you will be allowed to vote. They will not turn you away. Who they will turn away, of course, are anyone new coming to join the queue after 7 p.m. Now, the second notice I'd like to talk to is the press statement release opening of polls. This was released sometime around 11 o'clock this morning, and it really gave a highlight of how many polling stations opened at 7 a.m. this morning and how many didn't and in what areas. And I'll read this out to you as well. It stated that the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission wishes to announce that polling has commenced for the harmonized elections. However, some polling stations did not open in time due to the late deployment of election material. Below is a summary of the current state and opening of polling stations per province. Now, as you know, there are 10 provinces in Zimbabwe, and I'll go through them. In Masvingo, 100% of polling stations opened. Polling status of polling stations at 7 a.m., 100%. Midlands, 99%. Matabeleland North, 100%. Matabeleland South, 100%. Mashonaland Central, 95%. Mashonaland East, 95%. Mashonaland West, 99%. Manicaland, 85%. The two that obviously are contentious are Bulawayo. In Bulawayo, 75% opened at 8:15 a.m. That's 21 wards out of 29. And the shocking number is Harare. 23% of polling stations did not open, only opened at 7 a.m. 23% opened at 7 a.m. That's only 18 wards out of 77. Now, reports we're receiving from our reporters on the ground indicates that some polling stations only started receiving votes or allowing voters to vote in the last hour or so. But I will then tie that in to the next press release. But before I do that, the reason why there were delays is in printing of the ballot papers arising from numerous court challenges. This is principally on the local authority level. There was a lot of court challenges around councillors, and ZEC are using that as a reason why the polling stations opened late and the materials didn't get to the polling stations on time. We will be hopefully later this afternoon talking to the deputy chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, Ambassador Rodney Kiwa, and we'll be asking him point blank exactly what the situation is, why this happened, what caused it, and hopefully we'll get answers directly from the only person who can really tell us the facts on the ground, and that is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. Now, tying that in to their next press statement, they said extension for delayed polling stations opening times. Zimbabwe Electoral Commission would like to advise the public that polling stations which opened late will have their voting times extended by the length of time of the delay, such that they run for 12 continuous hours. Simply put, if voting started, say, at 12 p.m. This afternoon, then 12 hours from then, that polling station will close. The idea, of course, is not to disenfranchise voters because it wasn't really their problem that the voting polling stations opened late. That was really due to this material not arriving in time. So, in essence, ZEC have said, which is allowed under electoral law, that from the moment voting starts, let's assume it's 12 p.m., for example, then 12 hours after that, the polling station will close, which will obviously take us, if you like, 12 hours from 12 p.m. Those are the three major announcements going on. But if I could say holistically about what has impressed us and impressed our reporters on the ground is the amount of Zimbabweans that have come out to vote, the long queues that are evident at all of the polling stations around the country, the enthusiasm being exhibited by Zimbabweans who wanted to vote, who want to vote today. It really does sort of bring a smile to our faces because it shows that democracy in action. It shows that Zimbabwean citizens are guarding their vote closely. They want to vote. They want to have a democracy. They want to be able to free and fairly choose their leadership. Another very good point, another point today, which is something which we also notice, of course, is the lack of violence. We've noticed a lack of violence over the campaigning period, and of course the lack of violence today during elections. And of course everyone has been calling for peace. We at ZTN Prime have been for many months emphasizing that peace is important, and all the political parties in some way or other have said that too. They even all signed a peace pledge in which they also committed themselves not to hate speech, not to incite their supporters, and so forth. And we're hoping that that spirit, that message continues, because one of the dangers, of course, is violence rearing its ugly head, especially after results are announced, particularly those of the presidential election. Now, this morning here at the command center, we also managed to catch up with Sakile Sifalani Ngoma. She is a representative from the Women in Politics Support Unit, WIPSU. And they are accredited observers. They are accredited under a women's organization. A lot of women organizations banded together. And they have sent out observers all around the country to really look at and examine the gender side of the election, to understand women are voting. Because, of course, in Zimbabwe, 52% of the population, as per the last census, are women. And so it's important to understand that demographic, if they're out voting and so forth. And from talking to her, it's very clear that women have hit the voting polls in their numbers. In fact, she even said that in some cases more women are in the queue waiting to vote than men. So that's an important demographic, and that demographic, funnily enough, at the end of the day, could swing the election in favor of different parties. But we'll keep an eye on that. She, of course, couldn't give us numbers because it's too early to say in the day. But obviously later on, when polling closes, and we should be able to either talk to her tonight or tomorrow morning, she should be able to give us some sort of numbers and statistics to understand exactly how many women or the percentage of women actually turned out in relationship to men. And of course, ZEC, I'm sure, when they do their final correlation of voters, will be able to also explain that. We also spoke to the Palestinian ambassador. They were invited by Zimbabwe's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send a delegation, to send observers to watch the polls. So a high-level delegation, which of course the ambassador is leading, but it's also composed of the Elections Commission from Palestine, came out, also with a representative from Palestinian Ministry of Women's Affairs, and other executives from the Election Commission are here. Their job, of course, is to observe the election, see how it is, and obviously make a report. And also as well, one thing that I liked about when I spoke to them was it isn't just to come and to observe and watch. They also want to learn. They want to see how Zimbabwe is running its election and whether there were any takeaways or lessons from that. Now, of course, during the course of this afternoon, And later on into the evening, we will be lining up various interviews for you. And the main one, which I am anticipating, will be happening hopefully around 3 p.m. We have to still confirm that time with the Ambassador Kiwa, who of course is the Deputy Chair of the Zimbabwe Election Commission. We will be sitting down with him and we'll be asking him questions specifically about the opening of polls, the situation on the ground, and so forth. And of course, should you as ZTN Prime viewers have any questions that you'd like us to extend to the ambassador, we would happily look at those and see if we can ask him some of your questions, because he would like to hear what you have to say. Also, would also like to hear your experiences. So please contact us via our Facebook page, Zim Papers TV Network, and of course our X. I always have to laugh. X or X Twitter, which used to be Twitter, is now X. You contact us at our hashtag at ZTN Prime with all your comments, views, and so forth. And hopefully we will be able to answer you. Now, the main candidates, of course, the presidential candidate for ZANU-PF, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, cast his vote earlier this morning. In fact, he was probably the first of the high-powered presidential candidates to vote. He voted in Sherwood in Kwekwe. Nelson Chamisa, the leader of what some would call the main opposition party, he also voted, but later on in the morning, I think we managed to catch up with him as well. Our reporters were there on the ground when he did vote. I haven't yet had any information about the other 8 presidential candidates, because remember, there were 11 candidates on the ballot, but Douglas Monzor from MDC pulled out of the presidential race, citing bias. He said that his 87 MPs were unfairly eliminated from the race when they shouldn't have been, and in fact, based on that, he said that they were disenfranchising voters in their constituencies. So in solidarity, he pulled out, and he refused to endorse any other party. He basically told his supporters, boycott the elections, do not vote for anybody, which is unfortunate, but that, of course, is his right to do, and that's exactly what he did. So there are 10 candidates on the presidential ballot. Idi Mnangagwa voted already early in the morning. Nelson Chamisa from Triple C voted later on in the morning as well, about an hour and a half ago or so. And the rest, we're still waiting to see if they have voted or not. I'm still waiting for feedback on that even.
May you speak to the area that has been perhaps an element of contention? Andy?
To our main studio, let's really see what's going to happen now.
Andy,
not just your name and number, but also a picture of you. So therefore, the polling agent can make sure that it isn't just your particulars that match up, but also you physically match up with the picture provided by yourself when you register to vote. Once you've done that, and you've shown them the regular ID, remember that there's a couple of myths and misconceptions going around. One of them was that you could not wear, you have to wear a mask. That's a lie, that's a fallacy. You don't have to wear a mask when you vote. So I think it's important that people know that. And also, of course, another fallacy, of course, is that there's a lot of stuff on social media saying, which is all misinformation. So it's important that when you do go on social media and you see some of these messages, you're aware
that conversation and giving us an update from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission Command Center at the HICC in Zimbabwe's capital. And I think the key takeaway from that conversation is that in the case that there have been delays with regards the opening of particular poll centers. For example, in the morning I went to David Livingstone in the capital, and there voting started at 7:15 a.m. Now, according to what Andy Hodges just said, based on the press statement released by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, that means that at the David Livingstone polling center, they are set to close at 7:15 p.m.
a.m. So that's the key highlight, especially welcomed by residents of Harare and Bulawayo, where it is that there have been some concerns with regards to the commencement of polling at the various polling stations that are spread across those two big cities. So yes, indeed, there you have it. We can expect to see some polling stations continuing or making up for the time that they delayed. So that means if you visited a polling station at 11 a.m., at 7 a.m., for example, and they only started voting at 11 a.m., what that means is that voting will continue till 11 p.m. Now, time for us to take a quick break as we pay attention to the news and a report in sign language.
Good afternoon. You are watching Election 2023. Voting in Zimbabwe's general election is in progress across the 210 electoral constituencies. ZTN Prime correspondents across the country witnessed most polling stations open at 7 a.m. In a statement, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission said some stations, however, did not open on time due to the late deployment of election material. All polling stations in Masvingo and Matabeleland North and South opened on time. 99% of polling stations in the Midlands and Mashonaland West were on schedule, while 5% in Mashonaland Central and East were not. Manicaland and Harare registered 85% and 23%. The Commission said printing of ballot paper was delayed due to numerous court challenges that preceded the elections. ZTN Prime will be giving more updates throughout the polls.
Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
New Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Election 2023, and we're broadcasting to you from our ZTN studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I'm Eben Mabunda. Of course, we are giving you live updates in terms of how the polling is actually taking place across the country through, of course, our different correspondents that are spread across all the provinces of Zimbabwe. Now, stationed at the ZEC Command Center is Andy Hodges, who's been following the proceedings and giving us updates in terms of what it is that is actually taking place on the ground. Now, Andy Hodges, the key highlights from our earlier conversation was that you said that ZEC will extend time to make up for the delays that were suffered at some of the polling centers in perhaps Bulawayo, Harare, and some of the areas across the country. Can you speak in terms of the communication of that particular message to the different polling stations across the country as well as to the electorate?
Thank you, Eben. I can't really, because what's happened is ZEC has issued these press statements. We are still waiting to sit with Ambassador Kiwa, who's the deputy chairperson of ZEC, to understand how this is communicating. But to be practical, I would assume that at the command center, which is just above me upstairs, here at the National Command Center, there's a room which is specifically set for the ZEC officials. I'm not allowed inside it, of course, for security purposes. That is where the numbers and tallying of the votes when they come in will be carried out. So obviously nobody apart from the ZEC officials are allowed in it. So I was assuming that they would have communication with all of their polling agents around the country to communicate this. And I think it's important, you're right, Eben, that the voters understand this and know this. And I believe that they've also released these communications to most of the major news channels and to the radio, like Star FM, Al Capitalk FM, Platinum FM, of course, and Diamond, here at Zim Papers, and all the other radio channels and TV stations existing in Zimbabwe to get the message out. And I think it's important that we keep trying to emphasize the message that as soon as the voting starts, 12 hours from that time, the polling station will close. So if, for example, you only start voting right now at just after 2 o'clock or 2:15, 12 hours from now, the polling station will close. Those stations that opened at 7 a.m., of course, will close at 7 p.m.
Counting of the votes in the process.
To vote. It's only those who try and join after 7 p.m. that will be disallowed, which is, if you think about it, is exactly what it should be.
I just asked to say, how could this possibly impact the counting of the votes throughout this process?
Well, even as you know, under the law, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has 5 days to announce the results, starting from, obviously, from the day after polling. So 5 days from tomorrow. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So legally, Monday, Zimbabwe Electoral Commission must announce the results. Now let's look at the 3 results and to understand how easy some of them are and how hard others are. If you look at, for example, local authority elections, now those are done in the specific wards for the councillors. Now, normally there aren't a lot of polling stations in that wards. The results are posted outside each polling station. The votes are physically transported from those polling stations to the National Command Center where I am, and just to be verified. So that in a way, I call it easy, but the fact is, because it's only a handful of polling stations, so to speak, it's easy to come up with the result. So the delay isn't going to be too much of a problem for that. When you look at the members of parliament, it's a similar issue. It's a constituency now, which is just a bigger area, but it's still in one spot. It's still just more polling stations than, say, the council elections, but it's still manageable. So I think in that regard, it's not an issue. And then you get to the presidential. Now that's national, which means every single polling station has a number for the presidential election. And those are the ones that have to be then transmitted to ZEC. And again, I emphasize the physical ballots. What happens at the polling station, of course, is that when the polling is closed, everything is counted at the polling station. Okay, the political representatives of parties are there so that they can verify what's happening. They look at things like spoiled votes, they look at postal ballots, and they look at the ballots that were printed over and above what was required, which is also a legal requirement. ZEC, I think it's 3.6% for parliamentary elections, about 3.6% for presidential, and 7.5% for members of parliament. That's just because you may make a mistake when you vote. You may put Andy when you meant Eben, and so that's a spoiled ballot. But those spoiled ballots are kept and tallied, so there's a clear audit trail of the ballot being utilized. So to get back to your question, I do not think that if the polls stay open, say to 1, 2 o'clock tomorrow morning or 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, I don't think it will make a difference, because once it's done, whether it be tomorrow morning, obviously then the results are posted outside each polling station. The votes are then transmitted physically to the command center. But the one where there's a lot of counting and tallying to do is the presidential, because of course that's national. So 12,000 plus polling stations will have that vote, which then has to be counted, and it has to be counted carefully, because of the 50% plus one vote, which is a legal requirement to win the Zimbabwe's presidential election. Because if you don't hit that number, you go for a runoff in 2 weeks on the 2nd October. So therefore, every vote counts. And I think that's just a great emphasis about how important one vote is. Because you could get 50%, and if you don't get that extra one vote, you'll have to go for a runoff. So it's very clear that ZEC want to make sure that the counting of that is on point, is completely correct. So you may find that they'll count it numerous times to verify. And don't forget, all of this is happening in front of agents of political parties. This isn't being done behind closed doors in secret by ZEC. It's being done in front of political candidates' agents, so everyone can verify, can see the counting happen. And in fact, so much so that when it's done, the political agents have to sign to verify that they were there. And even at the time, whether it be at the polling station or even here in the command center, if they have issues, they can raise them then, and they will be dealt with then, so that there isn't technically a dispute over the numbers. That's the idea of the system, and so I don't think that the extension by say 5 or 6 hours will make a difference to the 5 days legal requirement for ZEC to announce results.
Can you speak to the aspect of the voter turnout? Of course, we had about 6.6 million registered voters across 12,370 polling centers. What has been the outturn thus far, and what is ZEC's position where that is concerned?
Well, even obviously we don't know the outturn yet because voting is still continuing, so we can make some assumptions. Now, for example, compared to 2018, it looks like over 1.5 million additional voters have joined the voters' roll. For example, in 2018, it was just over 5 million. This year, as you said, 6.6 million registered voters. So what we're anticipating is an increase in turnout. There's no doubt about it. Okay, but if you look traditionally at elections, not just in Africa but around the world, you may find that where it isn't a legal requirement to vote, where it's actually up to you whether you vote or not, if you can hit numbers of 60%, 65%, you're doing very well as a country, because that's a lot. Some countries maybe only 40% come out because either of voter apathy or because people just can't be bothered to go to the polls. But actually, I have a feeling that the turnout this year will be quite high, because and the only way we can really assess that are the queues at the polling stations. And I tell you, looking at our reporters all around the country, looking at the pictures that we're seeing here, even talking to some of the political parties, it appears as if the turnout looks higher than 2018. So we can anticipate, I would guess, and don't hold me to this even, but I would probably say between 50 and 60%. That I think will probably be a good number.
You mentioned earlier on the advocacy for peace throughout the electoral processes. I also visited the Kwadzana West constituency at Kwadzana 2 primary school, where the CCC presidential candidate Nelson Chamisa was casting his vote. And I spoke to the election agent for the CCC, who said to our team that the process has been a smooth sailing and it's been a peaceful process. And you are at the command center. What has been the feedback that you have been getting, and has ZEC given a position with regards to that in as far as the proceedings of the day are concerned?
Yes, they have, Eben. In fact, I spoke over the weekend with Ambassador Kiwa, the deputy chair, and again, I just met him just now, about an hour ago, to arrange for him to come and talk to me later. And yes, ZEC is very satisfied with the peace prevailing in the country, and I think it's something that must continue. And one thing, and there's two things really that we must be clear about. One, political leadership must make sure that their supporters get the message from them that no to violence. And I think that's critical because a lot of supporters sometimes follow their leadership. So it's critical that all political parties' leaders continue preaching the issue of peace. And even where the concern comes, not just from ZEC, but also from citizens and political parties, it isn't before or during the election. For example, today, it will be on Monday, Tuesday, when the results are announced. That is the sweet spot in terms of when violence could rear its head. And the question there is that if political parties have any issues with the results, they have the legal avenues to challenge them. Okay, and so hitting the streets or inciting your supporters to violence is not the way to go. It isn't going to achieve your result. It isn't going to change the vote. You need to then come up with reasons why you disagree with the vote, why you disagree with the numbers. Take that to the legal channels that are there in the Electoral Act and also in our Constitution and see whether you win in the court of law based on your arguments. But I think that it's critical. It's critical, as I said, and I'll repeat this. Political leaders must preach the message of peace even when the results are announced. Because in every election even, there are winners and there are losers. Everyone cannot be a winner. And those who do lose, depending on whoever they may be, must accept it gracefully, particularly if it's free and fair vote and they can audit the ballots, they can audit their numbers, and if they do have a dispute, well, let them go through the legal process to dispute it.
Andy, can you shed more light in terms of the feedback that has so far come through from the observers that have passed through the ZEC Command Center?
We managed to speak to two observers. One was a women's grouping under the WIPSU Women in Politics Support Unit and the Women Coalition of Zimbabwe, WICOS. We spoke to them. They've got women all out in the countryside, wherever they were polling stations are. In fact, I believe that they pretty much have an observer at most polling stations. And they're confident. They're saying that people are voting freely. They're saying that there isn't any problems out there in terms of intimidation at the polling stations. There's no one forcing people to vote at the polling stations, this is, because we can only talk about the polling stations. Outside of them, obviously that isn't our purview. But at the polling stations, it's free and fair. And one thing they said, of course, is women have turned out in their numbers. And that could be, in a way, what could decide this election. The women's vote, funnily enough, could be the deciding demographic in this election, possibly coupled with the youth vote. We also spoke to the Palestinian observer team. We spoke to the ambassador of Palestine and also the Elections Commission of Palestine head, chief executive, who's here observing the elections. And they say the same thing. They said that, look, apart from these polling stations not opening on time in Harare and in Bulawayo, everywhere else around the country, things seem to be going smoothly. They like the peace aspect of it. And really, they're going to be obviously doing a report. They wouldn't tell me what the report would say, but they do have to make a decision whether the election is free and fair. And I have a feeling that talking to the observers, it looks like they may be going that way. Staying here at the hotel is the SADC African Union. They're actually staying at the hotel, which is attached to the HICC. And we will hopefully try and catch up with them, possibly not today because they're deployed out in the country, but maybe when they're back in town tomorrow, we should be able to get some interviews from them to get some of their impressions. But the observer missions I've spoken to, not just today, but also on Monday, I spoke to some of them when we were at State House interviewing the incumbent president and who's now going for re-election, Edie Mnangagwa. When we spoke to him, I managed to speak to the head of the Commonwealth, the head of the EU, and the head of SADC. And they said that, up to now, they seem satisfied, things seem to be going well. Their teams that have come out have given them positive reports. And really, they just now wanted to see polling day to see it was free and fair. And also, of course, the post-election to make sure that everything runs smoothly.
Right. Of course, still with the theme of peace and transparency in our processes, have the authorities where you're stationed given any indication of perhaps some of the reports that are coming through, and have they spoken in terms of their commitment to ensuring that peace is maintained, of course, even post the elections?
Eben, I think the message has been clear from everybody, ZEC included, in fact, ZEC in particular. And they started this message, preaching this message many months ago. In fact, they appeared on ZTN Prime's The Chase. Ambassador Kiwa has appeared many times on our programming, talking strongly about peace, talking strongly about political leaders not stimulating their supporters to hit the streets, talking about hate speech, because it's that kind of inflammatory language that can actually cause some zealots within different parties to embark on this violence. So that message has been clear, and that message has continued to today, and that is a very clear message. You know, no to violence. Allow Zimbabweans to vote. It is their right. Wait for the election results to come. And if you have a problem with them, we'll complain there. And also then you can then go through the legal process. In fact, on the weekend, I interviewed Ambassador Kiwa, and I was direct with him. I asked him, is it possible for the elections to be rigged? And he went through the whole process, because one of the issues is around the audit of the votes, the audit of the ballots. The fact that political parties' representatives are there, should be there at each polling station, verifying what's happened. The fact that the results are posted outside the polling booth, so you can actually see them with your own eyes. So therefore, for them to change between the polling booth and the National Command Center, you know, it would just be blatantly obvious. So really,
Andy, we will take a break, and of course, we will come back to you for more updates. And of course, to our viewers, our programming continues as we give you updates in terms of how this plebiscite is playing out across the country. 6.6 million registered voters, 12,370 polling stations. Election 2023 will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
Mwana wa mwari runyara rumusarutso iwe mukristu iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwenen vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
You are watching Election 2023. We are broadcasting to you live from our ZTN studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I'm Ibn Mabunda. Now, 200 National Assembly seats, 80 Senate seats, 1,970 council seats, as well as one presidential post are in this very plebiscite. And of course, we are looking forward to the progression of the proceedings and as far as this harmonized elections for 2023. We are looking forward to be having a press conference that will be, of course, broadcast to you from the ZEC Command Center at the HICC. But as we look forward to that, we will give you insights into this election presented to us by Candice Mwakalelia.
For Wednesday afternoon, what is normally a very busy Harare Central Business District is quiet. And it's no wonder we are all extremely busy getting ourselves either ready to go and vote or already at the polling stations. Now, social media has been a fantastic tool in ensuring that you have the correct information that you need before you head out to the polls. But here's a very quick reminder of the things that you need to know in case you haven't already headed towards your polling center. Now, the first thing that you need to do is ensure that you are going to the correct place. How do you do that? You do that by verifying the information over your phone. That's all you need, your cell phone, and you can just quickly check if you are headed towards the correct polling station, if your details are entered correctly. And once you've done that, then all you need to do is pick up your ID. Make sure you leave the house with it, because it is a very important tool in identifying who you are when you get to your correct polling station. Without your ID, unfortunately, you won't be able to cast your vote. We don't want you to be held back from doing that. Now, the other thing that you might want to pack as you leave the house is a cooler box, but not with what you thought was supposed to be in the cooler box. We'd rather have you carry water, because it is a really hot day out there. And not just water for you, there are going to be a couple of elderly people in the queue as well. How about you help them out with a bottle too, as your friendly neighbor would do for you, right? We are making sure we take care of each other. Now, the reason why I mentioned the cooler box having water and not the other substance is because we need you of sober mind as you go through this process. You need to be able to make sure you are casting your vote on the correct candidate. The only way to make sure you do that is to remain of sound mind and sense. So please make sure you have the correct tools in your cooler box. Now, the other reason why I mention that is because we don't want you acting rowdy. We want peace at all our polling centers. Peace, peace, peace. That is the core message for this election. Everybody needs to remain cordial, needs to remain peaceful. Now, there are some fun things that you can do while you're at the polling center. You can get to know your acquaintances, those around you, get to talk to them a little bit, chat with them. After all, they are your neighbors. You are building this community together, aren't you? The other thing you can do is take selfies, just amongst yourselves. However, make sure you do not take any pictures while you're in the polling booth itself, the voting booth, because that is illegal. You cannot be taking pictures of the ballot papers. You cannot be taking pictures of who you voted for. That is your secret. So make sure you keep it quiet. Now, I know sometimes, we want to take our kids out. We want them to experience certain things, but this excitement is not yet for them. So how about if you can leave the kids at home and let them grow up and experience it in their own time? But also, the reason you need to leave them at home is for their safety, so that while you are trying to concentrate on voting, you know that they're in a safe space and you don't have to worry about them as well. Right? Those are just a few of the things that you can do as you go through your voting process. And remember, it is your right to vote for whoever it is you want to, peacefully, without fear, without favor. So go out there and have a wonderful polling experience. Once you've had that experience, please share it with us on our feedback platforms. That is the Zim Papers TV Network Facebook page, or at ZTN Prime on X, which formerly was called Twitter. Go and have a great polling day. We'll see you tomorrow.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota. wa mwari runyara rumusarutso iwe mukristu iwe mutende rega kusarira Zimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
Mwana wa mwari runyara rumusarutso iwe mukristu iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iweneni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
Iwe mukristu, iwe mutende. Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene, vechidiki, vechikuru, gatichipindire, gatibate basa, rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe, asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota. Mwana wa mwari Runyara rumusarutso Iwe mukristu, iwe mutende Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iweneni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
They watch. They learn. They imitate. Which is why you have to lead by example. The all-new Kia Sportage. Lead by example. Kia, movement that inspires.
kristu iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
2023's best adventure SUV just added another model to its lineup. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest XLT. More adventures, more to explore, more to master. Master your path in the next-gen Ford Everest XLT.
I'm very respectful of the fourth estate, especially with regards to these elections. We've been inviting all media, state, private, international, to come to all our engagements and all our rallies. And they have been coming. And whenever we are invited for an interview, we've always made ourselves available.
In the past, the private media has generally been critical of government on other issues. Kolwani Nyati, representing Alpha Media Holdings, talked of the role of private media in covering elections.
I wouldn't say it's the government per se. It's certain individuals within government that, because of their biases, they think the private media doesn't serve their interests. I can assure you that perhaps even my colleague from ZANU-PF will agree that the private media, he actually mentioned it, that the private media has been covering them very fairly.
Zimpaper's group political editor, Rangama Taire, said they believe in fair coverage.
One of the first things that we did in this election, which has never been done by any media organization, is to set up what we call Zimpaper's election desk, which is headed by the Chronicle editor, Mr. Lawson Mabena. The idea of setting up an election desk as an integrated media house is to ensure that information that comes out, election-related, is coordinated and fact-checked before it's published. So we have invested so much in fact-checking.
This will be the fourth time the country will be having harmonized elections. Zimbabwe held its first consolidated polls in 2008. There are 6,598,523 registered voters this year, up from 5,695,706 in 2018. 11 candidates are eyeing the presidency this year, down from 23 in 2018. Of the 11 presidential aspirants, only one is female, compared to 4 in the last election. In total, 617 candidates will contest the 209 National Assembly seats, down from 1,652 in 2018. 19 political parties are deploying aspiring office bearers, a notable decrease from the 55 which took part in 2018. 70 women are vying for the National Assembly, representing just 11% of the total prospective candidates. In 2018, women aspirants constituted 14.4% of the total National Assembly candidates. Turning to local authorities, there are more than 4,800 aspirants compared to 7,572 in 2018. Of this total, 665 are women against 3,940 men. Meanwhile, 1,336 women are vying for 30% of all local government seats set aside under the women's quota system. In total, 561 local authority seats are guaranteed for women under the quota system. So how will this election work? For presidential elections, Zimbabwe uses a single-member majority electoral system. Under the system, the winner must obtain at least 50% plus one vote to be elected. In the event that no candidate secures an outright majority, a runoff will be held between the two leading candidates. For National Assembly, the local government, a first-past-the-post system is used. Under the system, the candidate who attains the highest number of votes is declared winner. The other system is proportional representation. This system is used to elect 60 senators, 60 women, and 10 youths into the National Assembly and all provincial council members. The Electoral Act provides formula for allocating seats to eligible parties under the system. When will the election results be announced? Counting of votes commences immediately after the polling stations close at 7 p.m. on voting day. According to the law, the election results must be released within 5 days of the last ballots being cast.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab.
Mwana wa mwari runyara rumusarutso iwe mukristu iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwenene vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata ndichivota.
Zimbabwe's first president, Reverend Kainan Banana, Bishop Abel Muzorewa and Reverend Dabaningi Stole were all ministers in the church who pursued politics full-time during the Black nationalist movement era. While politics and religion cannot be separated, some contemporary clerics believe the role of the church in politics has shifted.
At this point, I also would like to implore my fellow men and women of the cloth. We represent peace. We are supposed to preach peace.
But leader of New Outfit Pastors for Economic Development says Christian leaders are also citizens who should not be denied the right to freedom of association.
It is only right. It is the only good thing to do that the church and the king of the land, the ordained king of the land, move together for national building. We are saying if 86% of the total population of Zimbabwe sits back, isinga participate in the national development of this nation, it means 86% yagarira development yenyika yedu. Saka we are saying we are encouraging the church to move hand in glove with the government of Zimbabwe, with the president of Zimbabwe, in implementing all the national development issues that we may think of.
Some church ministers differ in opinion on church leaders' involvement in politics. Others say encouraging congregants to exercise their right to participate in politics peacefully should be the primary role of the church.
Our position is when we are non-partisan, we don't support any party, but when during elections like this time, we encourage our members to participate in voting, because that's the only time when they should speak out through the ballot. So we encourage them. At the moment, we are even having a campaign of I pray, I vote.
Zimbabwe's constitution allows every citizen of age to participate in politics by activism, voting, or running for public office. Whether church leaders should ride on morality or legality on this matter remains a big debate. Shara Munjenjema for ZTN News.
United Zimbabwe Alliance leader Elizabeth Valerio, only female presidential candidate, recently met the electorate in Sunningdale in Dzivarasekwa.
Good news is we've been doing so for 26 months. We've been on the ground engaging with citizens all over Zimbabwe. So I think my chances are really high. I'm very confident that I will be the next president of Zimbabwe. And I'm looking forward to having as many of our MP and, of course, councillors, our candidates in government as we go to the elections.
United African National Council leader Gwinyai Muzorewa claims to have covered all 10 provinces. He believes in a government that upholds human rights, creates jobs, and revives the economy.
I'm vying for 3.6 million only. That will see me into presidency.
The ruling party, ZANU-PF campaign, started in Chipinge, and they have been holding several rallies in all provinces. From the videos taken, the rallies have been characterized by massive numbers. Projects done by the government has been the pillar behind the party's campaign.
Zimbabwe has been the fastest growing economy in SADC in spite of sanctions. All sectors in agriculture, in mining, in construction, manufacturing, tourism, among others, are all growing. In agriculture, for the past 3 years, under the Second Republic, under ZANU-PF, we decided that this country shall forever say bye-bye, Kunzara.
One of the presidential candidates, Harry Wilson, was in the spotlight claiming he is a descendant of Alan Wilson. Nelson Chamisa's Triple C recently launched its manifesto. Part of their promises include free primary education and healthcare, among other things. Chamisa has also been at different provinces. Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development leader Trust Chikora has made economic growth his main focus in his manifesto. Chikora claims to have visited places like Highfields, Gweru and most of Manicaland province.
You need to appreciate where you're coming from in order to know where you're going. You need to appreciate that peace is not something that you can take for granted.
Lovemore Maduku of the National Constitutional Assembly managed around 50 supporters in Harare of the candidates that highlighted that the nomination fee has sidelined most candidates.
So what the NCA wants, and it wants very much, is that we must have a process of constitution making which genuinely involves the people.
Douglas Mwanzora promised a $100 billion economy by 2040, then withdrew out of the race. Unfortunately, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission indicated that the withdrawal was too late. Now the party is expected to concentrate their campaigns on areas they are represented. Reporting for ZTN Prime, I'm Messi Marimbe.
Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
The new Nissan Navara, now available in single cab. Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
game of numbers. The ruling party claims to be
This is Zimbabwe Votes Election 2023. I'm Andy Hodges. I'm sitting here in the command center, the National Command Center at the Harare International Conference Center. It is here where the election results will be announced. In fact, I can say with confidence that for the next 4 days, this is probably the most important place to be in Zimbabwe. This is where Zimbabweans will find out who they voted for, the numbers they voted for, and who are winners and losers at local authority, parliamentary, and presidential election. I'm now joined by the head of delegation of ZTN, that's Zimbabwe Electoral Support Network, to have a chat with me. Good afternoon, and thank you for talking to ZTN Prime.
Thank you, Andrew.
Now, you, of course, your organization is an accredited local observer. So maybe just before we get into some of the issues around the election, maybe just explain what have you got out there? How many observers do you have? What is the structure of your observer mission?
Well, our structure is that we do have 7,500 observers scattered across the country. I would have loved to have an observer at every polling station, but that has not been possible. But I think with that number, we are good to go.
And pretty much I would assume that you spread them amongst all 10 provinces, so you at least get a snapshot of what's happening all around.
Indeed.
Have you combined it with having observers in urban as well as rural areas? How have you set that up?
Yeah, that is the case. We do have observers both in the urban areas as well as in the rural areas. So we are pretty much covered across the country.
Now, let's talk about mandates, because I think that's something that viewers get a little bit confused about. They talk about monitoring, they talk about observing. How would you define your mandate as an observer one who's been accredited to observe the elections?
Election observation is different from monitoring. In terms of monitoring, it is where you can have access to the presiding officers, ask questions and escalate any challenges to any authority. But when you are an observer, your duty is just to observe and reserve your comments until you are able to, submit your report to ZEC in terms of the Electoral Act.
Now, let's talk about that, because I know this is your bread and butter. We were talking about it when we were off air. Let's talk about the 3 press statements that the ZEC have issued in this morning alone. The first one, of course, was a statement saying that polling starts at 7 a.m. and finishes at 7 p.m. However, those in the queue still can vote. Maybe explain that for our viewers on ZTN Prime.
Yes. In terms of the law, our polling times start from 7 a.m. and ends at 7 p.m. But however, what the law says is that should there be any a voter in the queue immediately before 7 p.m., even if the queue is 1,000 meters long, all those who are in that queue will be able to cast their ballot.
So as long as you're there by 1 second to 7 p.m., you'll be able to cast your ballot. However, those who come later will be stopped physically, will be stopped by the polling agents or the people there, and they know that they're joining the queue late and they won't be allowed to vote.
That is correct.
Okay. Then let's talk about the second issue, which I suppose is the one that has created the most news this morning. That is the late opening of polling stations. We did get some numbers from ZEC. They talked about 8 of the provinces differences, around 80%, 100% of course for most of them, 99 for some, 85 for Manicaland. But the two, of course, which have raised a little bit of eyebrows and concern was Bulawayo, in which 21 of the 27 was 75% only started at 8:15, and Harare, where only 23% of polling stations opened at 7 a.m. And in fact, we were getting reports possibly that some only started voting 11, 12 o'clock. And ZEC said that this was due to ballot material based around the court challenges of local authorities. What are your impressions of that? I mean, you were out there on the ground. What can you tell us from the horse's mouth, so to speak?
Yes, that statistic worries us. We anticipated, as in the past, that voting starts promptly at 7 a.m. But this has not been the case in a number of constituencies, in a number of polling stations, particularly in the urban areas, which is very worrying. Where I have been able to observe these elections in Harare, by 10 a.m., for instance, in the Ganyu area, Mount Pleasant constituency, there were thousands of voters just milling around, no voting material. We understand that it was caused by the delay in delivering the local authority, ballot papers, and we are also told that in other areas, as we speak, voting is yet to start. So this is very worrying, and it means that voting is going to proceed into the early hours of the morning, because our law says that the voting time is 12 hours. So you must afford citizens 12 hours. So if voting started only at 4 p.m., for instance, it means therefore that voting must end 12 hours later, which is around 4 a.m. the following day.
Now, I must say, to the credit, ZEC did issue another press statement stating exactly that. They said that they'll take it from the time voting starts at polling stations to the time it ends. One of the questions we got from one of our viewers was, how are they communicating this to the polling stations? Because obviously the polling stations need to know this is the fact. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, I think it's a mixed, really. In some cases, presiding officers are communicating with the relevant voters milling around the polling stations where voting has not started or where it's just started. But in other instances, you get presiding officers who have no idea when the materials are going to come. So those are the areas of concern for us.
Now, let's talk about this milling around, because obviously maybe people got there at 5 a.m. in the morning. They didn't get there at 7. They probably got there to try and be early, and they're now milling around, as you said. Some even started voting at 11, 12, and as you yourself said to your own observers, some haven't even started voting yet. Has that caused, in your view, the situation where people are leaving the polling and going home and not voting? What are you witnessing as observers
Yeah, fewer people are leaving the polling stations, but the rest remain patient and are eager to cast their votes. Others have indicated that, well, we will sleep here until it is time for me to cast my ballot.
But, but isn't that nice, though, for Zimbabwe to see that enthusiasm, for them to say, this is our vote, it's precious, we need to use it. I think it gives a smile to my face.
Yes. This is encouraging, really, to get citizens who are interested in ensuring that their vote count in this election.
Now, let's talk about peace and security, because I think that was one area on Zimbabweans' minds, particularly bearing in mind not just 2018, but other previous elections where violence, unfortunately, has been prevalent in Zimbabwe's election cycle. Talk to us about your impressions about the pre-election and I suppose today on polling date in terms of peace and security.
Okay. Generally, it has been peaceful, but we did have pockets of violence in some of the communities. One worrying incident is the one where, unfortunately, a Zimbabwean life was lost in the Glenville areas, which was most unfortunate. May the soul of Mr. Chitsunge rest in peace. Then coming to election day, again, election day has been generally peaceful. We have seen the patience that have been shown by some of those voters who are yet to cast their vote. As an organization, we had just one incident in Gutu West where one of our observers was actually assaulted, by some persons there, and in that we have escalated with ZEC to say observers must be protected in the conduct of their
Now,
work.
I do know your organization also monitors political parties and what they say. I think that's part of your mandate as well as ZTN. Have you noticed the lowering of incendiary language by political leadership? Because in 2018 it was very highly prevalent, leadership telling their supporters very incendiary statements. Have you noticed that tampered down a bit and political parties more focusing on selling their message rather than sort of degrading or degenerating other political parties?
Yes, I think this has been better in terms of tolerance than the previous elections, and leaders had been a bit toned down, and the leaders of the two big political entities in this election have been calling for peace, and generally all presidential candidates also signed peace pledges here in the capital and in other provinces, just to send that message that we must vote peacefully.
Now, one thing, I did interview President Idi Mnangagwa. I call him president because until the new president is and inaugurated, he still remains president whether he wins or loses. I did speak to him on Monday night, and one issue he raised was the issue of free and fair elections. The international community in particular, this is the final tick for Zimbabwe to be fully admitted is to have free and fair elections. But the question I want to ask you, not just as ZTN but as an observer, is how do you define free and fair elections? What exactly are they?
This is a very difficult technical term to define. It's not easy to define, and that is why, cycles before, there was an addition of another term to say credible.
Free and fair and credible.
Yeah, and credible. So it just was because, what is peaceful and fair is quite relative. But I want to see elections where generally the result of that election is respected by all citizens, by all political parties. It then speaks to the process leading to the election, where there have been equal access to the media, where political parties have been campaigning freely in the community, both in the urban and in the countryside, unhindered, where the police were notified by political parties of the intention of those parties to hold rallies. They do not discriminate, and they offer all political parties the opportunity to share their visions to the populace leading into the election. So that is a build-up to a peaceful, fair and credible election.
So let's talk about that first part you mentioned, which is access to the electorate and being able to sell their message without being free or favor, without being hassled, if that's the right word. What were your impressions of this campaigning period? Because when talking to some of the political leaders, they said, yes, they were able to access their supporters, no problem at all. Lamo Maduku said that, and also Gwinyai Muzorewa said that as well. I think Triple C, however, did obviously have issues. But what is your impression? Did you feel that political parties were free to access their supporters and sell their message?
Yes, we have been observing the pre-election period, having deployed 410 long-term observers in the communities. I think at the beginning, in May, June, and July, it was a bit difficult for some of the political parties, particularly the Triple C, to go into certain areas and share. And quite a few of their meetings were, not
disrupted.
Were disrupted or not affirmed or allowed by the police. But moving, closer to the elections, I think after the signing of the peace pledges by political parties, we then saw that, apart from a few incidences, most political parties were now able to, have their rallies in communities.
Now, as an observer, okay, so today's polling day, obviously you've got your 4,000 plus observers out there witnessing polling. What happens next? Obviously, the votes are all counted, they're tabulated, all the political agents sign, and then, of course, all the votes are transferred to right here, the Commercial Command Center. From your perspective, what happens now? Because you've got now the vote, you've got the counting process, the verification process leading up to eventually the announcement of the presidential winner in 5 days. What happens now?
Yeah, you've taken the words out.
Oh, those are the words.
Yeah, because what happens, is really that once a polling comes to an end, it is the time for the counting of the votes.
But you're allowed to be there to watch
Yes, as observers, we are allowed to observe the process. So it means that we are going to have sleepless nights, particularly those nights, because in some centers we will have to, wait until perhaps around 3, 4 a.m. for the polling station to close, and then start the process of now, overseeing the voter counting. At the polling station level, the votes are, the results are actually displayed outside of the polling station. From there, we move to the ward collation center, to ensure that there is also tallying at the ward collation center, and from there, the Constituents Collation Center, then the results are then transmitted to the National Command Center. So it is going to be a long time.
I feel for you, because I'm also going to be with you in those long nights. Let's talk about this issue. I did ask the Deputy Chair of ZEC, I said, is it possible to rig the election? And he pointed to the process in terms of the ballots that have to be counted at polling stations, the spoiled ballots, the postal ballots, and so forth. And I think it's something that we need to sort of stamp on its head. Is that audit process in place? Is it strong enough to ensure that if we printed 7 million ballots for president, we can verify and audit all 7 million? Is that possible?
It must be possible to audit every ballot and to ensure that there's not been over voting in some in some polling stations. But I think it is also up to political parties who are participating in the elections to ensure that they've deployed election agents in every polling station. They're able to have access to all the V11s, and that helps, because I think ZEC would have done its process. The political parties themselves will be able to check whether the results which are being announced by ZEC are consistent with what they obtained on the ground, given that these V11s are displayed outside of the polling stations, and the political party agents who are participating in this election will also be given copies of the V11s by the presiding officers.
Now, one issue that was raised prior to the polling day today was the issue of postal votes. Now, the argument being that there weren't any observers on postal votes and so on. What is your impression about the postal votes and the security or not, particularly of different people being able to vote or being coerced to vote through postal voting? What have you found?
Yeah. The challenge we have seen regarding the postal votes, there were quite a number, around 17,000 of them. So it meant that some in-country were able to cast those votes, particularly those who are in military cantonments, those who are in perhaps police camps, who may be on duty. What used to happen in the past when there was what was called special voting is that both political parties and observers would be given due notice of the dates and times when such special voting would occur, and then be present during that time. Of course, it's different when we are talking of voters who are voting outside of the country, those who are at embassies. The situation will be different. But we want to believe that for voters voting in country, I think facilities must be put in place to ensure that their voting is conducted perhaps in the presence of political party agents, as well as the presence of observer. That would then allay fears which people had regarding this this postal voting this time around.
I suppose the question is, why did it change? You said it used to be that way before, and this election it isn't. It seems as if there's a gap, a possible gap in the Electoral Act concerning that.
Yeah, there is a gap because they repealed the provisions relating to special voting, and therefore there's this lacuna now.
So they needed to replace it with the postal vote and then maybe move it across. I understand. Okay. All right. Well, obviously, thank you very much for talking to ZTN Prime. We, of course, will be touching base with you over the next 4 or 5 days. I'm hoping you're not too tired to talk to ZTN Prime to get your impressions, particularly maybe tomorrow. I would like to touch base with you because polling would have closed, and I think you'd have given us more. But I suppose I'm not going to ask you if you believe it's free and fair yet, because that's going to be a secret in your report.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Thank
talking
you very
to
much,
ZTN Prime. I appreciate that. Keep up the good
Thank you,
work.
Andy.
Well, there you have it. As you know, here at the Command Center, we are talking to various observers and heads of observers. We spoke now to the head of mission of ZTN. They've got over, 7,000, you said, agents out there looking. They'd like to have done all 12,000 polling stations, but of course, it's all covered across the provinces. We will hopefully be talking to other observer missions. We hopefully talk to the AU, SADC, African Union, and all other missions that are here to get their impressions, because it's important that we get the viewpoints of observers to understand what's happening on the ground, what are the hurdles, what are the issues, because every election can never be perfect, but we can learn and adapt and amend the elections going forward. When we see holes or weaknesses, obviously that's where Parliament comes in, that's where the executive comes in, the new elected executive will come in to try and amend the Electoral Act to try and close some of these loopholes, as you said. But the word from ZTN, of course, is generally it seems peaceful out there up to now, of course, and they'll continue monitoring. The vote counting is happening. Everything is happening on the ground. Of course, the only area of concern which has been raised not only by observers but by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is the late opening of polling stations based around the lack of materials or ballot materials, particularly around local authorities which were subject to court cases. Well, I'm Andy Hodges at the National Command Center. Well, of course, we'll be with you the rest of the afternoon bringing you further updates. So don't go away. We continue our Vote 2023 Zimbabwe's election coverage right here on ZTN Prime. It's back to the studio.
Now, that was, of course, Andy Hodges giving us an update from the Zimbabwe Election Support Network in terms of their coverage around the country, and with a distribution of about 7,500 observers spread across the country. They were giving us their update in terms of what it is that is actually taking place on the ground. And now we cross over to Bulawayo, where our correspondent Andile Chuma gives us an update. Good afternoon, Andile. Can you give us the details there?
Here in Country Park, in Ward 15, it feels good to exercise one's constitutional right to vote, including the right to vote for yourself, if you're a candidate like myself, but also voting for our president, Itim Nangaga, who has led so much development in the last 5 years in the Second Republic, and was an inspiration in making sure that I bring the same type of development here in Country Park. And I also voted for a councillor here in Ward 15. So that is Team ZANU-PF, three people. Here in Country Park, we really have done a lot. In the last 3-4 months, we've changed the place. The development that we've brought here, that was spearheaded here, could have taken 10-15 years very easily. But we're able to do it in 3 to 4 months. It just shows what one can do if they are focused, if they are people-oriented. And I'm very people-oriented. I'm very development-oriented. People of Country Park should know that this is only the start, it's only the beginning. There's more to come. The next 5 years, they themselves will not recognize their own place. I'm saying I'm also a resident here now. Maybe I should say we won't recognize our place, which is Country Park. It will certainly become a smart city. Anyone who hasn't bought property here now in Country Park will find that in another few years it will be so expensive because of the infrastructure development we've brought here. Because they're looking at developing the water infrastructure, the road infrastructure, digital infrastructure in terms of Wi-Fi, and also just personal development, pushing the entrepreneurship agenda, electrification. We also need to improve security. We're going to make sure that there's a new police precinct built here. Currently, there's a makeshift structure, and that should change. It will change. In the education sector, we'll make sure that there are more schools that are built over the next 5 years. It's a big population. This is the largest constituency in Bulawayo, the second largest in the entire country. So it's a big place. We need a lot more schools that should be equipped. We need more teachers. All of that will be done. I'm so focused, so energized, And I believe that the people of Kouta Park, including myself, who is now a person of Kouta Park, we are energized to make sure that this happens. Certainly want to turn this into a smart city.
As an ordinary citizen of Zimbabwe, how many times have you voted in elections?
Oh, many times. As many times as there have been elections since 1980. I first voted in 1980, the very first election. That was a proud moment. We just gone through a very traumatic situation. I was at Inyati Secondary School, and literally 8 months before that, we had an incident in the school, a shooting. There was actually an engagement between the guerrillas fighting for liberation and the Rhodesian forces who came into the school, and there was an serious altercation, and 2 pupils in my class died. It was the first time that I had seen a dead person. It was very traumatic, so it was wonderful. Great to then vote. Literally a few months later, after the Lancaster House agreement, we were able to vote. It was wonderful, and I've been voting ever since. This is the most peaceful election, I tell you. It's amazing. Everyone is looking for something to happen. It's not happening. Something nasty. It's not happening. It's very peaceful, and I really thank Zimbabweans, people of Kouta Park, and everybody. And I think all the leadership feels that they've done everyone proud by being so peaceful. It's amazing.
As a part of the people that were waiting patiently for the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to start voting, since it was supposed to start at 7 a.m. and it only started a few minutes ago, how do you feel about the delays?
Yeah, you know what? First of all, I'm thrilled that the ballot papers are now here. But I also thank the electorate here in Kouta Park that they've been so patient. They've been waiting since morning. Some were here since 6 a.m. Some of them went back, but they're also coming back. They're very patient, and they should just come back and vote. The papers are finally here. Yes, there were some delays, but there's no more delays now.
I see.
So,
any message to people that are at home who feel like they're undecided whether to come and vote or to stay at home?
All those who are at home who are undecided should decide and come and vote. After all, it's their constitutional right to vote. They should exercise it. This only happens once every 5 years. It is a wonderful moment. This is the first time that a government, a party that is ruling, has focused on development issues. This is a major, major shift. And this is a shift that everyone should try to support. I don't think anyone should fight development. Even those who are in other parties should welcome it. And that's a good thing.
What are your prospects in winning this election and in retaining your current position as finance minister?
Oh, you know what? It's the people who decide, the electorate who decide, and I think that they will vote wisely for a candidate such as myself, who's focused on improving their lives, who's focused on development. I genuinely want this place to change, and for me, I'm different because I do things first. And then I just promise. I actually deliver things and then ask if people want more. And that's what I'm going to do. You'll see the place change completely. So I hope people then will vote wisely for a candidate, which is myself, who's focused on improving their lives.
Honorable Minister, Bloomberg News here. For the international creditors, one of the things has been having a peaceful election in terms of the debt resolution of the country's debt arrears. Probably some comments around that, how important it is to you for the peaceful election and unlocking that arrears clearance program that you've been working on for the last couple of months.
Oh yes, in terms of the high-level dialogue on arrears clearance, there are 3 areas of focus. The first area is governance reforms, second area is economic reforms, third area is land tenure systems and compensation for the former white farmers. And really the pillar that is being looked into when it comes to the election issue is the governance pillar. So it's a critical element in that governance reforms metrics around the arrears clearance agenda. That's why you have seen also the former president of Mozambique, Joaquim Chissano, His Excellency, is here, and as an observer, is walking around, checking that indeed we have a peaceful election, and we are pleased that it is very peaceful. So this is a major issue in the arrears clearance agenda as we tick the boxes and try to deal with whatever needs to be done to satisfy what creditors are looking for. It's a major step. Once we're done with the election, we will then further fine-tune on our economic reforms and also government reforms, make progress on the land issues as we then come up with a staff monitor program working jointly with the IMF. And then once that is satisfied, hopefully we get to the decision point in terms of clearing our arrears. It is the last remaining albatross on our economy. Our economy is doing so well even with that albatross. A growth of 6.5% in 2022, 8.5% in 2021, a year before. This year we expect a growth much closer to 6%. That is an incredible growth for an economy which has got the albatross of debt arrears with the international community. So once the arrears are cleared, you will see a miraculous transformation in the entire economy, in addition to what has already happened. We are now food secure, agriculture has been sorted out, infrastructure development is very strong, the power sector, power outages are gone, we no longer have blackouts. These are remarkable achievements for an economy that is under the albatross of debt arrears.
Well, that was the ZANU-PF aspiring Member of Parliament for Culture Park constituency, Professor Mthuli Ncube, who has been saving the country as the Minister of Finance and Economic Development. He has said that he is hopeful for a victory for himself in his constituency for the House of Assembly seat, and as well as for his political party in general. He spoke about some of the reforms that he wants to bring to the constituency and what he has done throughout his campaign period. He was one of the first people to cast their votes following an multiple hours long delay, as people have been here since 6 a.m. but have only started voting now after 1 p.m. So we are hoping to speak to more people, and we're seeing that more people are now coming back, as some people had already gone back home due to the soaring very high temperatures now and the unconducive environment generally, as people were waiting and were no longer happy with the delays. However, the presiding officers told us that now all the logistical challenges that had been faced in the morning have since been addressed, and all the ballot papers that they had been waiting for have arrived, and that's why people are now able to cast their votes.
That was an earlier coverage, given to us, of course, by Andile Chuma and the ZTN Prime team that is broadcasting from Bulawayo, of course giving us a feed into the conversation that Andile Chuma had with Professor Mthuli Ncube, who of course under the E.D. Mnangagwa administration has been the chief of treasury. Of course, much is actually taking place. This is exactly 2 hours 49 minutes before the 7 p.m. deadline initially put in place by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. And of course now the updates that are coming through from the command center indicate that owing to the delays that have actually taken place throughout the course of the day, especially in Bulawayo and Harare, there will be compensatory hours to sort of allow the masses to participate in the 2023 plebiscite. And right there where Andile Chuma was in Kodri Park, she said that people started voting at about 1 p.m. So what that means is that voting will continue right up to 1 a.m. And there have been indications that some crowds are now beginning to resume. Those that had made their way back home are now making their way back to the polling stations, of course on the back of these announcements that are coming through from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, that voting will be extended in a manner that is compensatory, of course, to the delays that have taken place. And of course, across the board, we have seen different observer teams coming through to make an assessment of the electoral processes. And of course, that has been one of the key issues to do with the delays that have taken place. And now the ZEC has come through to indicate that the times will be extended. Now, we have seen different delegations and different teams accredited to observe as well as cover this particular election. I will make reference to about 5 key observer delegations that have been making observations across the country from, of course, beyond Zimbabwe's borders. I will speak of the AU COMESA delegation that is led by the Nigerian former head of state, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan. We also earlier on engaged with the SADC observer team that was led by former Vice President of Zambia, Mr. Neves Mumba. And so we are looking forward to a continued peaceful environment as this plebiscite continues to play out. Now, time for us to take a breather. We will be back with more.
Iwe mutende rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iweneni vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
This is Election 2023 brought to you by ZTN Prime. We're broadcasting to you from our ZTN studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I am Eben Mabunda. Now, time for us to take a look at an earlier coverage of this plebiscite taking place, of course, from the Mashonaland Central Province, where it is that ZTN correspondent Mugobe Chigada gave us this very coverage.
We are here in Chikomba East, one of the constituencies in Mashonaland East, and behind us is Mudawarima polling station. We can confirm that voting started at 7 a.m. and by 12 noon, about 231 people had voted, and the polling officer Tariro Dongo has confirmed that the voting in terms of those that are registered to vote at this polling station is almost done. But people continue to trickle in. The other figures that we've got is that about 76 of those that voted are male, about 155 female, and those turned away, there were 5 males and 3 females. And reasons for that were mostly because of lost IDs, and those assisted to vote were about there were 6 males and 21 females. So that's the situation here at Mudawarima polling station. We will be moving on to other constituencies in Mashonaland East as voting continues. But the general situation is that most of the people have actually managed to vote between 7 a.m. and midday.
Well, of course, that was Mugove Chigada giving us an update from Chikomba in terms of how the plebiscite is progressing from that part of the country. Time for us to take a break. We will be back with more.
Iwe mukristu, iwe mutende. Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni, vechidiki, vechikuru, gati chipindire, gati bate basa, rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe, asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
we mutende. Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwenen vechidiki vechikuru gatichipindire gatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
This is Election 2023 brought to you by ZTN Prime. We are broadcasting to you from our ZTN studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. Now we cross over to the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission Command Center, the HICC, where it is that Andy Hodges will engage in conversation in just a moment with the Deputy Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. Good afternoon, Andy. What's the update?
Good afternoon, Eben. As you know, I'm based here at the Zimbabwe Command Center, Zimbabwe Election Command Center. As you know, this is the nerve center of Zim 2023 elections. Your vote is your right, if I can say that. I like the slogan. Morning, if I can call it that, is the press statement that ZEC released concerning the opening of polling, or the late opening of polling stations. And if I can just quickly recap, out of the 10 provinces, 8 of them were between 100% and 85% that opened at 7 a.m. However, Bulawayo, it was 75% opened at 8:15 a.m. and Harare, 23% opened at 7 a.m. and the rest, which was a huge chunk of the rest of the polling stations, didn't. Maybe you could explain exactly what this situation is all about.
Thank you very much, Andy, for this opportunity to engage with our stakeholders. And on behalf of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to our stakeholders for the late opening of the polling stations due to what I will describe to as some minor logistical challenges. But I would want to assure our stakeholders that these are being attended to, but not at the speed that we had hoped for when we did, make our statement in the morning. Hence, we have come back to our stakeholders again, and thank you, ZTN, for this opportunity to talk to our stakeholders once more, and seize this opportunity to reassure them that our voters who will be in a queue at any of our polling station at 7 or before 7 this evening will be allowed to vote after every voter has been attended to. So counting will commence soon after 7, but the voting itself can go on to the last voter, which means it can take us to midnight, it can take us to morning of tomorrow. That will be perfectly in order. That inconvenience and that challenge is sincerely regretted. Once again, I want to remind our stakeholders that the law requires that our voters be given 12 hours during which they should exercise their right to vote, and we are determined, notwithstanding the challenges, to honor that pledge as provided for by the law. We will be updating you as regularly as possible, and like I said, we really appreciate ZTN for giving us this opportunity to continue to engage our stakeholders.
So just to reiterate, 7 to 7. Normally, if you're in the queue at 7, at 1 second to 7, you'll get the vote, doesn't matter what time it is. And any polling station that opened late, whenever voting starts, it will be 12 hours from that time, doesn't matter what time that is, so that the 12 hours by law is still there, so voters won't be disenfranchised.
Correct, indeed.
Ambassador Kiwa, thank you. Now, you heard there from the Deputy Chair of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and as he said, he will be giving ZTN Prime regular updates as he gets them to find out what exactly is happening on the ground with regarding poll stations, without any other issues that they may see, administrative or whatever, that they will see on the election. And we'd really like to thank the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission for really being transparent and talking to us at ZTN Prime. Well, it's back to the studio, Eben. I'll be talking to you soon.
Andy Hodges, thank you very much for giving us that update. There you have it, of course, the Deputy ZEC Chairperson, Ambassador Kiwa, giving us some of the nitty-gritties in terms of what would be the implications of the delays. And of course, there will be some of what I would call compensatory efforts to try and accommodate the voters, especially in polling centers where it is that there have been some delays. Of course, the stats coming through indicating that in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, 23% of the polling stations were actually ready to commence at 7 a.m., meaning to say that the rest, over 75%, were not able to open at 7 a.m. So in essence, for example, I visited David Livingstone this morning and they opened at 7:15. So what that means is that David Livingstone will run till 7:15 p.m. Time to take a breather. We will be back with more.
Iwe mutende. Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe nene vechidiki vechikuru ngatichipindire, ngatibate basa rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
are watching Election 2023, brought to you by ZTN Prime. We are broadcasting to you from our ZTN studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I'm Eben Mabunda. Of course, the plebiscite continues in the battle for 210 constituencies, of course, for the House of Assembly, 80 Senate seats, of course, 1,970 council seats, as well as 1 presidential spot. 6.6 million registered voters, 12,370 polling centers spread across this teapot-shaped country, Zimbabwe. Now we continue with conversations around developments in this very plebiscite. Now I am joined on set by Dr. Leopold Chakanyuka, a political analyst. Dr. Leopold, again, welcome to the election 2023.
Thank you for inviting me.
Fantastic. Now, you heard what the ZEC Deputy Chairperson, Ambassador Kiwa, said with regards to the delays as well as the response of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. May you weigh in on that?
Yeah, I think, firstly, they explained the reason why we had this delayed actually in the morning, that it was because of some of the court challenges that actually happened. It delayed the process, hence they ended up having to delay some of the process. But the good thing is, as we have heard the Deputy Chairperson saying, that people will be allowed to exercise their democratic right, that is to vote. And each and every polling station will be open for 12 hours. So regardless of the time that the polling station has opened, all the polling stations are not going to close at 7, but they are going to follow the time which they had opened. So for instance, if a polling station had opened at 8 a.m., it means it's going to close at 8 p.m. That's giving voters 12-hour period. And also there is also assured the people that for everyone who is going to be at the polling station by 7 o'clock, they will all be allowed to vote. So people should not panic. People should not panic because they are going to vote. And we encourage those who are still at home, who haven't gone to the polling station, to do it as soon as possible, because it's winter and very soon it will be dark. So people should go and exercise their democratic right on time.
That message is very clear for those that are joining us via our various platforms, be it on DSTV, be it on social media. Please make it a point to visit the polling station. The voting hours have been extended to compensate for the time that was lost owing to the delays, especially in the urban areas of Zimbabwe. Now, earlier on, you spoke to Rob Mukondiwa on this very platform, and I understand that was before you actually cast your vote. Now you just cast your vote. Would you want to share with us your experience and the finger, please?
No, the experience was really awesome, and because when I went to my constituents, there were not so many people.
Where is that?
I voted in the Seke constituency, and there were not so many people, and the process went very smooth. And the good thing is we had people helping, especially the elderly, were allowed to vote first, and those who were the pregnant women also were given assistance. So definitely the process went pretty well.
Right. Now we are left with 2 hours, 22 minutes before the initial stipulated deadline, before, of course, the extensions that have been provided for by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. What is your assessment of the voting process thus far?
So far, I think the process has gone pretty well, and we haven't had any complaints. Apart from the delays, I haven't heard of any complaints. There were no cases of political violence. There were no cases of voter intimidation. Even the people that I have been able to interact with and spoke with, they seem to be very happy. And I was particularly happy, especially when I saw the elderly people going to vote. It means, when you see older people actually valuing that issue of voting, I think it's an inspiration to us, the young generation, that these old people realize that it is important to vote. It is important to protect our country. It is important to make a decision for our country. They are doing that for us, the younger generation. And we as the young people, we must understand. So for those young people who are still at home, let's feel encouraged by the fact that the old people, we have seen them going to vote. We have to be encouraged, and we should go. It is for our future. It is for our country.
I stand to concur with you with regards to a peaceful environment. I earlier on was at Kwadzana West, particularly at the Kwadzana 2 primary school, where it is that the CCC presidential candidate, Mr. Nelson Chamisa, was casting his vote. I spoke to the CCC election candidate, CCC election agent there, and he attested to a peaceful environment. I'm sure we should get some of the feed from that earlier conversation that we had. And so we hope and pray that that peaceful environment is maintained as the days progress till the results actually announced. Now, Dr. Chakanyuka, there are about 6.6 million registered voters this year, up from 5.7 million in 2018, indicating, of course, a significant rise. What can we extrapolate from this particular increase that we see?
I think there could be several issues. The first one would be because, when we voted in 2018, that particular population that was below the age of 18 years, did not vote. So the fact that we had quite a number of them who turned 18 post 2018, it means there was going to be an increase in terms of the number of people who are going to register to vote. And also the fact that there was extensive voter education by ZTN and other institutions, even political parties. We saw political parties encouraging their supporters. We have, I think, different political parties had a target of people they wanted to vote for them. They were having their particular figures that they believed. So in line with that, they did encourage their candidates to go and vote. And also combining with the fact that I think also with the how we have matured as a democracy, people are also understanding the importance of voting, that it is my right, it is my democratic right to exercise that particular vote. I think these factors could have led to an increase in the number of registered voters.
Quite positive. It is important that the populace exercise their democratic right to elect their preferred candidates. Earlier on, I made reference to the United Nations Human Rights Charter, specifically Article 21, which advocates that citizens of any particular country should have the liberty to express themselves directly or indirectly through, of course, a representation. And it's quite positive to hear that we have seen an increase in terms of the number of registered voters in this very election campaign. Now, on the flip side, last year we had 14% of the candidates being female. In this very campaign, we are seeing just 11% decline of 3%. What can we read from this, and how can this be rectified going forward?
Of course, it's quite unfortunate that there is a decrease, right, in terms of the number of women. But I think, what we would have expected was, it's 2023, right? I think many women should be able to understand the need to be engaged or involved in politics or in leadership. We have quite a number of women who are leading a number of state institutions. These women should have acted as role models to the younger women so that they feel encouraged, knowing that they can also be leaders and they can also be elected. And even political parties, I think there should be a deliberate policy within each and every political party to make sure that they promote women participation. Of course, we have the 60 seats that are reserved for women, but I don't think it's really enough to see all the women participating, but it's a starting point. So those 60 women who are going into parliament, it's now their responsibility to make sure that they push for specific policies that encourage more and more women to participate in governance and leadership positions. And again, when it goes also to the issue of our culture and our society, because our culture, it's also made in a way that it tends to discourage women from participating in politics, because we have violated the women's rights and women have been insulted. You know, when a woman gets into a top position, there are certain questions that are raised by people to say, well, who is she dating or something? You know, there are those uncouth things that are said about women who are into politics. People, they will start even questioning their morals and so forth, which is quite unfortunate. So we also need to deal with that issue of culture, our traditional leaders. And the good thing is we have even chiefs who are going to be members of the Senate. I think they should also try to bring these cultural issues that bring down women into parliament, into Senate, so that they are discussed. Churches also do have a role to play in making sure that we engage in this particular debate that will see more and more women getting involved in leadership positions.
I want to shift a little bit to, you made reference to how there are particular insinuations in the form of hate speech and other forms of derogatory expressions against women in that particular regard. How important, in just 1 minute, is the role of the media in addressing some of those challenges?
Of course, I think media has a very important role to play, because most of the things that we rely on, we get it on media, right?
Dr. Chakanyuka, we will continue with the conversation. We will take a break, and election 2023, we'll be right back. You are watching Election 2023, brought to you by ZTN Prime, as we broadcast from Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I'm Eben Mabunda. Now, we will continue with the conversation with Dr. Chakanyuka, but before that, we cross over now to Marion Shaba for a conversation that she is going to have with the police chief spokesperson, Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati.
Thank you so much. We're coming to you live from Mukushi Academy, formerly Morris Depot, where I'm joined by Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, who is responsible for press and public relations. Assistant Commissioner, thank you so much. Millions of Zimbabweans today have gone out to vote, and I know you have a presence at every polling station around the country. How has been the law and order situation thus far?
Thank you very much, Marion. Yes, it's correct. The polling stations opened at 7 a.m. this morning, and the people are casting their vote. The Zimbabwe Republic Police has deployed the police officers at the polling stations to ensure that law and order is maintained. So far, since the opening of the polling stations, the security situation in the country has been calm, it has been peaceful, and we want to applaud Zimbabweans for voting in a peaceful manner and also for observing the country's laws. We, as the Zimbabwe Republic Police, we want to urge them to continue observing the current peaceful environment, and also for them to cast votes and go back home or to any other activity one is undertaking. No one is allowed to gather at polling stations, as alluded to in the Commissioner General of Police, Commissioner General Matanga's statement yesterday. And I also want to warn anyone who try to cause alarm or despondence, who try to disturb the current voting processes at polling stations, that the Zimbabwe Republic Police is ready to ensure that the country's laws are followed to the letter. There is no going back, there is no hesitation, there is no compromise. And this also applies to politicians who are sending out messages, and some civic organizations who are sending out messages, urging people to to gather at polling stations. Some are even telling people to vote and they come back after 18-30 hours and wait for election results at polling stations. No. The police is ready to ensure that provisions of the Electoral Act, provisions of the Maintenance of Order and Peace Act are complied with. So any gathering at the polling stations is unlawful, and the due processes of the law will be invoked.
Mm-hmm. There are reports, digital media reports of people stationing themselves at some polling stations, conducting exit polls. Have any reports been made so far? And if so, what is
The Zimbabwe Republic Police is moving around. We have got officers who are moving around at all polling stations, besides the ones who are deployed at polling stations, who are working closely with the presiding officers and the polling officers. Along the way, we will disperse any form of unlawful gathering, whether that person whether it's a single person, whether there are 2 or 3 people, as long those individuals or those groups have no business, official business at the polling stations, definitely we will disperse them.
Mm-hmm. There are 12,000 polling stations around the country. Have you deployed enough personnel just in case there are skirmishes? Are you going to be able to handle it as the Zimbabwe Republic Police?
Besides the police officers whom we have deployed at the 12,374 polling stations, which were set up by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, we have got reaction teams, Marion, which are moving throughout the country.
Mm-hmm.
We have got special investigation teams, which are also moving out through the country. 1, to maintain law and order. 2, to reassure the public, to reassure the voters, to reassure even observers of their safety. So definitely we have put adequate measures in place for the safety and security of the voting process.
Mm-hmm. The previous election, just after election, as people were awaiting results, there were skirmishes that happened. Are you better prepared as a force to handle these for this election?
Certainly, Marion. The Commissioner General of Police, Commissioner General T.G. Matanga, has put in place adequate security measures to ensure that as Zimbabweans wait for the election results, starting from tomorrow up to the last day. Remember, in terms of the Electoral Act, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has got 5 days to announce the election results. So we have put adequate measures in place. That's why I'm saying we will not tolerate, I reiterate, we will not tolerate any form of unlawful gathering at either a coalition center, constituent center, provincial center or national command center. And any politician who will try to disturb this process, the election process, I can assure you, will only have himself or herself to blame.
Mm-hmm. And finally, ASCOM, there were reports of some polling stations not having enough voting material when polling started this morning, some possibly until around lunch today. How are you ensuring peace prevails at these polling stations, considering that tensions may rise?
Marion, what the Zimbabwe Public Police has done, we are in constant liaison with the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission officials who have assured the Zimbabwe Republic Police that they are currently attending to these logistical issues. So in this regard, there is no need for potential voters, there is no need for the public to panic or to cause chaos or to cause any form of lawlessness at the polling stations. Certainly, we are monitoring the situation. We urge Zimbabweans to remain peaceful. Zimbabweans are known for being peace-loving citizens. So there is no need for panic. There is no need to be influenced by somebody who, at the end of the day, will not be there when the due process of the law are followed.
Finally, Assistant Commissioner, any final words to the electoral public and Zimbabweans at large?
Zimbabweans should remain peaceful and wait for the election results whilst one is at home. There is no gathering which is allowed in terms of the country's laws at the polling stations. So we want Zimbabweans to take heed of this message.
Senior Assistant Commissioner, thank you so much. I was speaking there to Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, responsible for press and public relations from the Zimbabwe Republic Police. It's back to you at the studio.
Thank you, Marion Shaba, for giving us that conversation with Police Senior Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, who is, of course, the spokesperson for the Zimbabwe Republic Police. Now, in the studio, I'm still with Dr. Leopold Chakanyuka, a political analyst. Now, of course, you were following that very discourse there from the spokesperson of the Zimbabwe Republic Police. And he gave a clear, stern warning against perpetrators of violence. May you weigh in?
Yeah, I think what he reiterated is exactly what is put in the electoral laws. Our elections have clear guidelines or legal requirements as to how we should engage ourselves as voters and also as politicians, those who are participating. So for our elections to go smooth, he also said, we are a peace-loving people. So to maintain that, these laws have to be respected. What the law specifies is people are not supposed to gather at the polling station, right? Within a range of 300 meters, you are not allowed to gather anywhere near the polling station. So people should understand and know that after voting, we can simply go home and continue with our lives. That is why each and every political party or candidate has an election agent who is there at the polling station to make sure that they monitor, they see the process. Even observers, they are also there monitoring the process. So I don't think there is any reason for people to worry about the processes, because they are enough resource people who are at the polling station who are monitoring. The police are also there. Agents are also there to monitor the process. So people should go, and also we should, as we have done before, from the time when the proclamation was made, we have maintained a peaceful environment. We have respected each other. We have displayed the highest level of political maturity. So I think let's not spoil that particular environment that we had been able to create for ourselves. Even people from outside that we had previously, when the African Union head came in before to assess the process, he was happy with the process and the manner in which the Zimbabweans had been able to conduct themselves. Even a number of other observers have also said the same, that they are pretty happy with what we have done. So let's remain a pride for our country. And if we get into violence, what happens is we are just simply going to destroy the same country that tomorrow we want to go and stay in. So let's maintain a peaceful environment, choose our candidates peacefully. The results are going to come. We accept them peacefully, respecting each other and respecting the views of other people whom we might not have agreed with.
I think that's a crystal clear position, one that I concur with, one that I believe every Zimbabwean should abide by. Now, the police commissioner also indicated that it is important for political parties to trust the Zimbabwean Electoral Commission with the process of tallying the votes and giving the verdict as and when they are ready. How important is that?
The processes are quite clear. You would know that soon after voting ends, let's say 7 p.m. voting ends, all the agents are going to be there, right? The election officers are going to be there. The results will be counted there, and V11s are going to be filled there, and they are going to be put on the outside of the venue for anyone to come and inspect and see. So we have to trust the process, because it's very clear our agents are going to be there. They are going to monitor the process on our behalf.
Right, and he also made reference to the fact that gatherings are illegal post the casting of the ballot, to ensure that space is given to the electoral agents to run the necessary processes. To what extent should there be an abiding by the citizens to that very key clarion call?
Yeah, the first thing that I want to say is, an election has to be free, fair, and credible, right? And everyone has to exercise their right freely without any form of intimidation or fear, Right? So the moment you are going to see a group of people milling around a polling station, either singing or doing some of the things, it can actually come as a form of intimidation to other people who want to freely exercise their their right. So the issue is people should be able to allow others who haven't voted to come and cast their vote freely without fear that there is someone who is watching me somewhere there, there is someone who is waiting for me outside there. They should be able to go and do that and go back home.
Zimbabwe has had an unfortunate history of electoral violence since 1980. If you check the history of Zimbabwean elections, they have been serious elements of violence, and I think that perhaps could or would be a concern for some of the citizens in Zimbabwe. Why should they trust the process now against that particular backdrop, vis-a-vis, of course, what the police commissioner said?
But I think to say we have had a history of political violence, it might be a little bit exaggerating, the situations that have been happening in our country. I don't think in the past the elections were that violent to carry a tag to say we have been. Of course, the 1980 elections were quite violent because we had, we were coming out of war and so forth. And of course, in the past, we have had scenarios, right, of political violence. And I don't think those particular scenarios would have had a significant bearing on the outcomes of this particular election, because people now, they've come to understand the process. We have done it before, and I'm sure even when you look at 2018, people voted. Of course, we had that unfortunate incident on the 1st of August, but generally the process from the beginning went very well. Political parties were able to campaign, and even in this particular election, we saw political parties being able to campaign. The police were there to make sure that they protect the rights of the people. The courts exercised their role to making sure that they solve any of the issues that were taken to the court. So I think based on that particular history, I think it's safe to say people should be able to trust the process, because we have done it before and there's nothing really to worry about.
You mentioned the August 1st, which of course triggered the Motlanthe Commission, which was called upon by President Emmerson Mnangagwa. Now, where do we draw the line between the necessary involvement of the security forces vis-a-vis the excessive use of force by the security forces?
I don't think that anyone would want to repeat, the scenario of August. That is why the police are there warning people to say, well, let's just follow the process and respect the laws. If we all follow the laws, I don't think we're going to have a problem. I think a problem will only come if we as voters start now to be violent or start to disrespect the laws. They might be, police would actually come and perhaps arrest some of the people and so forth in the event of breaking the laws. But that is the norm. But generally, if we just respect all the laws as we have done so far, I don't see any problem coming. People should just continue to respect the law. I don't think that we are going to experience anything that can, go towards the violent issues and so forth. This election is going to be, a success.
We hope and pray for that. Now, the police commissioner indicated that for the late voting process to make up and compensate for the delays throughout the electoral processes, especially in Bulawayo and Harare, and of course everywhere else where there were some delays, he said that there will be a police presence to ensure that all systems run smoothly and that everybody gets their chance to participate in the process. Do you think that would have a positive effect for the participants in this electoral process?
Of course, because the police are there to provide peace and security, right? But their role should also be complemented by our attitude as electorates. So like we have said, I'm saying even if the voting started at 12 midday, if we go and vote, let's just respect the process and leave. And then we wait for the results to be announced. And ZTN also made a commitment that they are going to announce the results within the prescribed time, right, which is about 5 days. So we should just wait for that particular process and respect the process and the laws that we currently have.
Dr. Chakanyuka, of course, we have different teams of observers that in the country. Some of them are local, some of them are regional, and others are international. Perhaps to mention the AU, COMESA, the SADC observer team, the OACPS, the Organization of African, Caribbean, as well as Pacific States. We also have the EU, the Commonwealth. How crucial, how important are these observer delegations and teams to Zimbabwe's electoral processes and result credibility?
You know, the fact that we were able to invite as much as possible people to come and observe our election points to our commitment as a country to conduct free, fair and credible election. We are not scared of being measured not only by our own standard but by an international standard. We also want those who are coming from outside who have a different way of conducting elections to come and say, well, we have been able to observe your election and I think you can correct here and there. So generally I think it is very important because their voice also matters in making sure that, you know, our election, they look free, they look credible, because their voice, as they are observing the election, they also, you know, contribute into our own maturity as a democracy.
As part of the SADC protocol and guidelines with regards elections, member states are encouraged to allow different media institutions, both local and international, to participate in the electoral processes and cover for the sake of allowing and enhancing transparency. Now, we have seen different media houses from Zimbabwe, from the region, as well as beyond, being allowed to cover this very election. How do you feel about that? And what's your assessment? Do you think enough has been done? Or perhaps we need to take it a notch higher?
I think so far we've done quite well in making sure that we have, you know, different observers, even those that previously we were not really that close with. We have allowed them to come and observe our elections, even journalists to come and report as they are seeing the process. What it basically means is we have nothing to hide. We want the whole world to come and watch as we conduct our elections, to prove to the world that we are capable of conducting elections in a free, fair environment. And another thing, you've mentioned the SADC protocol. The fact that in 2018 we acceded to the African Union Charter on Election, Democracy and Governance also speaks to our commitment to ascribe to international law provisions, that we have to be part of those particular treaties, so that we can have an election in a manner that we have collectively, as the African Union, agreed on. So the process that we are actually currently doing, they are also going to be measured by the African Union based on the African Charter that we are party to. Therefore, we are willing to be measured by other fellow African countries based on the rules, on the guidelines that we have set to ourselves as a continent.
Right. Also key to this very conversation would be, aspects to do with observance of some of the tenets enunciated in, of course, the AU Charter, as you indicated, and some of the SADC protocols. And one of the key issues there is that to do with female participation. A few years ago, we had a female vice president, and again in this election, we are seeing 11% of females participating as candidates on our ballot papers, down from 14% in the 2018 plebiscite. Can you speak with regards to that aggregate?
Yeah, of course, I think we have spoken about that before, but I think, well, like I have said, it's quite unfortunate that we don't have many women who are participating, because we also have a commitment as a country to encourage. When you look at the the population of our country, we have 52% who are women, and it means these are the majority voters than men, and they are also going to vote for men, right? So as I've said before, we need to come up with specific policies similar to the 60 seats that we already have. Another, policy that is specific, that encourages women to take part in politics. Even our policies, we have talked about the issues of even abuse of women and so forth. Our security institutions should also come in and make sure that they protect the rights of women so that they don't feel threatened by joining politics, but they feel encouraged to join politics because they know that the society is there and the society is supporting them.
Right. I want us to move on to another subject, that to do with the delimitation report. And according to the delimitation report, there were changes in 7 provinces. I will just give a highlight of some of them. Of course, in Bulawayo province, it retained 12 constituencies, but 7 were reconfigured. And then if you move on to Harare South, it was split into 3 constituencies, with Epworth now the 5th largest urban authority in Zimbabwe. Harare North was reconfigured and is now largely Heathcliff. Manicaland has 26 constituencies, and Musikavanu and Chipinge West were merged to create Chipinge West constituency, while Dangamvura Chikanga was collapsed to form the Chikanga constituency. You also have Marsh East, which has 23 constituencies. The 3 Chikomba constituencies were reduced to 2 Chikomba East as well as Chikomba West. I want you to speak with regards to that and that implications in as far as the electoral processes that we're seeing playing out now.
Yeah, I think it's also answered by the point you have raised, that there is an increase in the number of registered voters. So that increase means there have to be changes in the terms of constituencies that we have, because to make sure that we have each and every person equally represented in Parliament, right? We have to make sure that our constituencies maintain a specific number of people that are in that particular constituency. So what then happened is, after the registration, right, we have an increase in the number of people who new voters who registered. So that means the constituencies have to be reconfigured to match the number of the registered voters. So in some areas, there were fewer people perhaps that registered to vote, while in other areas, there were more people that registered to vote. So to compensate for that, or to balance those particular numbers and statistics, then some constituencies now had either to be combined, or even some wards had to be, even where I come from in Seke there, we also have our ward which was joined with another ward to cater for that. So I think it's, again, for people should now then be able to understand that whenever we register to vote before, I think it happens after every 10 years, right, that particular delimitation issue, it is inspired by the number of people who would have registered to vote in that particular constituency. So we should, as politicians, encourage people to vote, to register to vote, which means when we have more people registered to vote, that also, is going to result in reconfiguration of certain to match the numbers of people who are registered.
And of course, according to our constitution, delimitation reports should be presented once every 10 years, of course, in line with the changes in the demographics in Zimbabwe. And yet, Dr. Chakanyuka, you have Douglas Monzora, who challenged the delimitation report. What is your position or your assessment of the stance that was taken by the leader of the MDC team, Mr. Douglas Monzora?
Zimbabwe is a democracy, right? We are all allowed to have different opinion. We can't, all of us have the same opinion. So it's his right to challenge anything that he thinks perhaps is not right. And the courts are also there to make sure that those concerns are addressed. And we are glad that we have those particular institutions that are there to make sure that those issues are addressed. Everyone has a right. If you want to challenge anything, you are given that particular right to challenge. And he's not the only person who challenged the electoral processes. We also have a number of cases that were taken to
I want
court.
us to move with those cases and perhaps just pick a few. In Bulawayo, you had 16 members of parliament, 12 belonging to the Triple C, that initially had not been permitted to appear on the ballot over reports of late submissions. And of course, they challenged that case in the courts, and they are appearing on the ballots in Bulawayo. May you weigh in on that particular case?
Yeah, that's as I've just said before, to say, well, we are a democracy. People are allowed to have, different opinion. And one person was aggrieved, right? Had an issue with the timing of the people of the candidates when their papers were accepted. And the matter went to court, and the court made a determination, and ZEC respected that particular determination, and we all respected that particular determination. And the elections are going on in those particular constituency, and those 12 candidates who were, in whose nomination was challenged were allowed to be on the ballot, and they are on the ballot, and the election is going. That is the beauty actually of our democracy, because we actually have courts that clarify on issues that we might have misunderstood as perhaps voters or politicians, and our courts will come in to make sure that the electoral laws are applied correctly and timely.
In the contest for presidency, you've got a situation where Douglas Monzora envies the position of Xavier Kasukuwere, while Xavier Kasukuwere envies the position of Douglas Monzora. Quite an ironic situation. May you speak to the positions that have been taken? On the one hand, you've got Douglas Monzora saying that the playing field has perhaps not been as even enough, hence his withdrawal, but ZEC came in and said his withdrawal was too late. On the other hand, you have Xavier Kasukuwere, who was eager to participate in the electoral processes, but of course ZEC, as well as the constitution, indicated that he could not participate because he spent more than 18 months prior to the election, and so could not participate on that basis. May you speak to these two scenarios?
Yeah, I'll give an example of a football match, actually. There are rules that governs how we play a match, right? If you go, let's say, for primary school, they would tell you, if you are under 13, you can play in this particular category. If you are above that particular age, you can't play in the under 13s. So it happens that in an election where there are laws that governs the manner in which we conduct our election. So the matter of Kasukuwere was that the law says a person has to be resident in his constituents or continuously in his constituents for a period of 18 months, right? If you are outside of that particular constituent for that particular period, then you are regarded as unregistered voter. So that was the case, and the courts, in their hierarchy, upheld that particular or made that particular same interpretation of the electoral laws, and that was the determination. I know people might not be happy, some people might not be happy about it, but that is how the process is. We have laws, and those laws are supposed to be respected so that we have a free and fair and credible election. And on the issue of Douglas Monzora, that one is quite surprising because, Douglas Monzora is one of the people who were part of the constitutional making process as the co-chairperson of COPAC. He knew what the law says, and he understood exactly, better than perhaps some of us, the lay people, on how the laws say when you are going to the nomination court or the processes. So I would have thought that perhaps he is one person who actually is supposed to be speaking positively about the process, because he is one of the people who are part of the people who made the laws. He is a member of parliament. If he wasn't happy with any of the laws, he had an opportunity that most of us didn't have to change those particular laws. The fact that he didn't see it wrong and only was able to see it at last minute, there could be other explanations, as other political analysts would have said, well, perhaps he's afraid that he might lose the election, judging on the previous by-election that we had, where he was unable to get votes, and therefore perhaps he thought he might not be able to get votes and decided to quit the race. Not that because because of all the other candidates, they didn't see anything wrong with the process. Only one person seeing the wrongness of the process. It's then raise a bit of questions and so forth.
Still on the subject of presidential candidates, we have 6 first-timers in this plebiscite. And then you've got 5 reappearing candidates. I want us to speak to these 5 reappearing candidates as well as their prospects. I will bundle together Joseph Busha, Love Momaduku, and Harry Peter Wilson. What is your perspective with regards to the prospects of these 3 in this election?
Oh, this actually coming, it means our processes, they have confidence. One, it actually speaks to the confidence that they have in the process to say we have a right to participate in the election. And they have continuously, and unfortunately for the past election, we are not so sure about this particular election. People might not have agreed perhaps with their policies or their visions, and not so many people voted for them, but hopefully perhaps they will make it in this particular election. But the fact that we have many people who are participating in these elections shows our processes are quite credible and people are interested in taking part in these elections.
Right, now let's speak to the other 2 reappearing candidates and their prospects. In the previous election, Nelson Chamisa scored 44% of the vote, which translated to about 2,150,000 plus or minus that particular figure. Can you speak to the prospects of that, what some would term one of the front runners in this very election?
Yeah, exactly. If of course in 2018 we had these results that you have said, but a lot happened between 2018 up until today, which might actually have an impact on the outcome of these elections. We had MDC and CCC breaking bonds that could have also had an impact on the elections. And also the good thing with these 2 political parties that you have mentioned is they've been in sort of power. You had one of the party controlling the urban areas and the other party controlling the government. And so I think maybe people, when they are going to be judging these particular parties, they are not going to judge them on the same way they might be judging the others who are not in power, but they are going to measure them based on what they were able to do over the past 5 years. I stay in Harare. I'm looking at service delivery. I'm looking at the roads that I'm walking in. I'm looking at the water supply. All these things. I think they would matter to someone who is going to vote. For someone also who will be looking at the roads, who will be looking at the dams. Were they able to deliver on the promises that they made in 2018? So I think these issues would have a bearing. The ones that did more than the other is likely to win. That's my thinking.
And yet, they also contend that perhaps local government has had an influence in the day-to-day running of the urban authorities, and there being blurred lines between the role of the mayor vis-a-vis the role of the minister of local government. What do you say where that is concerned?
Yeah, but I think that one we might need to have a different platform to discuss that particular issue, looking at the laws and the functions of one office vis-a-vis the other. That might be a political also issue as well, as people would want to justify perhaps failure to do certain things. Because I wouldn't think that picking up litter or something would require, the Minister of Local Government or whoever to come and tell you to say, well, you have to sweep this particular road or anything. Or constructing a dam in Zaraban would require a mayor to go and tell perhaps whoever is responsible to say, you need to... I don't think, it's... But perhaps when, after the elections, we might have that particular discussion to see whose powers, or how are their powers, related to each other in terms of service delivery.
Emerson Mnangagwa, the ZANU-PF presidential candidate, scored 50.8% in the 2018 plebiscite, translating to about 2.4 million votes in that heated contest. What are his prospects in this election?
You know, that question is a little bit difficult to answer today. Why? Because the elections are today, you know. So we're just left with few hours to know exactly who is going to be winning, you know, from this election. So I think let's save this one and then we discuss why this one won against this one after the results are announced. It might be actually interesting then when we are looking at the factors that would have influenced people to vote. Let's just keep people guessing, you know, so that if we start discussing about who is likely to going to win and so forth, people might start, you know, getting agitated and so forth. So let people be able to sleep tonight, you know, relaxed, and then tomorrow when they
I am going to have to disagree with you on that one. We discussed Joseph Busha, we discussed Love Momaduku, Harry Peter Wilson, we discussed also Chamisa. It's fair that we discuss Emerson Mnangagwa among the list of the 5 reappearing candidates.
Okay, since you are insisting that I should actually talk about this one. You know, reality-wise, I've talked about the issues of service delivery, right? You know, I don't know if that might have a bearing on people voting, but, you know, you saw that the government, for the past 5 years, they were able to deliver on a number of things that they had promised. You know, we had, you know, the Blawayo, the Beit Bridge Road, which is almost complete. We have quite a number of dams that have been constructed. We have a lot of companies that have been opened. You can talk of the Manidze company. So I'm not so sure if these are going to translate into people voting for the current government because of these projects that they were able to see. But for me, actually, what inspires me when I'm voting is to see the competence of the people. What they were able to do in the past 5 years gives me courage to vote for people. So I believe that our people are going also to use that particular same measure to measure people based on how they were able to perform. And we also, if we are going by the number of people that we saw at rallies, you know, perhaps President Mnangagwa might have an advantage. Well, we saw quite a number of people attending his rallies. But what we are then not sure of is whether those people are actually going to vote for him or whether those people were registered voters. But if they were registered voters or if they were genuinely there, perhaps he might have actually an advantage over the other candidates.
Right. Let's move on to the maiden appearances that have been made by some of the candidates. Trust Chikuhora of the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, Blessing Kasia Muru, the Zimbabwe Partnership for Prosperity, as well as Wilbert Mbaiwa of the National People's Congress. May you speak to their prospects?
This was, you know what, their rallies, for me, is the way I saw them, right? They had quite very few people who attended. But what we are not so sure is either they might be some people perhaps who did not attend rallies who might be able to vote for them. I think the ball is on the people's court to decide on who they are going to vote for.
Right. Also in the bracket, you would have Elizabeth Valerio and quite an interesting candidate, Gwinyai Muzorewa of the United African National Council, who is a younger brother to the late Prime Minister of Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. May you speak to their possibilities as well in this election? I'm not sure if I left out Elizabeth Valerio of the UZA, the United Zimbabwe Alliance, another yellow colored presidential candidate.
You know, I think before an election, everyone is a winner, right? Before an election, everyone is a winner because we don't know how people will be voting for. But I'm just saying, if we want to be, you know, realistic and look at judging, you know, based on the number of, you know, people that we saw at their rallies, it might paint a different picture altogether. But, you know, as we know, your vote is your secret. So we don't know how people are going to vote and we don't know how people are going to vote for. Sometimes we might think that, well, there were not so many people at their rallies, but then we are surprised. We see many people voting for them because we don't know how they were able to convince people, because some of them, they use social media, some of them, they use various media platforms to campaign and to share their messages. So we don't know how people were able to take those messages.
Crucial to the electoral processes is the element of voter education. May you speak to the party lists and the proportional representation. You have got 210 seats up for contest in the parliamentary seat contest, and yet at the end of the day you've got a House of Assembly that's got 280 members sitting there. May you elucidate on that subject?
Yeah, we've talked about the issue of women, because the idea was to have a number of women, because it came after a realization that we have fewer women who are participating in politics, right? So we need to increase the number of women participating in politics. That's why we had those 10 seats that are already reserved for women. And we also have 10 seats now that are reserved for the young people, for the youth, right? For the youth quota, which are 10, one per each province. And these are going to be based on proportional representation. It's different from first past the post that we have for the constituents MPs, where the one who gets more votes automatically becomes the winner. But for the proportional representation, it also applies even to the Senate. What they're going to do is they will look at the number of voters in that particular either constituency or in that particular province. Every province has about 6, especially for women. For the youth, it has 1 seat. So the party that is going to have the highest number of voters in a particular province tend to have more seats on the proportional representation, because it is calculated based on the number of votes you have obtained in that particular province, constituency or area.
Can you shed more light in terms of the 20 seats that you've got in the Senate?
The 20 seats, which 20 seats?
The 20 seats where you've got the chiefs as well as also representatives for
the disabled.
Right.
All right. I think this is also as part of making sure that our society is well represented. Because when you look at the chiefs, they have a very, very important role in our society, because they are the custodians of our culture, of our heritage. So they represent a very important specific constituents which might not be able to be represented by politicians. And when politicians are coming to Parliament or to Senate, they are coming with a political agenda. They represent a political interest. But when our traditional chiefs are coming, they are coming from the people that they lead. So they are coming in as direct representatives of the people and their culture. So they are there as representative of the people to uphold our culture and represent the people's interest outside of the politics. And the 2 other seats for the disabled people are also to deal with a specified group of people who have been left out before, but we want them to be represented. And therefore, they had 2 specific seats that are in Parliament, so in Senate, so as to have their specific rights addressed at police level.
Right. I want us to zero in on the House of Assembly spread from the 2018 plebiscite, and perhaps try and look into possibilities in as far as results or prospects for the different political parties in the 2023 plebiscite. Starting with the Midlands province and the Mashonaland West provinces. In the Midlands province, in the previous election, the MDC Alliance had 5 seats, ZANU-PF 22 seats, the NPF had 1 seat in the Midlands province. Mash West province, the MDC Alliance had 4 seats, ZANU-PF 17, and an independent candidate scooped 1 seat. And of course, then we were speaking of ZANU-PF vis-a-vis the MDC Alliance, which some would say was the main opposition party. But in this case, we've got ZANU-PF perhaps up against the Triple C, which is an offshoot of the MDC alliance. Would you want to speak to those figures and the possibilities in the 2023 plebiscite?
You know, of course, parties do have strongholds. Even if you go to, to America, there are certain states that are known to say, well, this is a Democratic stronghold, the Republicans, this is their stronghold. It's normal in any, election. Even here in Zimbabwe, there are areas that are known to be strongholds of certain political parties. You have these provinces that you have mentioned. Historically, ZANU-PF has been winning in those particular provinces, and the opposition, then the MDC, has been winning in some urban areas such as Harare and Bulawayo. But, there was a bit of a change, especially when we had the by-elections. There were certain areas that people thought were the stronghold of the opposition that were taken actually by the ruling party. You had here in Epworth, seat was actually taken by the ruling party. Even some of the, the differences, you go to Binga, the differences were not that much as opposed to the previous election, which means there could be a change now in the manner in which people could be voting. I've spoken about service delivery or provisions of services in areas. That could also be a factor in influencing people to vote for a certain political party. So those areas that previously could have been stronghold of certain political parties, things could have changed because of what was done over the past 5 years. Perhaps that is why we saw places such as Epworth, changing when we had the by-election previously.
Perhaps as follow-up to that, I think one of the strategies on either side of the political divide has been to try and gain ground in the strongholds of the other. Let's start by talking about the efforts by ZANU-PF to gain ground in the urban areas in that particular regard.
The one interesting thing that actually what I saw President Mnangagwa did was, when he came into power, with his government, he was talking about bringing everyone together and leaving no place behind and so forth. That could also have perhaps, get him a number of, supporters and so forth, because he also focused development on urban areas. We had the people of Epworth who for a very long time did not have title deeds. And the government came and said, well, we have to give every Zimbabwean a decent accommodation. And people there were given title deeds. As opposed to, if you go to Mavuku, I heard that there are some people up to date who don't have title deeds for the houses that they are staying. And yet the city council has been there and it has failed to address those particular issues. So I think those issues could also be at play as people will be going to decide on which candidate they would want to vote for.
On the flip side, you also have the Triple C being very much upbeat in terms of gaining ground in the rural areas of the country, with campaigns taking place in those areas of the country. May you speak to that?
Of course, but that's what I was saying. Each and every political party, I was saying, there were efforts from each and every political party to make sure that they get into those people's strongholds. Because if they had left it like that, they were simply going to get the exact same votes they got in the previous election. So the idea for any serious political party is to go and make an inroads in those areas that were stronghold of the other political parties. But what would then distinguish the one that was already there and you is what you are going to bring to those particular people. Because if that area was already a stronghold for another political party, if you want to come into that area, you should be able to offer something that is better than what was being offered by the party that was actually in that particular area. If you fail, people will simply go with the devil they know.
Right. Now, I want us to focus on issues that would be, I believe, of common national interest, regardless of which side of the political party you are on. Starting with the issue of climate change, which has gripped the attention of the whole world. COP27 was held on African soil in Egypt, with calls, of course, to reduce the carbon emissions and to see to it that we don't go beyond the 1.5 degrees Celsius in terms of the temperature rises of a defined period. How important is that for Zimbabwe? And what should whoever assumed captaincy of this beautiful nation called Zimbabwe, how should they play it where the subject is concerned?
Yeah, of course, there are certain issues that are outside of politics, that are a reality to our society, that we must be able to address as a country. Whoever is going to come, there are issues that we have. Before I actually go to that, because we're talking about things that unite us as a country. The first issue is Zimbabwe has a history, right? A clear history that is there. That history unites every Zimbabwean. We all know about the history. We all know where we are coming from. We all know where we want to go as a country. That factor that we have a specific and a particular history is actually another factor that influences, or even whoever is going to come and become a leader should be conscious of that particular history, because the moment you fail to match or to fit in that particular history, you might actually have a problem in leading this particular country, because we'll be diverting from our own identity. And then we go also to the issue of the land reform program. It's a very important issue, you know, that people went and fought for. And today, people still want land. So whoever is going to come and become a leader of this country should also be able to be cognizant of those particular important issues and be able to address those issues to make sure that everyone is land, everyone is accommodation. And then we go to the issue of climate change that you have mentioned. Not only climate change, but there are also other areas that can also be dealt with. But the climate change is very important because we rely on agriculture. And over the past years, we have seen drought in our country as a result of climate change. Not only in Zimbabwe, but the whole region or the whole world has been affected by the issue of climate change, because it has a bearing on our food production as a country. So these are recent issue or new issues that each and every person who is going to be our leader should be able to understand. And we would want to see these issues being discussed even in parliament. Issues of environmental degradation, these are important. Issues of mining, when you are going to mine, how does it affect our environment? These are critical issues that have to be discussed. We have, all of us, to be aware of these issues and be able to articulate and make policies that move with time. Other issues also that are coming is the issues of green energy. People are also migrating from, you know, the use of fossil fuel into new energy. We should be able, as a country, to, you know, go towards that particular direction, even the direction of, you know, new technologies and so forth. We should be able, as a country, to discuss those issues and be able to bring those issues into our country.
Dr. Leopold Chakanyuka, a political analyst, thank you very much for joining us on Election 2023.
Thank you for inviting me.
Now, of course, we continue with the election coverage as we give you the latest updates as they come through. Now, earlier on, ZTN Prime's Marion Shaba engaged with the police spokesperson, Senior Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati. Let's have a look.
I'm joined by Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, who is responsible for press and public relations. Assistant Commissioner, thank you so much. Millions of Zimbabweans today have gone out to vote, and I know you have a presence at every polling station around the country. How has been the law and order situation thus far?
Thank you very much, Marion. Yes, it's correct. The polling stations opened at 7 a.m. this morning, and the people are casting their vote. The Zimbabwe Public Police has deployed the police officers at the polling stations to ensure that law and order is maintained. So far, since the opening of the polling stations, the security situation in the country has been calm, it has been peaceful, and we want to applaud the Zimbabweans for voting in a peaceful manner, and also for observing the country's laws. We, as the Zimbabwe Republic Police, we want to urge them to continue observing the current peaceful environment, and also for them to cast votes and go back home or to any other activity one is undertaking. No one is allowed to gather at polling stations, as alluded to in the Commissioner General of Police, Commissioner General Matanga's statement yesterday. And I also want to warn anyone who try to cause alarm or despondence, who try to disturb the current voting processes at polling stations, that the Zimbabwe Republic Police is ready to ensure that the country's laws are followed to the letter. There is no going back, there is no hesitation, there is no compromise. And this also applies to politicians who are sending out messages, and some civic organizations who are sending out messages, urging people to gather at polling stations. Some are even telling, people to vote and they come back after 18-30 hours and wait for election results at polling stations. No. The police is ready to ensure that provisions of the Electoral Act, provisions of the Maintenance of Order and Peace Act are complied with. So any gathering at the polling stations is unlawful, and the due processes of the law will be invoked.
Mm-hmm. There are media reports, digital media reports of people stationing themselves at some polling stations, conducting exit polls. Have any reports been made so far? And if so, what is...
The Zimbabwe Republic Police is moving around. We have got officers who are moving around at all polling stations, besides the ones who are deployed at polling stations, who are working closely with the presiding officers and the polling officers. And along the way, we will disperse any form of unlawful gathering, whether that person is whether it's a single person, whether there are 2 or 3 people, as long those individuals or those groups have no business, official business at the polling stations, definitely we will disperse them.
Mm-hmm. There are 12,000 polling stations around the country. Have you deployed enough personnel just in case there are skirmishes? Are you going to be able to handle it as the Zimbabwe Republic Police?
Besides the police officers whom we have deployed at the 12,374 polling stations, which were set up by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, we have got reaction teams, Marion, which are moving throughout the country. Mm-hmm. We have got special investigation teams, which are also moving out through the country. 1, to maintain law and order. 2, to reassure the public, to reassure the voters, to reassure even observers of their safety. So definitely we have put adequate measures in place for the safety and security of the voting process.
Mm-hmm. The previous election, just after election, as people were awaiting results, there were skirmishes that happened. Are you better prepared as a force to handle these for this election?
Certainly, Marion. The Commissioner General of Police, Commissioner General T.G. Matanga, has put in place adequate security measures to ensure that as Zimbabweans wait for the election results, starting from tomorrow up to the last day. Remember, in terms of the Electoral Act, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has got 5 days to announce the election results. So we have put adequate measures in place. That's why I'm saying we will not tolerate, I reiterate, we will not tolerate any form of unlawful gathering at either a coalition center, constituent center, provincial center or national command center. And any politician who will try to disturb this process, the election process, I can assure you, will only have himself or herself to blame.
Mm-hmm. And finally, ASCOM, there were reports of some polling stations not having enough voting material when polling started this morning, some possibly until around lunch today. How are you ensuring peace prevails at these polling stations, considering that tensions may rise?
Marion, what the Zimbabwe Public Police has done, we are in constant liaison with the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission officials, who have assured the Zimbabwe Public Police that they are currently attending to these logistical issues. So in this regard, there is no need for potential voters, there is no need for the public to panic or to cause chaos or to cause any form of lawlessness at the polling stations. Certainly, we are monitoring the situation. We urge Zimbabweans to remain peaceful. Zimbabweans are known for being peace-loving citizens. So there is no need for panic. There is no need to be influenced by somebody who, at the end of the day, will not be there when the due process of the law are followed.
Finally, Assistant Commissioner, any final words to the electoral public and Zimbabweans at large?
Zimbabweans should remain peaceful and wait for the election results whilst one is at home. There is no gathering which is allowed in terms of the country's laws at the polling stations. So we want Zimbabweans to take heed of this message.
Senior Assistant Commissioner, thank you so much. I was speaking there to Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, responsible for press and public relations from the Zimbabwe Public Police. It's back to you at the studio.
Iwe mukristu, iwe mutende. Rega kusarira. Yes, even in the Bible, leadership selection process is there. The disciples went through their own leadership selection process. Yes, iwe neni, vechidiki, vechikuru, gatichipindire, gatibate basa, rekuvaka nyika yeZimbabwe, asi tichizviita murunyararo. Yes, voting in peace. This message is brought to you by the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I pray, I vote. Ndinonamata, ndichivota.
million registered voters spread across 12,370 polling stations across this teapot-shaped beautiful country called Zimbabwe. And of course, you are watching Election 2023. We are broadcasting to you live from Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I'm Eben Mabunda. Now, we are bringing you live coverage of how this plebiscite is playing out across the country. Now, of course, we cross over to Mashonaland East, where ZTN Prime's Mugove Chigada gives us an update. Hello, Mugove, can you shed more light on that part of the country?
Is the Zimbabwe 2023 harmonized election. We are in Manicaland, where we have stopped by Nyazura Chivu 10 off. As you can see behind me, most of the voting has actually been done. We were talking to the officer in charge, and he indicated that by 5 p.m. a total of 164 males had voted, 244 females had voted, to give us a total of 408 assisted voters. There was 1 female and 2 males, and those turned away were 2. The first one was because he didn't have an ID, and the second one is because he brought a license, a driver's license, and those that were redirected were a total of 7 for this polling station, which is the Nyazura Chivu 10 off. There was a total of registered voters, that's 383 females, 273 males, and a total of 656. So it has been the same story, a similar story. We started off in Weza North, which is in Mashonaland East, and then we moved on to Weza North, which is also in Mashonaland East as well. We moved on to Chikomba, pretty much the same story. By 7 a.m., a lot of people were waiting at the polling stations. They voted, and as by 1 p.m., that's midday, a lot of the people had actually completed voting, with most of the polling officers indicating that they are just waiting for the people that are trickling in to make sure that they exercise their right. Right now, we are headed for Chivu. We will be giving you more updates in as far as what has happened to the polling stations is concerned.
Mugove Chigada, thank you very much for giving us that update there, coming through from Mashonaland East. And he did speak to what I would perceive to be quite an interesting aggregate there at the Nyazura polling station, or should I say the Nyazura 10 off polling station, as he carefully articulated. There were 264 females participating vis-a-vis 164 males participating there. Seems to me like you have got over 60% participation coming through from females, vis-a-vis about 40% coming through from the males. Of course, key to this very election is that inclusivity as well as advocacy for the participation of more women. And of course, we are continuing to giving you live updates in terms of how this election is actually playing out. Earlier on, we got reports from different parts of the country. Earlier on in the morning, I visited David Livingstone, where the former president of Mozambique, His Excellency Joaquim Chissano, who was asked by the government of Zimbabwe to oversee Zimbabwe's debt clearance as well as the re-engagement with the international community. And he came through to witness the casting of the very initial vote right at that particular center. Now, earlier on, we spoke to the ZEC Deputy Chairperson, Ambassador Kiwa, and let's listen to what he said.
8 of them were between 100% and 85% that opened at 7 a.m. However, Bulawayo, it was 75% opened at 8:15 a.m. And Harare, 23% opened at 7 a.m. And the rest, which was a huge chunk of the rest of the polling stations, didn't. Maybe you could explain exactly what the situation is all about.
Oh, thank you very much, Andy, for this opportunity to engage with our stakeholders. And on behalf of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to our stakeholders for the late opening of the polling stations due to what I will describe to as some minor logistical challenges. But I would want to assure our stakeholders that these are being attended to, but not at the speed that we had hoped for when we did, make our statement in the morning. Hence, we have come back to our stakeholders again, and thank you, ZTN, for this opportunity to talk to our stakeholders once more, and seize this opportunity to reassure them that our voters who will be in a queue at any of our polling station at 7 or before 7 this evening will be allowed to vote after every voter has been attended to. So counting will commence soon after 7, but the voting itself can go on to the last voter, which means it can take us to midnight, it can take us to morning of tomorrow. That will be perfectly in order. That inconvenience and that challenge is sincerely regretted. Once again, I want to remind our stakeholders that the law requires that our voters be given 12 hours during which they should exercise their right to vote, and we are determined, notwithstanding the challenges, to honor that pledge as provided for by the law. We will be updating you as regularly as possible, and like I said, we really appreciate ZTN for giving us this opportunity to continue to engage our stakeholders.
So just to reiterate, 7 to 7. Normally, if you're in the queue at 7, at 1 second to 7, you'll get the vote, doesn't matter what time it is. And any polling station that opened late, whenever voting starts, it will be 12 hours from that time. It doesn't matter what time that is, so that the 12 hours by law is still there, so voters won't be disenfranchised.
Correct, Andy.
Ambassador Kiwa, thank you. Now, you heard there from the Deputy Chair of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and as he said, he will be giving ZTN Prime regular updates as he gets them to find out what exactly is happening on the ground with regarding poll stations, without any other issues that they may see, administrative or whatever, that they will see in the election. And we'd really like to thank the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission for really being transparent and talking to us at ZTN Prime. Well, it's back to the studio, Eben. I'll be talking to you soon.
It's 18:05, 55 minutes before the 7 p.m. deadline as indicated by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. Now, we are joined by Andy Hodges, who is at the ZEC Command Center at the HICC. Good evening, Andy. What is the latest?
Good evening, Eben, and good evening to all our ZTN Prime viewers. Now, earlier on, I sat down in an exclusive interview with the Deputy Chairman of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, Ambassador Kiwa. And it's unfortunate that there is only one story that seems to be dominating the news at the moment, and that, of course, is the late opening of polling stations, particularly in Harare and Bulawayo. And I'll get into the reasons why just now. Now, why do I say it's overshadowing? Because today we can also look at some huge success stories. We can look at the improved turnout, the increased turnout at polling stations, the long queues of citizens all around the country waiting patiently to cast their vote in 8 out of the 10 provinces, where the polling stations, the majority of them, between 100% and 85% of polling stations all opened at 7 a.m. Voting proceeded normally. In fact, reports we're getting here at ZTN Prime is that once you got into the polling station, it took literally 2 minutes to complete the process. Once if you had all your paperwork in order, your ID, your driving license, your address, and so forth, it took only 2 minutes. And also, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has also set up things like lighting at polling booths, polling stations, so that if it does enter into the night and there is voting with the queues who are still there, well, then they'll be able to effectively be able to cast their vote in light. So I think, as I said, there are lots of success stories, but as unfortunately, the one story that's overshadowing everything is the late opening, and in some cases, even as we speak, we're receiving reports that there are polling stations in Harare and Bulawayo that still have not received the ballot paper. Some haven't received the ink. This is principally around the local authority ballots. And of course, earlier on this morning at around 11 a.m., the Zimbabwe Election Commission did issue a press statement about the late opening of polling stations. And they said that in Harare, only 23% of polling stations opened at 7 a.m. And of course, that's a very low number. In Bulawayo, it was 75% opened at 8:15 a.m., which is 21 out of 27 wards. And the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission really said that this was due to the late delivery of ballot papers around the local authorities because of the numerous court cases that were launched recently here in Zimbabwe as local authority candidates obviously fought to get back onto the ballot if they had been removed from it through legal means or due to non-payment of fees or late nomination and so forth. So that's what's really dominated the news today, which is unfortunate because, as I said, the day has been successful in most regards, particularly out of 8 provinces. It's really in Bulawayo and in Harare where we've had these issues. So I sat down with Ambassador Kiwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. I think the first thing of note is that Ambassador Kiwa apologized on behalf of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to the nation. He apologized for what he called minor logistical issues. He said that they hadn't moved as fast as they should have done in terms of rectifying it, because of course we're talking here about quite a large logistical issue that he believes, and they wish that it had moved quicker. And in fact, it's unfortunate because I couldn't really get into more detail about what exactly had happened. However, the Ambassador Kiwa did say the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission will be coming back to ZTN Prime, giving us updates and explaining further exactly what the issues were, exactly what the situation was, exactly what caused this. So possibly tomorrow we'll sit down again with the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to find out and get the finer details, because it's important, of course, that here at ZTN Prime we ask the questions and we get the answers. And I will be doing that here at the Command Center at HICC tomorrow. But as I said, the major headline from Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is they apologize and that of course they're trying to sort the logistical problems out and they're not working as fast as they can. Now, Ambassador Kiwa did reiterate from ZEC's viewpoint, they don't believe that okay, of course it is inconvenient to voters who have waited pretty much all morning and in some areas all day to vote. And we're receiving reports that even as we speak now, there are some polling stations that haven't yet received the ballot papers. In fact, if you look at places like Cowdrey Park, Glenview, and these sort of areas in Harare and in Bulawayo haven't received the voting papers. He did reiterate, however, that whatever happens, whenever the voting starts at the polling stations, it will be 12 hours be given. That's the law. So if you start voting now, for example, it will be 12 hours from now. Even if it goes to 4, 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, that polling station will remain open for 12 hours. And of course, the law states that the polling stations that opened at 7 a.m., they will close at 7 p.m. However, if you're in the queue prior to 7 p.m., you will be allowed to cast your vote. It's only those who join the queues after 7 p.m. will, of course, be denied their ability to vote because they would have been late. But those who are in the queue will be able to vote. So as I said, ZTN Prime will, over tomorrow morning, hopefully talk to ZEC again to really find out the real details, to find out exactly what happened, what transpired. We've heard, for example, reports that the SADC chair, Nevers Mumba, has made a comment that he was surprised at this issue. He believed that the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission had already delivered the ballots and everything was in order. So there's a little bit of confusion even. But as I said, ZTN Prime will definitely get to the bottom of it.
By the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, with efforts there, of course, to try and rectify the situation by means of extending and compensating for the time lost. Now, Andy, I need you to speak more to the viewers. I'm assuming that there are some of our viewers who are watching us now who perhaps had challenges. For example, Andile Chuma tuned in from Bulawayo, and she said that at Cowdrey Park, there was actually voting that started at about 1 p.m. And so I need you to speak to what this means against the backdrop of what the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has said.
Well, even it's interesting because, again, you know, we're getting various reports from around the country. Some polling stations were getting reports that the ballots ran out. In some, they said that the ballots hadn't arrived, so therefore, obviously, voting couldn't start. Now, we're not here talking about all ballots. We're talking about one specific set. This is what we're hearing, and that is those for local authority. The ballots for president and members of parliament seem to be in order, or at least that is the information we're getting. We still have to verify, of course, because the amount of polling stations that are suffering this issue is quite a large number. So we need to obviously analyze what's happening and looking at some of those polling stations and understand it. But there's calls here for patience. Look, of course, Zimbabweans, if you're ready, if you want to vote, you know, it is a problem for you to be there, get there at 7 a.m. and up to now, or even up to 12 midday or 1 o'clock, you haven't yet. Vote is special and you have the right to cast it. And I know that it may be asking you a lot, but the fact is that it's important that Zimbabweans continue to stand and wait for their turn to vote, because at the end of the day, even, that's exactly what we are. We're the democracy in which Zimbabwean citizens have one vote, one person, one vote, and it's important that every person who wants to, is able to cast their vote without fear or favor. Now, I was watching our coverage, and we did an interview there. Marian Shaba did an interview with Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, Zimbabwe Public Police spokesperson. And it was interesting what she asked him about some of the reports of political parties outside polling stations who were carrying out what they so-called exit polls. And of course, the Zimbabwe Public Police said, look, they've got teams going around and those sort of things are illegal. And if they do find that, the Republic Police will move those people out because they're not allowed to do that. Because at the end of the day, citizens must know that they can cast their vote even after, when they finish casting their vote, they must be able to just freely go about their business. And really, they shouldn't be bothered or worried by anybody. Doesn't matter what political party it is. They should go home and enjoy the rest of the holiday. And of course, waiting for the results to come out in 5 days. So in reality, the fact is this, is that if you're in a queue and you're waiting and you're still waiting for ballot papers to arrive, and of course we cannot give you the numbers, we don't know exactly how many polling stations are affected, but if you are, the message is loud and clear. Please be patient. The ballots are on their way, not as fast as the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission would like, but they are coming, and that you will be able to exercise your vote, and whatever happens, you will not, the timing will not constrain you, because as soon as the voting starts, it will be 12 hours from then. So therefore, it isn't as if the ballots come now, the polls will close in 45 minutes. No, not at all. You will still have 12 hours from now to vote. So as a result, you won't be disenfranchised and lose your right to vote. And of course, again, just to reiterate, the Zimbabwe Election Commission did publicly apologize to the nation through Ambassador Kiwa at what was happening on the ground. And to reiterate again, what he said was that, in essence, they had hoped to fix this quicker than they should, but they were unable to do that. But they're working all hands out, he said to me, after the thing, to ensure that the ballots are delivered as soon as possible and citizens can vote easily and quickly, because at the end of the day, that is what we all want. We want citizens to be able to vote so that we can start the counting process, we can start the tallying process, the verification process, so eventually the results can start being transmitted to the various provincial and ward election centers, and then of course all of them will come to right here where I am sitting right now in the National Command Center to be tallied up, so that ZEC can start announcing as soon as possible some of the winners of the election, particularly of local authorities and members of parliament. The presidential election, of course, is much more complicated, because that vote really needs to be audited and scrutinized, because the winner is 50% plus one, so every vote matters. So that is the vote that may take a little bit more time, but obviously within the 5 days as stipulated by the law. But in terms of local authorities and members of parliament, we're anticipating that they should start announcing results way before the 5 days, because those are much more easy to assess and evaluate.
With the delay, what impact could that possibly have in as far as the results presentation, be it at the local government sphere, as well as also the House of Assembly?
Well, I think that the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission believes that there's been a bit of a buffer built into their plans. So they don't see this as delaying anything to do with the announcement of the results. Because don't forget, this is a constitutional legal requirement. The 5 days isn't Zimbabwe Election Commission's decision. That is the law. They have to announce it within 5 days. If that means that people have to work 24 hours and not sleep even, well, that is what's going to happen. Because there's a deadline that has to be met, a deadline that cannot be moved, a deadline that's set in stone. So we're expecting, in fact, we're assured by the Zimbabwe Election Commission that the 5 days that they're given to announce results will be kept to, and that the results will be, as I said, will be given out in that time frame, and hopefully the local authorities and the parliamentary election results will be before 5 days. That's what ZEC is hoping to be able to do, with, of course, the presidential election up to 5 days. But it could even be before then if they can tally and get the votes counted quicker enough.
Is the fact that different observer missions have been accredited and allowed to observe the electoral processes in Zimbabwe, to assess for transparency and to see to it that there is a smooth sailing. How important is their role, and what has been some of the feedback that has been coming through right at the command center?
Well, we have spoken to some of the observer mission heads, Eben, and they've all expressed their disappointment at this. And this is why I said at the beginning of this that it's sad that this has overshadowed the success of the days, the successes. The fact that millions of Zimbabweans have already hit the polls, millions of them have voted with no problem, no hassle all around the country, particularly in 8 provinces. It just seems to be an issue in particular in Bulawayo and in Harare. And that's unfortunate because, as they say, bad news overshadows good. But as I said, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission believes that no voter will be disenfranchised because the polling times will be extended, and that as long as they're patient and they're then standing in the queue, no polling station will close before the stipulated 12 hours. And if they're in those queues, they will be able to vote, even if the 12 hours is up. As long as they're in the queues, it will make no difference. They have to be able to cast their vote. That is the law.
Closely linked, Andy, would be the element of peace and the maintenance of it thereof. How important is that, given, of course, the context of what the senior assistant commissioner as well as the spokesperson of the Zimbabwe Republic Police, Paul Nyati, spoke about?
It's critically important, Eben. The issue is linked into peace and security. It's all about citizens not being scared to vote, not being worried that when they get to the polls they'll be harassed or intimidated or, basically forced to vote a certain way. So it's critically important to have that peace and security during polling day, well, obviously before polling day, which the observers believe has happened, and also today during polling day, because it's important that Zimbabweans feel that they can exercise their right to vote without fear or favor, without intimidation or harassment. And that's why I say that it's unfortunate that some issues have overshadowed that, because the observers believe that has been the case for most of the country. But now, of course, with this issue of ballot papers not arriving at polling stations, about some of them don't have ink and so forth, and that hasn't been resolved quickly enough, it can overshadow some of the good things that have happened today when it comes to the voting process. But in terms of, we're just hoping, of course, and in fact, I think every Zimbabwean is praying that this peace and security that's evident in the country right now continues, not just during the process of counting of the votes as the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission starts tallying up before they make announcements, because as you know, they're the only body in Zimbabwe that's mandated by law to announce results, but also after the results are issued. It's important that peace and security, because whenever you talk to any Zimbabwean, the message is clear. We're all brothers and sisters, and there's no way that we can, just because in the election, turn and hate each other or fight each other, when really tomorrow after the election, the day after, 5 days, they'll be my brothers and sisters living next door to me. So the criticalness of peace and security is so vital to any election. Zimbabwe is no different.
The police spokesperson, Senior Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati, also made reference to the fact that it's important that there be no gatherings outside of the polling stations for the sake of maintenance of peace and security at this critical point. What is Zek's position regarding this, and what sentiment are you picking from the command center?
Well, it's very clear that should be the case. That, as soon as you vote or you cast your vote, you should leave the polling station and go up on your way. And I think a lot of the reports we're getting through social media, I think are misguided and really meant by discontent, to create discontent. And it's not correct even. It's not right. At the end of the day, if you look at the process of the voting in polling stations, it should be very transparent. Once the voting has stopped, once everyone has cast their vote between that stipulated 12 hours or 7 to 7, well, then they start counting. So if, for example, the polling station did open at 7 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. and everyone went through, well, they start counting at 7 p.m. And they do that in front of all political parties' agents. So everyone looks and scrutinizes each ballot. They then come up with a tally of votes cast, spoiled votes, postal votes, and so forth. And each political party's agent must sign off on those numbers. Those numbers are then posted on the side of the polling station, outside the polling station. They're then transported physically to the various provincial and ward election centers, where again there's that double check, and again all political parties' agents are all there along the full process, with eventually all of those ballots physically arriving at the National Command Center where I'm sitting, and again the verification process is there. So really, for anyone to be milling around or waiting to see whether, and believing that possibly their vote will be stolen, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission believes that's misguided, because in essence, the information is right there for everyone to see. And so it's very difficult to, and also the political parties' agents have signed off on those numbers. So suddenly for those numbers to change somewhere in transit just doesn't make any sense, because everybody has evidence that those are the numbers from the polling station all the way through. So in essence, technically the transparency should be there. There shouldn't be any way the vote can be changed or altered. This is the position of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, particularly if political parties' agents are physically present at all stages of the process.
Whether you managed to engage with some of the election agents for the different political parties at national level, they represented at the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, in the face of some of the changes with regards to the delays in some of the processes. What stance have they taken at this point, and what is their sentiment at this point?
In fact, even unfortunately, we haven't, and simply because the Zimbabwe, the National Command Center is pretty empty today. There's really